welcome back to Sewing Street, and we've got Julie.
I'm here.
She's not on a box today.
No, I've got heels on today. Yes, I have. So it's same height.
Yeah, we are. And I've got my new shoes on as well. We were doing that thing, you know, when you've got new shoes and you go, why is
still a bit taller?
Why is everyone not looking at me? How do they not know I've got new shoes on?
I know, and you had to point them out to me, didn't you?
Yeah, I actually pointed them out to you when look at my new shoes.
Beautiful.
They're beautiful, my new Dr. Martens. Just wearing them in. Perfect place.
Suit you in your
yeah, they're in my new dress and my new shoes. I need to go out somewhere.
You really made an effort today.
I did. Yeah, I did. I have made an effort.
You can tell.
I know. I don't know why. Well, I wasn't here last week, you know.
Oh, right.
That's why. Millie made an effort. It's all going to go downhill after this. Right. So you've got some new kits.
I have, yes. We've got some new, a new throw and two new cushions, and a new yarn, which is I'm calling it a guest yarn.
What does that mean?
Because
is that like a guest ale?
I'm at the moment thinking, do I stock it or not, and do I bring it in?
I think that's like a guest ale.
Yeah, that's just what I was thinking about, yeah.
And they go, that's
exactly
what they
I
think.
On the line of.
Okay.
Let's have a see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. See if people like it, and if they do, then we'll go with it.
Okay, so what's special about the guest ale yarn?
So the guest ale yarn is a squidgy-widgy, squashy
it's like
type yarn.
Like a chenille.
Yes, like a chenille. It's a 250-gram ball. See, that's another thing. That's,
I like
they
that.
want such a big ball, but to make the throw, that's all you need.
Oh, just one ball?
You need two balls to make the throw.
It is like a chenille, isn't it? Isn't that lovely? Do you know what?
Isn't it gorgeous?
If you've got a bit left over, you could that's a nice cord, isn't it? Like for a hoodie or something.
Yeah, only thing I have to point out is when you start with it, if you cut it off, it tends to fall off. It's like a cotton inside it.
Oh, well, like a cotton core?
Yeah, so...
Where's the end?
Where's the end? Trust you to get me in a mud.
Where's the end? There. Okay.
So, can you see? It sort of comes off like that.
Oh, yeah.
So I wanted to point that out to people. And there's a cotton core going through.
Right.
So you always put a knot in it and it'll stop that happening. So at the beginning and the end, you know, and then tuck it into...
Wouldn't it be nice as a tail?
It would be a nice tail, wouldn't it? Yeah. Yeah. What kind of animal?
Well, a mouse.
A mouse. Don't like mice.
Right. It's a lovely yarn. Because it is like a
beautiful
chenille,
It's just, I'm going to call it Snuggle.
And it hasn't got a weight, I presume. Because it's just, it is what it is.
It is what it is, really. It was like, people, you know, suppliers were like, what would you do with this, Julie? And I said, oh, give it me and I'll have a go with it. And so I've been playing with it for a couple of months.
What's its fibre content?
It's polyester, really, yeah.
It's very, very soft, but with that cotton-like core.
So it's like that cotton-like core, but it was like, it's not in a really way. I mean, I would have said it was a super chunky. But it seems to be thicker than a super chunky.
But then some of these specialist yarns, they don't have weights. They just are what they are, aren't they?
So it's really, find what you want to make with it, and this is ideal for it.
This is the kit.
Yes.
This is, and we've got 3 colourways. So look at this. Herringbone, glorious stitch.
Where's the pink one?
We've got it in stone, blush and dove. Very good colour names.
Well, you see, I've learned from you.
Stone, blush and dove. I would use those. So this
I know.
stone.
Well, you inspired me.
Isn't that lovely? So in the kit, you get the massive ball of yarn, 500 grams of guest ale yarn.
Guest ale, yeah. Well, actually, that's how I thought of it. I thought, what do they call them when they bring it in? And I think it was Andrew what said to me, guest ales. It was him, probably. And I thought, well, that's a good idea.
Yeah, it is. So it's a guest yarn, and if it behaves itself, it can stay. And if it doesn't, it won't be invited back.
No, it won't be invited back.
But I think it should
I think it'll be a stayer.
Gorgeous. You also get the pattern, which shows you how to make it. I know. I can't really describe it. It's like velvet. It's like super soft velvet. It's soft.
Good morning. Surprise, surprise. I am here this morning. There's been a bit of a change around. So if you were looking to tune in and see John Scott, sadly he's had to pop over onto Jewellery Maker. So he's doing something a little bit different this morning. And I am standing in his shoes, so to speak. Not literally, but I am here. And of course, you know, I welcome the opportunity to spend a morning with you here at Sewing Street. So I am very much looking forward to the morning that we have planned for you. And we've got an amazing morning planned. I've got certain shows with myself, just by myself, this one included. And we've got the lovely Becky Sworn from Crafter's Companion coming up with loads of ideas and a little bit of a surprise for you as well if you're thinking about investing in the Gemini. But more of that later. You know what happens here at Sewing Street. 8 o'clock, it's all about the early bird. And that's exactly what we are bringing to you, your early bird special. Now, it's kind of like an early bird show because we're going to have an hour talking about bird-related bits and pieces. So it's quite ironic that we're starting off with the early bird. And this is it. Now, you might look at it and think, hang on a minute, what on earth is that? Well, this is one of the most useful things you could have in your sewing room because this is going to enable you to actually join your wadding or your batting together. So all of those little scrappy pieces that we've got, or those long runs that we've trimmed off from our quilts, it means we can actually turn them into usable pieces. So this is from Bosel, so straight away we know we've got a brand that we trust with regards to our heat fusible elements, and that's exactly what you've got. So on one side you will feel the roughness of that heat activated adhesive, and then the other side you've got a smoother finish, so that's going to mimic the smoothness that you're going to get from your batting or your wadding. Now the idea being is, now a little bit of improvisation, so we're all using our imaginations this morning. So imagine these are two pieces of wadding, and they might be just little skinny strips that you've got left over. Well, the idea is that you will place this with the rough side down over the join, like so. Then you would get your iron, and that will fuse those two pieces together, meaning that all of those scraps that you've got left over turn into usable pieces. Now, you've got a really good length of this, just over 9 metres, 4 centimetres wide, so you've got plenty to bridge two pieces of wadding, and then just fuse it in place, and there you go. Look at the price. £10.99? Of course it isn't. It's an early bird. We're bringing that price down to you for just £8.99. So it's a really, really useful tool to have to maximise those bits that you might kind of stash away because they're too big to throw away. But it's like, well, how do I use them? How do I turn them back into something useful? Well, this is it. It's like a magic tape that you are going to use, and that will enable you to turn it into a larger, fusible piece. I often will use tape like this when I'm making things that are fundraising for charities and things like that. Little bags and projects where you don't need to worry about the wadding being fused together, because that way it's kind of turning something out of nothing. So the scraps are left over from a project that I intended to make, so it's kind of a bonus project that you can make when you are able to fuse your wadding together. So there you go, that is your early bird. Now the nature of an early bird is it's there until stock permits it, well, while stock permits us. So I will keep mentioning it from time to time during the course of the morning. Not everybody gets to tune in and join us at 8 a.m. in the morning, so it's only right and proper that we let everybody have a little go at it. But if you're an early bird, then you can get right in ahead of everybody else, and the details are up on your screen. Not limited to one per customer, so if you fancy stocking up on this and taking advantage of that discount, then by all means, please do. And if you like the look of these felts, well, I'll be telling you about those in a wee while too. So there you go. Details are on the screen. KFM 408 8.99 just for today while we have stocks available, and it's so soft. It's like a cloud on a roll, if there was such a thing. So yeah, very useful. If you've never tried it before, that's a perfect opportunity as an early bird. So we have got a fabulous day ahead of us. Literally starting off with the birdies all the way through this morning's show. We're going to be referring to birds in a variety of different ways, including the Bird Song collection from Dan Morris. And this is beautiful. You are going to love this. So during this hour, what have we got coming up for this hour? Well, we have got the Dan Morris Bird Song fabric collection. I believe it's the first time that we've seen it on Sewing Street, and it is beautiful. The artwork is incredible. Then at 9 a.m, the lovely Becky Becky Sworn is going to be coming up, and she's got lots to share with us with regards to the Gemini too, and also things that we've got back in stock that we've missed out of as well. Then we've also 10 a.m, perfect opportunity for you to stock up on your extra wide fabrics for a variety of needs, backing your quilts, garment making. We'll be talking about it all at 10 a.m. And then back at 11 is the lovely Becky again. And again, we're looking at a little bit of die cutting, but not just die cutting. So I do urge you to tune in, because we've got some fabulous little applique bits we're going to be sharing with you there as well. And then the last hour, literally as it says there, miss it or miss out. We have got some amazing deals on a variety of quilt kits. And quite often we only have small quantities because they're sizable kits, loads of fabric, brilliant value for money, and definitely worth tuning in. Now, I'm counting on your company this morning. And how do you get in touch? Well, there's loads and loads of different ways. Simply message the studio if you're wanting to. Do that in a variety of ways. Good old traditional email. If you fancy popping us an email, you can do. If you're into social media, then Facebook, you know, you can get in touch via there. And also as well, you can message the studio via our website. And it couldn't be simpler. You've got a little box there, so you can see there, watch live, click on the box there, you can message into the studio and it will come through to us here. And I love to hear from you with regard to things like the products we just saw there. You can scroll through, see what's coming up, if there's things that you've made, whatever, just get in touch. Let me know I'm not on my own here. Well, I know I'm not on my own here because I've got the lovely Rachel and Charlie in the gallery, and Dan's helping us in the studio as well. So we're a good, happy band, and we have got an hour ahead of us. So shall we start off with something very pretty? You wait till you see this. It is absolutely beautiful. So talking about Dan Morris, Birdsong is one of the latest collections, and you have got a lovely array of fabrics here. So you've got a panel, which I'll show you in just a few moments, supportive fabrics as well with a variety of different colour tones. Look at that blue, how gorgeous is that? It's like dipping your toe in the ocean, that one. And then you've got some of the kind of more muted tones potentially, although I wouldn't call them muted because you've got this gorgeous artwork echoing its way right the way through the range. But shall we have a look at this to start with, because this panel has got the most exquisite designs on it. I'm going to hold it up so you can see exactly what you're getting to start with. So let's hold this. Go up on my tippy toes because I'm not the tallest of presenters, but we'll give it a go. So here you can see you have got 16 squares to start with. How beautiful are these? It's almost like watercolour artwork with these. And these are brilliant as foundation pieces to get started with, to add elements. I mean, it's almost like a quilt in its making there, isn't it? It looks like it's got the sashing in between already. But of course, you've got plenty of seam allowance there. So each one of those you could very easily cut with your 1/4 inch. Oh, hello. Cut it with your 1/4 inch and then actually stitch them into quilts. But as you look, we'll kind of move this around so you can have a little look at the different elements. I'm not very good with my bird spotting. Our lovely Hayley upstairs, this is where I need her because she can tell me what all of these are. But aren't they gorgeous? Absolutely beautiful. The colours are exquisite. And they're really good sizes as well. So I should have measured those. I'm not quite sure if we've got any editorial on the size of those. You feast your eyes on that while I just grab myself a little quilting ruler and see if I can measure those for you and give you an idea of the sizing of them. Because, to be honest, they are a good size. So when you start adding in things like your sashing and your bindings and all that kind of thing, you're going to make some really good sized quilts. So let's have a little look. We've got, if I go from that edge to here, we've got, where am I? 1, 2, 3... 5, 6, 7, 8, just shy of 8 inches. So they might be metric, I'm not entirely sure, but that's just shy. You can see it's just dropping an 1/8 of an inch in from the edge there. So 7 7/8, but a really good size. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. So you've got little kind of compendiums where you've got little seams that have been built up. Again, absolutely beautiful as you work your way across. I need a bigger desk, don't I, for all of this? A big piece of fabric. And this is beautiful because this is, in this bundle, and you're actually getting 2 meters worth of fabric. So again here, beautiful as you work your way across. Obviously, when you're at home, you'll be able to lay them out and see them in all their glory. But a beautiful array of 16 images. So that is the details that are on your screen for the panel. But it says 2 metres of fabric. Does it say 2 metres of fabric? You just say 2 metres of fabric. Got the wrong eyeballs in today. So what else do you get? Well, I gave you that little tease, didn't I? So you're going to get these supportive fabrics, which, of course, are going to give you the opportunity to make something amazing. £41.95. My goodness, this is incredible. So these are sizable pieces. Let's open them up so you can see them in their glory again. So you're going to get from selvage to selvage, so the full width of the fabric. I'll hold this one up so you can see the width of this one. And you've got a lovely kind of non-directional pattern with this one, which is nice. So a ½ metre piece, and you've got 2 metres in addition to the panel. So you've got a really good sized bundle of fabrics. And these, I'm noticing the open area that you've got between each of these. So if you are into things like English paper piecing, you could very easily pop those into your little kind of centerpieces and cut around them. So that is your first one, and it's got a lovely kind of, oh, it's like a warm, there's beige and there's peach tones in there. Beautiful, beautiful fabric. I like that one a lot, so let's move that one out of the way. Then you've got another fabric which has got more of a hero print, as I call it, so a larger print fabric, so more kind of motifs with this, and again, really good size. I mean, you can see there, good size piece. Again, if you're into your English paper piecing, you could very easily isolate any of those. And again, full width, and again, ½ metre. Oops, a daisy, there we go. Isn't it beautiful? Really pretty. Do like that. So that's that one. Then I can't decide which of these I like the most because they're all gorgeous. So those two naturally go together well. Now, you know me. I love my blues. I love my kind of ocean blues as well, which is what we've got here. So this is very similar to the first one that we saw, but a different backdrop to it. So again, look at that. Non-directional again. Really pretty. Really, I mean, the artwork is incredible. Beautiful, beautiful. Little blossoms and florals in there as well. So lots of interest. I think you're going to like this one a lot. So there again, you can get ½ metre of that one. And the last one you've got, I think this one might be my favourite because I do like that kind of vintage old letters and franking machine label and stamps and things like that. I just love that. Mind you, franking machines weren't really vintage, were they? But, you know, like the postage marks. You know what I mean. Look at that. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. So there we go. Those are all your fabrics. It's difficult to choose a favourite out of those, isn't it, really? But that is pretty. That is pretty. So you are going to get your panel. You are going to get your beautiful collage, I'm going to call that one. That beautiful blue that we just looked at as well. You're going to get that one in there as well. I'm trying my best to show you all of these together. That's irritating me though. I'm going to have to turn the birds around because they're upside down. It's never good for birds to be upside down, is it? Then you've got the kind of the neutral tone, would you call it? I don't know. Version of that blue, similar size as you've got, and then you've got the larger print again with those birds there. So look at those, beautiful, and it's a popular one. I'm not surprised, to be honest, not surprised. I mean, anybody that enjoys either watching birds or just outside, being outside. We've only got 24 opportunities to get hold of this. Now, I think they are pre-cut. So that will mean that you're going to get your ½ metres. If you increase your quantity, then you'll just get 2 bundles, but they'll still be in ½ metre pieces. I think that's the case anyway. But obviously, if they do come as full metre pieces, then there's a bit of a Billy bonus, isn't it? So let's assume not, though. So for £41.95, I don't know how we're managing to do that. That is brilliant value. Brilliant value. And don't forget that panel. I mean, the panel there, folding it up, you just cannot see it in all its glory. But I'm going to hold it up because you've got 16 beautiful, beautiful centerpieces there that could be centerpieces of blocks for your quilts. Just shy of 8 inches square. And gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm really happy for any of you that get in hold of this one. So who have we got here? I'll pop my glasses on. Can I see it? No, I can't see even better. Worse is that one. Good morning. Hope you're having a lovely day. I am having a lovely day. My lovely day started about 9 o'clock last night when I found out I was coming in. So there you go. Paula as well. Good morning, Paula. It's good to have your company. Good morning, Hayley. What a lovely surprise seeing you today. Thank you. These bird fabrics are going to fall into my basket. I don't blame you. I have to say I'm a little bit envious because I think by the time I finish at 1 o'clock today, these will have all have gone. Thank you, Dan. Dan's like, oh, it's Hayley, we need the big screen. Thank you. My eyeballs seem to be a lot older than the rest of me this morning. So there you go. So please check out your baskets with those. So I'm going to move those to the sides because we've got them as a bundle. And the bundle, I have to say, is the best value of getting hold of these. But we have got the individual. So if you're going for the bundle, overall, you're saving a £5. So that is brilliant. But equally so, you might want to add to that bundle, or you might just want to go for specifics. Now, you've already found these. If you excuse the pun, this one is flying out. See how Rachel, she didn't realise. She didn't realise she's coming up with the humour. Just natural. She's a natural. Natural. Look at that. Now, this is a repeat of the same panel that we saw in the bundle a few moments ago. So if you do go for this one, you will end up with 2 of them. I think these would make fabulous little gift bags if you were to kind of back them, if you went for an extra panel. But £14.99, it's just shy of a metre, and you've got all 16 of those fabulous images coming through there. Again, as I said, just shy of 8 inches. Really good size for your quilts. I mean, you can see there from that piece there, you can make a good size quilt, aren't you? I mean, you could cheat almost, couldn't you, if you wanted to. But a third of the stock has gone of that one. So be quick. Be quick. We've got a lot to go through, so I'm going to fold that one up as neat as I can and then pass it over. So the next one that we're going to go for is, now I think this is the one that we liked, which is the collage. Is it this one? Let me see if I've got oh, the birdhouses. Oh. The one with, was it in the bundle originally? Oh, okay, let me go back and have a little look. Sorry, Dan, thank you. Sorry, it's in this bundle, isn't it? So let's get that one out of the way. We've done the panel. Thank you, Dan. Dan the man. He must hate that. Do you hate it when people say that, Dan the man? Oh, he doesn't mind, he's very good. It's very good. Right, so this one, that's the one with the watering cans. Hurrah! Normal service has been resumed. So this one, £7.99, ½ metre. I think this really does reiterate how brilliant that value for money bundle was that we saw a few moments ago. So you've got your full width, as you can see. So this one's ending 6.4. Yeah, that's the right one, just making sure I've got the right number. So this one, if you do want to go for an extra piece. Now, these, I believe, will be cut to order. So if you do want to go for a full metre, then by all means, increase that quantity to even number. Well, not necessarily just even numbers. If you want a full metre, then change it to 2 metres, 4, and so on. But you can go for your odds in between if you want an extra ½ metre. So that's a nice one. So again, if you like the look of that one, that is that one. Next one, which one we got next? What was that called? Ah, this will be the tumbled and tossed birds. This one, I'm guessing, because they're kind of non-directional. So there you go. If you like the look of this one, let's just double check I've got the right number. I have indeed. So there you go. So if you fancy getting more of these ones, we're calling this one tossed birds. Oh, it's a cream version as well. And again, if you want to go for your full metre, just increase those quantities. Isn't it brilliant? I love the names that we come up with here. Very creative. And then we've got the similar one, which is the same size print, but with that blue background. So guess what this one's called? Tossed Birds Blue. And it is literally like they've got a whole load of birds and just drop them on the fabric, because they're all in different directions, which of course is brilliant when you're working with your fabrics, because you don't have your upside down birds, but you can see you've got them in all directions. Beautiful. See, I mean, we're talking about quilts and different things with these potentially, but I think that'd make a really pretty little skirt or a dress or a blouse or something like that. So again, check your patterns, 1/2 metres. Increase the quantities and you'll have enough to make a beautiful garment, I am sure. So there you go. If you like the look of that one, please go for that one. So on my reckoning, that leaves one last one to share with you, which is the one with kind of like the postcardy types. And this one is called Collage Light. So again, this is one that I do like. So this is nice if you're into things like your fabric journals and things like that. If it's kind of got those essence of labels and little swatches. It's like a mood board, isn't it, with all the little kind of essences in there. So you've got like little seed packets and the little birds dotted around. And of course, these little birds that you can see on here, you'll find in the other fabrics. That's the idea of a collection, isn't it? All the pieces come together. So you don't have, all the thinking has been thunk, if you would. So you don't have to do that thinking. It's all been done for you. And again, a really good sized piece of fabric. And again, increase the quantities and you will get that longer run. But again, we don't have huge quantities of these. So yeah, probably we've only got about 11 metres of this available. So yes, the bundle is proving to be one of the most popular ways to get hold of all of those, to be fair. But you might want to get extra bits, mightn't you? So yeah, so if you want to go, get a £5 saving if you go for 1/2 metres of each of those and the full panel, which was just shy of 1 metre. So it's just shy of 3 metres worth of fabric that you're looking at for the bundle. So now we do have, that'll be this one. That'll be these that I picked up then. Right, so what about backing your quilt? So if you're backing your quilt, you've got your bundle, you've got a nice little project in your head, then you can go for your extra wide. Now your extra wide is exactly that. So if I compare it to the two, it's the same size print. So if you're using the tossed birds in blue on the front, then it's going to be exactly the same print, but it's extra wide. So let's put the two together. This is where I could do with extra long arms, but I haven't got extra long arms. But that's where your regular fabric stops, okay? But your extra wide continues. So this is pretty much double the width, isn't it? So if I fold it in half, I bet it is double the width. That probably would have been a better way of doing it, actually, wouldn't it? Didn't really think that one through, did you, Hayley? So let me fold it in half. Gosh, it is a long wide piece, isn't it? So is it 2.7? How wide is it? Do we know? It is 2.75. Yeah. So it's just shy of 3 metres, isn't it? So that would make sense if that is 150 wide, that it is double the width, which I think it will be, there or thereabouts. Long-winded way of finding out. But we'll get there. We will get there. Let's line that up. So there we go. So that is your regular size. So it's a little over double the width. So that is the piece that you're getting in the bundle, or if you're shopping for your 1/2 metres. I folded the extra wide in half, so you've got that doubled and that bit extra. That's what I'm trying to tell you. But it's 2.75 metres wide, the extra wide. So brilliant for garment making. Amazing for backing your quilts. No joins, no seams. Really lovely finish. And to be honest, I mean, that would look fabulous. Just getting enough to kind of do the length of your bed and putting that on the front and the back. Duvet cover. You don't have to cut it up and make a quilt. It's just beautiful. Beautiful. Perfect for the season. £11.99. Brilliant value for money. You're liking that one a lot, and I don't blame you. Don't blame you. Especially if you like that fabric and you can stretch to that, then having that extra width gives you more opportunity, doesn't it? So, similar sort of idea that we've got with the collage as well. So let me just fold that one up. So this is going to be a popular one. In fact, I think it already is. You found this one. So it's a collage, similar sort of idea. So it's a little, well, it's double the width and some. 2.74 metres. So yeah, I folded it in half. And I'm literally just stretching it as far as I can. So it's double the width. You've got it on the back as well. So, yeah. And again, cut to order. So you've got 1/2 metre increments for £11.99. Again, that would make a lovely quilt cover, wouldn't it? Just a simple pocket duvet. What a beautiful start to the day. I couldn't agree more. Absolutely gorgeous fabrics. Beautiful fabrics. And this is the Dan Morris collection. I think it's one of the latest releases from him. And it's beautiful. I mean, here you've got little postcards and little kind of adverts. I mean, how sweet is that? That is beautiful. Little kind of letters there as well. I love it. Donna, good morning, my lovely. How are you doing? Nice to see you. Just want to say how fabulous I think your binding tool is. Oh, bless you. That's a different show. That's a different show. It's the only binding tool which works. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. And lots of Rachel's thinking, what on earth is she talking about? You'll have to come in more often, Rachel, and then you will know. Rachel is our guest producer for the hour. Oh, it's lovely. It's lovely having spending the morning with her. So there you go. Isn't that pretty? We're liking that one. We are liking it. And so many different fabrics that you could pick out. Beautiful. Right, Hayley, step away from the birds now. We've got to move on to something else. I'm a little bit sad about that, but we do. We've got lots of other things to share with you. So that was part of that bundle. That was that, that was that, that was that. Right, where are we going next? Right, the birdsong complimentary. So is that this one with the planes? That would make sense. So these, now we've got all of these together. Gorgeous. So every so I'm going to bring this one in to show you. So this is the birds, the tossed birds cream. I'm going to bring that in, and this is why this bundle has been chosen. Say no more. Don't need to say anything, do I? Absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect colourways to go with that. Again, it might be that you've gone for the tossed birds blue, or you've got it in your bundle. Still goes. Still goes. All of those colours. All of those colours. And of course the panels themselves, if you've gone for the panels, maybe that's your own little bundle that you've made. You've gone for the panel and you're going to go for the complementary fabrics. Again, doesn't matter which of those bird images you're using, these fabrics are going to complement it perfectly. So what have we got for you? Well, we've got a 2 metre bundle. You've got 3 where you've kind of got your smooth fabrics, as it will. This one's got a bit of texture. It's almost like a linen look to it. Can you see that? With the weave in there, which I like. Beautifully soft. Beautifully soft. And again, pre-cut. So you can get ½ metre of each one of those. Shall I hold one of them up to show you? I don't know if they're all exactly the same width. I'll hold up this gorgeous kind of lime green. It's making my mouth water, this one. Oh, look at that. That's gorgeous fabric. That is beautiful. Good size piece with that one. And then the others, let's have a quick look at those to see. I think they're going to be the rose hubble that we're used to, which we love. This is something that we do. If ever you're looking for plain fabrics, do check out the website, because obviously we put bundles together on occasions like today. Oops, there you go. But again, if you want pinks and purples, you go and have a look on the website. There's a whole array of colours that are available. Beautiful. So those are going to be your other 3. So I think the lime one, yeah, the lime one was larger, wasn't it? Extra wider one, that one. So that's going to be about 60 wide. It's gorgeous. Nice, happy. We're in kind of happy mode, aren't we? A bit of sunshine makes all the difference, doesn't it? Only has to be a day or 2. Not so much so we get fed up of it, because we'll all be moaning, won't we? A few weeks' time. It's too hot. Too hot. I know what we're like. But that's pretty. So lovely creamy colours as well. The lemon in there. That gorgeous kind of ivory cream colour. That beautiful pale blue. All coming together. And as I mentioned, if you have just joined us, these have been put together to work with the Dan Morris Birdsong collection. And we've got these panels available, as well as bundles, as well as the individual. So that's why you need this to eke out that. It's a clever way of maximising the use of your feature fabrics. So there you go. If you like the idea of getting hold of those, then we've got them as a bundle. But you might think, well, actually, I want more of that one, or more of that one, or I want to make my own bundle. So let's start off with, now the vanilla, I think, is that one. So let me just double check, ending J10. It is indeed. So there you go. Gorgeous colour. Vanilla ice cream. Oh, beautiful. Oh, I love an ice cream. Love an ice cream. So there you go. Beautiful. Vanilla. It's an easy one, isn't it? A little bit more rich maybe than a white or an ivory, but not quite as yellow as a cream. Sometimes can be quite cream. Chartreuse. Chartreuse is a green. So there you go. Chartreuse. There you go. And then you've got that linen look there as well. So yeah. It's like a posh green. Chartreuse. It's one that often comes up, I think, in the art world when looking at colours of paints and things like that. But yeah, it's a new one on there, Rachel, bless her. There you go. It's your word for the day. That is your challenge now, to use chartreuse in your general conversation as much as you can today. She's going to go off looking for chartreuse opportunities. But you've got the opportunity. $3.99, is that all that we're paying for that? All of a sudden she likes it because she's heard that it's a liqueur. It's 8:30 in the morning, my goodness, Rachel. So there you go. Just to refresh your memory, this is the one that's a little wider than the others. So for $3.99 a half metre, this is one of those fabrics that I call just in case. Just in case you need it, get yourself a metre or a half metre. Beautiful, beautiful. Chartreuse. There you go. If you like the look of that one, pop it into your basket. It's a popular one. We've got good quantities of this one at the moment. But if people are ordering the multiples, which they do tend to do when we've got prices like that, then it will disappear quickly. So there we go. So we've done the vanilla, we've done the chartreuse. Let's go the lemon. Now, I'm not sure about the powder blue. I don't have a number for the powder blue to share with you at the moment. So lemon is going to be the last one in this bundle to share with you just for the time being. So there we go. That is your lemon. And while you are having a little look at the lemon, I'm going to have a look to see if I've got a label on the blue. And I do. UHLJ30, if that's any help. Don't know if we've got any stock of that one. So beautiful. That is a really nice one as well, isn't it? It's a richer kind of creamy yellow, but not kind of in your face, not a sickly yellow. Beautiful, love it. So there you go. Nice bundle or nice individuals. You decide. You decide. But there we go. So there we go. So where should we go next? Where should we go? Bird. Oh, the clasps. Oh, these are so cute. Oh, yes, I've forgotten all about these, but these are adorable. Look at these now. They are individual, so I will go through them individually. But how clever are these if you're into your bag making? So you've got your opening and your close with that. And they just go in the same way as we used to, with your little kind of pins that go through your fabric, and then you've got your securing element there as well. So that's going to come off and obviously secure them in place. But how amazing are these? So we have got your silver tone. Really good size. They're really going to be a feature element, aren't they? So that one is your silver tone, 7 centimetres by 3 centimetres, $4.99, absolute bargain. That's like a designer touch, isn't it, to a bag? Don't think I've ever seen these before. Like that one. Where should we go next? Let's go for the gold tone. So the gold tone again, depends on the fabric that you're working with, but gold, silver, very easy to work with on both occasions. But again, it's not a brassy gold. It's a nice quality. Classy, not brassy. That's the thing, isn't it? And you've got the etched detail for the eye, and because you've kind of got the double layers, it's just, I don't know, it's just beautiful. Really clever idea. And you've just got that little swivel clasp there. So, of course, attaching one half to your bag flap, one half to your bag body, and there you go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Love it. And then the last one that we've got for you is this antique kind of bronze tone, which is lovely. It's almost like a brush metal look, isn't it? That is gorgeous. It shows off that detail even more so, doesn't it, with that etched detail? Beautiful. Oh, we've got people watching from Florida as well. It must be the middle of the night in Florida. It must be like 3 o'clock in the morning, something like that, isn't it? You don't want to miss out on a bargain. I get that. I get that. And, of course, if you are watching internationally, of course, you can shop with us as well. Same feature with regards to your post and packing. 1 feet covers your whole day. So definitely want to go for. It's gorgeous. I'd go for all 3 of those. They're beautiful. So who we've got here? We have got, somebody's in Bude. Oh, I love Bude. Love Bude. We have Heading down to Bude later in the summer. Good morning, Hayley. Feeling blessed watching from holiday in Bude. Oh, lovely. And enjoying this gorgeous fabric. A rest day today with sewing. You and a sea view. Oh, do you know what today was meant to be like? You know when you set aside days and it's like, I'm going to sew because I've got so much to do. And then I got the message last night and literally I was just distracted. So Hayley, bless her, are you available tomorrow? Yes. It's like, sewing, I'll be up till midnight sewing now. That's fine. I'd rather be here. Look, that's beautiful. So there you go. Our lovely little bird clasps. I'll bring them all 3 in. They're all available on the website. You've got your silver tone, you've got your gold tone, and you've got that gorgeous bronze as well. Beautiful. Fabulous, fabulous idea as well. So there you go. If you like the look of those, I'll keep you updated of those as well. Right, let's pop that there. So, Clearbury down. Is that this one here that we've got? Ooh, this is a nice one. This is nice as well. Now, this is a collection, so we've got all of these coming to you. And it's like we're going on a... Do you know, this reminds me of, was it Farthing Wood? Was that a thing? A kid's story, Farthing Wood. I might be making it up. I'm sure it's called something along those lines. Probably got the wrong words. There was wood in the title anyway, I'm sure. Farthing, as in like a coin, farthing. It's my Brummie accent, I'm sorry, I should come with subtitles. It was a thing, wasn't it? It was a thing, yeah. Becky's nodding vigorously in the corner of the studio. So anyway, we digress. So this is from Lewis and Irene, Clearbury Down. Oh, I wonder if that's an actual place. But these are the kind of creatures and the elements that you'd probably find there, to be fair. 4 metre bundle, beautiful fabrics throughout, again featuring your birds, featuring your wildlife, and again featuring absolutely exquisite artwork, little foxes in there and deer and stags, absolutely gorgeous. Now, it is a 4 metre bundle. You've got 8 pieces of fabric, so ½ metre of each of them, and they are beautiful. The quality is incredible. Absolutely beautiful. This is a nice one. You've kind of got two different colour backdrops. Oh, we've only got 7 left. We've got distracted with Google Earth then, looking for different woods. So, right. Now, let's go through them individually as well for you, because we have got them individually. So if you want them as a bundle, you've only got 7 opportunities to do so. You'll get all 8 pieces, giving you 4 metres in total. But if you want a longer cut, then this is the way to do it. So we'll work our way through these as well. So we've got a border fabric. Oh, I didn't notice a border fabric in there. Which one's it ending? 86, L86, L86. I've got a number on that one, 92, 31. None of these are striking me as borders. Is that this one? Stop the clock, I found it. Turned into Annika Rice. It's this one. So if you imagine that bundle is separate to what I'm showing you. So you've got those 8 fabrics. So those 8 fabrics complement this border. So do you remember how we had the panels with the different pieces that were complementing the other border? Well, this one, you're going to love this. You are going to love this. This is so cute. I don't know why I do that for your voice when it goes cute, but you ready? Look at this. Now, this is a double-ended border. I'm actually going to hold it in half because it's easier for me to show you. So you have got that panel. I told you it was cute, didn't I? Told you it's beautiful. Now, it is a double-ended panel from selvage to selvage. So if I flip that round, you will have another one of those on the opposite side. We've got 23 opportunities. That is so sweet. It's like a proper story, isn't it? When you have a look at you'll see in the little owl. I didn't notice the owl in the tree first time round. You've got the little hares, you've got the little foxette, and of course all of the floral, and down in the border at the bottom, the little rabbits in there as well. All of those florals and the bumblebees and everything featuring within that fabric bundle that we showed you just a few moments ago. So if you can stretch to the 2, then definitely definitely go for both because you are going to be able to maximise these. So that is your book, $7.99. I mean, what's not to love about that for $7.99? That is beautiful. Right, so now we're going to go through them individually, those fabrics in the bundle. So I would be shopping for both together if you can. I'll keep you updated on that. That's not going to be hanging around. That's, yeah, we haven't got much of that one at all. So which one are we looking at first? Ending 98. 98, that's this one then. So XG, there we go. So that's this one. See, the construction of this one, it gives me kind of William Morris vibes, the way that it kind of almost got these little elements in here as well. Oh, we've got some lovely comments coming. I keep forgetting about social media and Facebook. Stefania, good morning, my darling. Good morning, Hayley. Looking lovely today. Oh, thank you. You've had your hair done. Oh, no, you had your nails done and love the new hairstyle. I haven't had my hair. My hair needs cutting. So I'm booked in for next week or the week after. But thank you. I'll take it. I'll take it. And Karen as well. It was called Animals of Farthing Wood. Thank you. Thank you, Karen. I knew I wasn't going bonkers. Love those fabrics. You and me both. And everybody else, to be fair. They're beautiful. And again, I love fabrics like this because you think about those solids we were talking about earlier on. I know they're not designed to actually go with this particular bundle, but you can bring in any solids from your stash and you will find them working because you've got the yellows in there, you've got the pale blues in there as well, you've got those kind of vanilla tones. So anything that you've got in your stash, you will be picking out those colours very, very easily. So that one, $7.99 half metre. And you'll find that that's going to be the kind of price point for each one of these. So it's just giving you the individuals to start with. So that one is that one. Which one are we ending? 59? L59. Dark blue. That's this one? Oh, this is one where you've got the little birds in flight as well, which is cute. I'm only opening it up halfway. It's the full width. But again, beautiful. Beautiful. Really pretty, really pretty. I mean, educational as well, isn't it? But yeah, I just think lovely for, well, anything, to be honest. Picnic sets and all sorts. You can do some lovely things with those. Now, we've got your creatures, sky blue. So this is the one where you've got all the little animals that we saw in the trees, or it was the owl in the trees, wasn't it? And, of course, you've got the deer and the little rabbits and everything else. So that's this one in sky blue. We've got a couple of different options with this one. So I'll give you the sky blue one to start with. And then we've got like a lovely soft green as well. Again, non-directional, so you don't have to worry about where your pattern pieces are going or when you're doing your cuts. And nice little pieces. So if you were thinking about, say, I don't know, a 3-inch patch or something like that, you've got a good amount of content within that area. If I bring in the quilting rule, you'll see what I mean. So if you're doing just a small patch, you've still got a lot of content in there. So it's not like obviously you're going to cut off little bits of the animals, but you can still see a whole animal in there. And also as well, because it is a small repeat, let's have a look at it, see if we could use it as a binding as well. Because I think you could quite easily, if you've got a binding on there, you would still recognise that there are animals and birds and things on there as well. So, yeah. Nice, like it. So that one is the sky blue version. Details on your screen, $7.99 a half metre. If you're wanting to go for multiples, then obviously it's being cut together. So we're going to go down the dark blue with which is the flowers. It almost looks like, oh gosh, what's the type of flower that's reminding me of? Well, it's like a blossom. It's not a hyacinth, I can't think. I love that. I love Rachel, bless her. She was like, as if she was having a proper think, and then she got bored and she said, no, I honestly don't know. That's fine, don't worry, it's okay. And they're gorgeous. Oh, we're getting lots of memories now about Farthing Wood friends. Jill, yeah, it was an animation, yeah. But it probably looks really old-fashioned nowadays because times move on, don't they, with animation. But I remember showing, putting, I think it was the Flumps that I used to watch as a kid, and I showed my children probably 15 years ago, and they went, oh, right, yeah. It was like that. It just looked so old-fashioned. But there we go. Oh, I remember Button Moon as well, yes. I do remember Button Moon. We were easily pleased, weren't we, way back? Right. Where are we going next, Rachel? Duck egg, that'll be that one. And that is the one with the little animals again. So, again, the sky blue. Have we only got 15 minutes left? Oh, my goodness. Well, I've been waffling on for so long. I do apologise. So, there you go. That's why I'm not here very often. So, that's your duck egg. So, that is that one, which is lovely. Which one should we go next? Wild Thyme. Oh, is it that one? So that's what it's Wild Thyme, as in the herb. So that's the flowers on the herb. So there you go. Because we're quite used to the kind of the leaves, aren't we, with thyme? But yeah, it has flowers on there, yeah. There you go. So that's a pretty one as well, isn't it? Rachel's head's going to be bursting. She just said, I've learnt loads of stuff today. Always in education here at Sewing Street. So there you go. So that is your Wild Thyme. Beautiful, on natural. So it was Wild Thyme that we saw previously. On blue, wasn't it? So Wild Meadow with birds, did you say? With bees. Oh, that'll be that one then. Bees. Pretty pink one. And again, on some of the panels, you might not have noticed, but there were little kind of bumblebees there dotted around. Is that gorgeous? Love it. Really pretty. So that one, let's pop that one aside. I love this. We're getting all these memories coming through on Facebook about TV. And then the last one we've got, have we mentioned this one, Rachel? Just so as we complete them all, just in case. Have we got this one ending 5-6? Have we not? Oh, maybe that one's not available. Okay. But that one is part of the bundle as well that we were chatting about. So move that to the side. It looked so pretty before I got my mitts on it. Look at it. All folded the wrong way now, but never mind. So, now bird cushions. Oh, these are this one. Ooh. Oh, I don't know. I've got all sorts now. The cushions. Oh, the shaped ones. I do apologise. It's these little felt ones, isn't it? These are really cute. No, they are cushions. I'd forgotten. In my head, when I think of cushions, I think square for some reason, but these are beautiful applique. Look at these, and we've got a series of these. So we've got numbers 1, 2, and 3 here. Lovely Alison Reed coming up with these fabulous projects. You've got all your pieces in there as well. So full instructions explained to you. But in addition to your pattern, oh, is it just the instructions by itself to start with? There you go. So I think it's just the instructions on its own. So if you like the idea of this is going to give you all of the construction, how you do your applique, and obviously your illustration there so you know what you're going to achieve. So that's a pattern by itself. And we've got it as a bundle as well. So we've also got, the cockatoo. That's, is that cockatoo? Oh, gosh. Is that a cockatoo? I don't know. Is that a cockatoo? I'll go with that then. If it's the same pattern, then we'll go for that one. And then you've got your felt. So you've got 9 pieces of felt that are 9 inches square, which are going to be these ones here. Lovely. Beautiful. It's nice, isn't it? Look at all of those there. And then you've got your 2 longer pieces there. I'm guessing those are kind of going to be your base pieces or your back pieces. All will become clear when you look at the instructions. $17.99 for the big bundle. Then we have got the robins. Is that the same one there? I've got the same picture on all of these. So this one I've got the same, but different. Is that the same bundle? That's a different bundle. That's like a yellow base on this occasion. So rather than green, you've got a yellow base. There's a neutral in there. Oh, do you know what I think it is? Bing! Light bulb. When you look at the base fabric, so that is creating that bird. So that is the bundle for creating that bird, potentially. Then the green is the base for creating that bird, I think. You see the robin? Could be a robin, yeah. And then we've got one final bundle where there's a lot of yellow as a base. A parrot. So is that going to be that one? Okie doke. So there you go. All your different bundles. depending on which one you're wanting to make. So again, all detailed on the website, £17.99 each one of those. So yeah. Oh, that's come out of one of those bundles as well. I don't know which one that came out of, sorry. Oops. Right, quick question. Can you tell me how the other half of the clasp fits? Of course I can. Let me get them. So you are referring, who is this? Suzanne. You're referring to these lovely bird clasps. So we've got your silver tone, which is this one here. So you've got two parts. So you've got the bird itself, which would go on your flap. Now, I've not actually worked with these. They've got little screws on the back, though. So I think what you're potentially going to be doing is unscrewing those, and you would have one on the front and one on the back of your flap of your fabric. Okay, so that's kind of going to... If you imagine you've got a piece of fabric feeding through there. So say that is the corner of your bag, of the flap. That would basically be sandwiched. You'd have that on the front, you'd unscrew those, and you would have them on the back. So you might have to make a couple of little holes there to feed those little prongs through. So that would attach it to your bag flap. And then on the main body of your bag, you would have this piece which attaches in the same way as many of us have used magnetic clasps in the past. So you've got your little prongs there that would feed through, and that would kind of push in together. And that's your clasp on your bag. So then the two would come together, and then you twist it, and it locks in place. Like so. So yes, you need to unscrew that, mark the little holes, pop your fabric through there. You'll need to cut a little hole, because obviously that needs to have your fabric, needs to go through the fabric. So you'll have to use that as a marking point and cut out a little bit of fabric. But it's very forgiving, because you've got that open area there. You've got, well, in fact, you've got the whole body of the bird, really, haven't you? But it'd just kind of be that little area there that you'd make a hole, and then that would feed through from underneath. If that makes sense. I think that's the way. I haven't got instructions for them. So as a sewer, looking at that, that's how I would do them. Obviously, I'm not a huge follower of rules, and if you're not, you can do them whichever way you like. But don't forget, we've got the silver tone, we've got the gold tone, and we have got the fabulous kind of bronzy tone with that one as well. I love that. So I'm going to move those to the side, because it's been very much a bird-themed morning. So I'm going to go back to the first item that I shared with you, because you've loved it. So have I got all of the components there? It was 4 pieces of fabric, wasn't it? I've lost one. Oh, there we go. So we've only got 12 opportunities. A lot of these have sold. So this is the Dan Morris Collection Bird Song. It's a new release, I believe, a few months back. First time I think we've seen it here on Sewing Street, and you've loved it. So you've got 5 pieces of fabric. The first piece is this piece here, which is just shy of 1 metre in length, giving you 16 squares. Now, the squares themselves are just shy of 8 inches. I think they were 7 7/8 inches square when I measured them. So perfect as kind of quilt block centres, or, I mean, you can create whatever you like with these. I mean, if you actually go to the website for the fabric, you'll get all sorts of ideas and inspiration. So that's really pretty. You use them for bags, panels and all sorts, couldn't you? So that is the main. We have got all of these components available individually as well. So if you do want to go for the panel by itself, there you go. The details are on your screen, $14.99. But it comes in the bundle that we were just talking about, which is $45. Now, if you want them individually, or you want an extra set, we've only got 9 chances for you to get hold of that one now. So the tossed birds in cream, was that the next one that we looked at? I can't remember. We'll do that one next. So these are 1/2 metre pieces. When it's in the bundle, you've got a 1/2 metre piece, but if you want to shop for it individually, then use the details that are on your screen, and you can go for whatever cut you like. Just increase the quantities. So 2 would be a full metre. You know how it works here. I love this. Stefania is referring to the flumps now, their little knitted hats. They did indeed have knitted hats. Oh, Rachel, you haven't lived if you haven't watched the flumps. You need to go back and look those up. So those are your tossed birds in cream. We did the tossed birds in blue as well. That beautiful. It's like an ocean blue, isn't it gorgeous? Beautiful. So they were like fluffy pom-poms with little woolly hats. Oh, Rachel's killing herself laughing now. 19 opportunities for you to get hold of this. If you're wanting to go for your multiples, be even speedier, because that quantity will diminish so quickly. And it is. So you're going to get that in the bundle as well. All of these 4 fabrics that I'm sharing with you are in that complete bundle as well. So the Flowers Light, is this the one that's got the watering cans on? Yeah, that's this one. So there we go. So again, this is a half of the width, and you've got your feature pieces as I spoke of as well. $7.99. So again, if you're wanting to go for this as a ½ metre piece, the details are on your screen, but it is within the bundle. So there you go. That is that beautiful birds and flowers. I'm chuckling to myself now. Rachel does remember the flum. She's thinking, you're very tuneful, I have to say. She's playing her trumpet just like the flumps did. So there you go. There's that one as your ½ metre piece. And then the light fabric that you've got, which is that beautiful collage one. And this one, again, is available as a ½ metre. Again, it's in that bundle that we've been chatting about as a ½ metre. But if you want your larger cuts, the details are on your screen for that. So beautiful. I think that one's one of my favourites. I do love a collage print, I must admit. So if you like the idea of all 4 of those fabrics and the panel, then the most economical way to shop for it is to go as the bundle, because you're actually saving a £5. So it would make sense to do so, because you can get all of those feature in there, and then that gorgeous 16 square panel as well. Brilliant value for money. Lots of you like the look of that particular one. So yes, you'll find that one on the website if you're wanting to take advantage of that one as well. There's loads of other things that we've not had a chance to cover, so do jump onto the website if you like the idea of doing things like your bird stop, and we've got other kits that are available. I'm not going to get a chance to share those with you, but what I do want to share with you is your early bird, because if you joined us at 8 o'clock this morning, you will know that our fabulous early bird was your joining tape, your batting seam tape. If you're wondering how this works, basically it's a way of you using up all those scraps of batting or wadding that you've got. So you'll take 2 pieces of, it could be strips, or make sure you've got straight edges. So get your rotary cutter, nice straight edge, put them together like so, and then your 4 centimetre wide tape has got a kind of a rough side, which is where you've got your adhesive. Place that down so the smooth side is facing up. Use your hot iron, press it down, and that will fuse the 2 pieces of fabric or the 2 pieces of batting together, or wadding, and it means that you're turning those scraps into a usable piece. Brilliant addition to any sewing room, and if you've not given it a go, then do go for it as an early bird, because you've got cheeky little saving, bringing it down to $8.99. That's available for the rest of the day if stock permits. I'm going to be with you straight after the break with a lovely Becky with some fabulous news about something that is back in stock, which I know you are going to love. So I'll see you the other side of this. Bye for now.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm the soft craft expert for Crafter's Companion. I come from London and I've been sewing pretty much all my life. I particularly enjoy doing embroidery. I'm really keen on that, but my background is dressmaking and also sort of patchwork and quilting. So I do an awful lot of sewing for all sorts of different things. I suppose once you start sewing, you start doing lots of other kinds of sewing. So particularly got into needlepoint during lockdown, but I suppose embroidery is probably my real passion. My mum was a costume designer, so we were always sort of surrounded by bits of fabric and material and ribbons and that kind of thing. And I was always making teddies and my dolls' clothes as a small child. So it was just something that was quite natural. And in fact, I've got so used to being able to sew, it's just become a natural sort of part of what I do. I'm always fiddling around with fabric, as my husband puts it, making something new, trying something out. Always measure twice, cut once. I'm a great one for not doing that, and I always regret it. And making sure that you've got an iron to hand is really important. I use a tiny little, sort of almost like a travel iron that I have right next to my desk when I'm working, so it doesn't take up too much space.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Hello there and welcome back to Sewing Street for our second live hour of the day. And my guest for today, this hour and in an hour's, well, yeah, not an hour's time, 2 hours' time, is the lovely Becky. It's not often I refer to your next hour so early on in the day, but yeah, it'll be 2 hours.
Well, it was so early for me. When I actually did my social media thing, I put the wrong time.
Oh, no.
So I'm on an hour earlier than I've told everybody, but I don't think that matters, does it? It's early in the morning.
They'll find you, they'll track you down, don't you worry. Now, it's been quite a while since I've worked with you, Becky, so very much looking forward to today.
Good.
And also as well, because we have got something that we didn't think we were going to be able to bring to you again, an amazing deal on the Gemini, which is fabulous, the Gemini 2, should I say, which is brilliant for us sewers out there. And if you missed out on this deal previously, thankfully, we kind of begged and begged and begged. Now, we don't have as many as we had available when Sarah was here, but we have got the same deal that we saw previously. So some of you I know missed out and were very disappointed, so we wanted to try and get that back for you, so we have, but not as many as previously. And this is an amazing deal with the Gemini too, I have to say.
Yeah. And it really is a workhorse, you know, and it's one of those machines that you will I didn't know I needed a die cutting machine until I got one, and I realised how much easier life was with one. It really is a superb machine. That I love it.
Now, before you take us through that, can I show what we're getting extra? Because you're going to get your Gemini 2 machine at a fabulous price, not the price that's on your screen at the moment, but in addition to what you usually get within the box, you are going to get all of these goodies. So included a bumper bundle, including dies to help you maybe with your first quilted project. So you're going to get extra cutting plates. You're also going to get your little swivelly thing that you can attach to the bottom of your machine should you so choose. And you've got a bumper bundle. Now, usually you would be paying £298.95. But if you watched previously, you will know not only will you have your split pay on this one, but you've also got an amazing deal price. So details are on the screen. If you fancy getting involved, then you can do OV2056. And the deal price is the price that you would usually be paying for the machine by itself. So you are getting all of what I am holding here as extras, which is a brilliant starter set for you if you are looking at the Gemini 2. So £199.99. Today, all you need to pay is £66.66, along with your post and packing if you've not shopped with us already today, and you will get a big bundle ready to craft with the moment it arrives. This is a fabulous deal.
It really is. I was very surprised when that dropped. That's dropped up a huge amount, hasn't it?
Absolutely.
It's a massive saving.
And I mean, it's the machine itself is worth every single penny of that price on your screen. But it's nice that we're getting a bit of a bonus.
Absolutely. I mean, who doesn't like something for nothing? It's always good, isn't it?
So tell me about the machine. Why do we need this in our sewing room?
So if you've already had a Gemini, original Gemini, this has got the same amount of pressure. We can't add any more pressure into the machine than we had originally, but it's sleeker, it's faster, and it's quieter, and it's got some refinements in there. So if I show you what the machine looks like, so it takes up less space than the original one. But if I open up here, you've got these two kind of shelves, one at the rear and one at the front, with a little tiny kind of storage place for you to pop your tools or chocolate. I feel that whenever you craft, you should have some chocolate with you. So this is great for a family-sized bar of chocolate just here. Up here, you've got a media stand. So you can pop your tablet or your phone up here and be crafting away, maybe watching a video whilst you're crafting. You've got the same buttons up here as we've had before. So we have an on-off button. We also have a pause and a play button, and we have a reverse button. So if you're using your Gemini and you're just going to be using a very small die at the very top of your plate, you can put it through, stop it, and then push it back again, just to save the couple of seconds it's going to take for it to go through your machine. Now, if I turn it round to the back, you've got this other tray here. Now, if you've had the original Gemini, you'll know that when you put your plates through, you had to be quick to grab those plates before they fell on the floor. You're not going to have to worry about that. And of course, we've given you another little storage place for more chocolate. Obviously, you can put sewing items or other bits and pieces in there, but I like to think we've got chocolate. Now, down here, we've got 3 USB ports. I thought 3 was excessive. I thought, well, you don't need 3. You only need 1 because you might be charging your tablet. But of course, you could be charging your tablet, your phone, and perhaps you might have some lighting that you want to charge here. And it will just save having all of those cables all around. Now, I'm moving it around because we've actually got these easy slide feet, and these come automatically with the machine. And so they're just like these little spinny, well, not spinny feet, little movable feet. And Leanne had a sofa that had these, and that's what she decided she should put on the Gemini. So the idea being, we all work in very small places, but you could pop your machine to the corner, and then when you come to use it, you can just easily spin it out. Now, you also, in the bundle, get the Lazy Susan, the turntable, to put on the underside of the machine. This only goes in the Gemini 2, so if you've got an original Gemini, please don't buy this and try and screw it in. Actually, here, you've got those little holes. You can see it's already been pre-drilled. You also got a little screwdriver in there to put everything together. So if you want something that can just spin around like a Lazy Susan, you can absolutely do that. So the whole idea is that this is a better machine because it's quieter and because it's faster. And you can cut so many different things with it. You can cut fabric, you can cut cork, you could cut leather, and we're talking about upholstery leather, you can cut card, sort of thin chipboard kind of stuff. there's loads and loads of different things you can cut with this. So don't think it's just a machine for just cutting your fabric. You'll be able to use it for a whole myriad of different things. And there's so much education on our website to show you exactly how to use the machine. It's a fantastic machine.
I love it. It's going to be a time saver. It's like having, I always refer, it's just like having somebody that you would usually say, oh, could you just cut that out for me?
Yeah.
Because the machine will do that for you. And of course, the bundle that we've got for you not only includes that Lazy Susan element that Becky showed us through, you've also got this fabulous array of dies that are going to help you create your blocks. Now, you've got a variety of different sizes, 6, 8, 9 and 12 inches with regards to the patchwork blocks that you can be able to create using the dies, and it's got everything for you to create your bay leaf quilt block. So all there in a fabulous box, part of the build block range, which I'm sure you will check out as well. We've got more dies coming up in a little while as well, and you've also got additional cutting plates. Now, these are included within the machine, but it's always good to have extras ready to go should you need them. So all in all, it is a phenomenal bundle that you are going to be able to create some amazing pieces. And that actual table runner could be a table runner, it could be a quilt, it could be just one block in a cushion.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think with the, like you'll know, if you've ever seen any of our builder blocks before, they will allow people to do designs that perhaps they wouldn't have done before. Cutting a curve is really hard, isn't it? I don't like cutting curves because I'll never be accurate, but you'll get that accuracy that you get with the builder block, and you'll be able to open up a whole different type of designs that you're going to be working with. So it's really, I can't wax lyrical enough about how great the builder blocks are.
Absolutely. Now, you've got the table runner in front of you. I mean, how amazing is that? I love it.
You see how that looks, and it will take no time at all to put that together. I mean, cutting all those pieces out, so we've got double-sided here. Oh, 5 minutes.
I love
5 minutes.
Somebody who loves her Gemini machine is Lynn. Lynn, thank you for your message. Love my Gemini. I had another more expensive hand crank die cutter, but this is much easier on the hands. A fab deal today. Put your teeth back in. Absolutely, couldn't agree more. And of course, we've got a fabulous bundle, but we've got dies coming up. I'm not going to show you the details of these yet, but I think the situations like this that can really take the time when you're cutting out your applique pieces, when you have got dies that will allow you to do that, that is when the Gemini 2 really does come into its own.
Absolutely, yeah. Like you say, it's having a great assistant for you, isn't it? Definitely.
There you go. So if you like the idea, then the details are on your screen. I know lots of you shopping for this already. Brilliant deal. We don't know how long we're able to bring the deal to you, but as I mentioned, we've managed to secure more stock, not as much as we had last time. So if you do want to take advantage, please do not dilly-dally. Make sure you're getting hold of it as soon as you can. And of course, those fabulous dies that you are getting from the builder block range that are in here gives you lots of different possibilities and opportunities. It's not just creating the block as you saw on the table runner that Becky just shared with us. You will find all sorts of creative opportunities with this. Details are on your screen, OV2056. You've got your three-way split on this one. £66.66 is your investment today. And month's time, the next payment, and a month after that, the final payment, just one P&P, and that will be shipped to you today, on its way to you as well. So definitely one to go for. I love this. Sarah's got 4 Geminis. Not entirely sure. Whether you've got a bit of a relay team going on, I don't know.
Maybe different sizes. We have different types of Geminis.
That'll be it.
So small ones that are hand cranked.
Perfect.
You might have the Pro, which is a massive one. But wow, that's quite impressive. 4 Geminis. I don't think I've even got 4 Geminis.
There you go. But it's quite right. Sometimes you might just have a small one there and do little pieces or whatever. But I know when I started looking for a die cutting machine, I was asking for advice. People said, go for the largest size that you can afford. Because the thing is, with little dies like these, yes, you could be using those on your small machine. But if you're wanting to do something on a larger scale, it would mean you buying another die cutting machine.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with you there. Yeah, definitely worth doing. Although a lot of us seem to have the small one attached to the top of our original Gemini. We also seem to have a mini one just for the odd little tiny thing.
Yes.
Because somewhere along the line, the 9 seconds it takes for it to go through the machine seems like too long.
And of course, the beauty is you can layer up your fabric as well, can't you?
You can.
So if you kind of think about how the construction of your block is going to take place, you can actually put your fabrics, face them together, so as when they cut, you can literally take them from the cutting machine straight to your sewing machine.
Yeah, absolutely. And it makes everything so much quicker. It cuts up to 8 layers of crafting cotton. So you can really, you can put together a quilt in no time at all.
And that's the bit that we enjoy, isn't it?
Yeah.
We enjoy the sewing, the construction.
Yeah, I don't like the cutting.
I get a bit stressed out with the cutting, I have to say, because if you do it wrong, that's it. You can find yourself having to buy more fabric. So with the dies, it's going to make life so much easier. Leave those details with you on your screen. Lots of you shopping for that. So, yeah, do keep checking your basket out because I don't want you missing out on that deal for a second time if you missed out on it last time. So where are we going next? The pattern guide. Now, these are slightly different because these are pattern guides that you'll be using for your free motion work. So the idea is you will have a special foot, and we've got the feet that are available as well. So if you need your high shank or your low shank, we will have those available here. So you'll be able to utilise those to actually pop the foot within the channel that you've got with these. And you can see you've got a vast array of different patterns here, giving you all sorts of kind of different creative scopes. I mean, some of them, when you look at them, you don't always know what they're going to result in.
Especially that one there. There's one there that's like the 6-in-1, and it's got so many different types of things.
Yeah, I mean, what do these bits do? Love it. Now, the beauty is you have actually got a little guide that goes down the side to give you a little kind of insight. So you've got, hold on, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 different ways that these different rules, and I'm sure there'll be ones that you invent yourself as well. Now, if you like the look of these, all 5 of them are coming together with a fabulous deal. I'm going to move those out the side because it doesn't include the foot, although the feet are available. $28.99 for 24 different styles of free motion work. My goodness, that's a deal to be had. And Becky, you've got all sorts of gorgeous finished samples.
I've got a few finished samples here. Now, they're all jumbled up, but just to give you an idea of the type of thing that you can be doing with them. It's going to be allowing you to be able to create some designs that previously you would have needed a long arm quilting machine, but you can change your own sewing machine to be able to do these types of things. Now, all I would say is practice. That's the biggest thing with anything. It's just practice and loosen up your shoulders before you start doing them. So do a few stretches because that's what you're going to be doing. You're going to be moving everything around like this. I feel like, no, who's that?
Like you're belly dancing almost then.
I felt like, what's the man? The comedian, just like that. I felt Tommy Cooper. Yeah, Tommy Cooper. But yeah, just keep your, warm up your shoulders before you use them and practice because it takes a little bit of time for you to get that smooth movement because we're so used to sort of pushing everything in the sewing machine like this and you want to sort of move everything around. But you will find, honestly, half an hour of practicing, you will be creating different designs like these. I mean, look at that. That kind of thing. You could just do very plain, very simple quilting and or patchwork and then create some fantastic things with this. That price is incredible. What a deduction.
Absolutely.
That really is. And there's so many different types of designs that you could be making through here. Some of these are duplicated, but you can see how you put them together. And of course, look at that one.
Wow.
You can, of course, adapt them. You know, you can change them around, but lots and lots of options that you've got here. They're really well worth popping into your crafting supplies because you're bound to need them. Now, whether you're going to be quilting on a quilt or maybe you might just want to do like a denim bag and then putting something like that on a pocket, that would be really nice and easy to do, but very, very simple and really effective.
Especially when you've got the right tools for the job.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Becky. Brilliant value for money at $28.99. And Becky there, brilliant advice. Just loosen up those shoulders. I sometimes suggest, depends on the time of day, a little glass of wine when you're doing a bit of free motion work, that can help. And if you've never done free motion work before, start off writing your name. I know it sounds a bit odd, but you're almost drawing with the needle. It's not your traditional sewing that you may be familiar with. But rest assured, you have got full guidance and instructions there to help you. And I'm sure if you go off to the Crafters Companion YouTube channel or Crafters TV, you will find loads of tuition on there as well. Just to reiterate, it's not a choice of. You could be forgiven for thinking that you've got to choose a couple of the 5 that we've got here, but you are going to get all of these with loads of different styles, as you just saw, all those different kind of patterns in there, and you've kind of got different suggestions. So you've got that piece, that template, but a variety of different ways you can use it, Becky.
Absolutely, and it's really, when you actually get the package there, you're like, gosh, I can't believe you can make that from that design. There really is so much information in there. It's really, really useful. 24 different styles that are kind of depicted on the packaging, but I know you guys, how creative you will be, and you'll come up with many more of your own as well. But for $28.99, definitely worth having a go at, especially if you want to extend your free motion skills. So there you go. Do take advantage of those. Don't forget, you will need to have your correct foot though. So check out your machine guidelines, whether you're a low or a high shank, and we have got the right foot for you, and you'll find those on the website. So yeah, go off and do your research and then come back and get it all together. They are available individually, but I will warn you, certain ones we've only got 5 of, we've only got 2 of, so if you're wanting to break down the bundle, then you can do. If you're shopping for them individually, are they individually or in pairs? We've got, set 2. Is that set off 2 or set 2? So $9.99 if you're shopping for those, so I don't know which one that includes. So 6 in 1, I think it's set 2. That's set 2 and that's set 3. So there you go. I think it's because you've got multiple designs. So you've got 6 designs in one. So that's kind of like set 2. So that on its own, $9.99. But why would you pay $9.99 for that when for $28.99 you can get all of that, including another 6 in 1 tool that you've got there. So there you go. But they are available. They're all on the website. But as I say, not huge quantities of some of those as well. So shall I pop those to one side for the time being? What shall we look at next then, Rachel? Now I did give you a sneaky peek of these. These are adorable. Now, these are things that we all aspire to create. We love our applique. I know you guys love your applique. But it can be a bit tricky because it can be quite a laborious process because, for instance, any of these characters, you've got the main body, you've got the eyes, you've got things like scales, hearts, feet. All these little components need to be traced off and cut, but not when you're working with a die. So you've got all of these. So you've actually got, where am I? 46, 56, 63 dies. Now, it's not 63 characters, because some of them have got different elements to them, but you can see here you've got 5, 10, 15 characters. So straight away the price is brilliant, but it gets even better because you're actually getting your felt. Oh, we've just got the dies. Are we going to get the felt as well? And we're going lower with the price? No way. £31.98. That is an amazing deal. It is. Do you remember fuzzy felts?
Yes.
No, fuzzy felts, if anyone doesn't remember them, they were all those little shapes and you could create your own characters, own designs.
Board.
You could do that, and you can make and sell. So you could be using that, cutting all those out, putting them in a package, selling them for £10, £20, something like that at a craft fair, or using them for decorations. Actually, they're much bigger in real life than they look in the packaging because you think they're going to be quite wee, but actually they're quite a good size.
Oh, they're on the
I've got a few here on this quilt.
Oh, wow.
You can see here. I mean, that's my hand. You can see he's quite a sizable shape. Here, but I think they are absolutely gorgeous. And of course, whilst you can make your animal look like a rabbit, he might have a unicorn's horn as well as a piggy's tail. You can really make your own animals or your own designs in there, and they're just so gorgeous. Great for making out of felt, making into a mobile for a child's bedroom. There's so many uses for these.
I love it. So, if you like the idea of getting hold of these, brilliant for little gift bags, bunting. I mean, they'd fit beautifully on bunting in a little child's room as well. You've got 3 different sets of dies. So you've got your dies for your farm friends. So you can see there you've got your cow featuring here, your little dog, your pig, horse there. You can see you've got your little lamb there as well. Absolutely cute, so cute. At the zoo, so we've got things like lions and tigers and bears and all of those featuring there, which is lovely. And then the last one that you've got are your animal friends with things like your little dogs and your cats and your unicorns. I love the frog as well. That's fabulous. And the little fox. You could put those just on little baby grows and sell those very easily.
If you've got a kids' party and you're in a team, you could give them the T-shirt with a different animal on it, and then that's a gift for them to take away.
I love it.
There's so many things you could do.
We've only got 5 opportunities now for you to take advantage
Wow.
of this. So yeah, they have flown out. And that is with the bundle of felt there as well. So straight away, you've got all those colours. So the minute this arrives, as long as you've got your die cutting machine, you are good to go. So please be quick with regards to that one. So yeah, that's going to sell out. So I'm going to move on for that. Now, Sylvia has messaged in, so I'm just going to move that to the side. Sylvia, what's your question, my lovely? Can I use a Janome foot with the quilting plates? Oh, I don't know. These, I'll bring the feet in just so you can have a little look at them. They look different to feet that normally come with the machine.
It depends which machine you've got. So a Brother, the free motion quilt foot is actually oval rather than circular. You need a circular foot. So it depends on your machine. I'm not sure about Janome. Which one it would be.
It needs to be quite a decent kind of thickness of the foot as well. The reason being is it's got to sit within the recess, the channel that you've got there. Yep. Now, I personally I'd order a foot anyway. Obviously, here with returns policies, you can always send them back if you need to. But the reason being is I wouldn't want to use a foot that wasn't deep enough to actually get within that channel, because it could very easily come back out of it if you're not careful. Yeah. And it's got to be the right width. That's quite a sizable width that foot needs to sit in, because if not, it's going to kind of, as you're sewing, you're going to struggle to keep it against the edge of the channel, which is what the whole idea is. Yeah. So I would say potentially you will need to get hold of it, unless it is a particular foot that is designed to work with templates. But as I say, for the price that we've got them for you, definitely worth going for. So you've got your high shank, which is the one that I've got here. Now, you'll need to check with your manufacturer's guidelines as to which is which. And it's all to do with where the screw hole is on your machine. And tends to be a case of that more modern machines are the low shank. And then kind of, if you've got the embroidery type machines, then you might find that that is a high shank. But yeah, check with your instructions. That's the best thing, isn't it? Your manufacturer.
And it will say in your guide, your manual, or if you have a look on your manufacturer's website, it will say whether it's a low shank or a high shank.
That's it. So very affordable, $9.99. To make sure that you've got the right foot, and you don't, the last thing that you want to do is have the wrong foot that can have an effect of knocking your needle or the foot against it. It can knock out your timing, it can end up with all sorts of problems. So get the right tool for the job. And then that way you know that you're looking after your machine as well. So the high shank, $9.99. Similar sort of idea with regards to the low shank. So if you're needing the low shank, there is a difference with regards to the actual formulation of them. So you can see that kind of metal piece that you've got there does vary. So the low shank has got a longer piece to accommodate for the low shank. $9.99 again. So yes, treat yourself to one of these. Check out your instructions, your manufacturer's guidelines, and then you are good to go. Rest assured, then you've got all the right tools for the job. Yeah, it's not a bad way of doing it, really. You think for $9.99, I wouldn't risk damaging my machine for that, to be fair. So there we go. So we've done a bit of a clip plique, we've done a bit of free motion. Where should we go next? Shall we have a little look at leather fabric? Have I got the leather fabric? Oh, I don't know. Oh, Rachel's ahead of herself. She's getting all excited.
She is.
She's getting all excited. Can we do a Hayley request? Because I like the look of this gorgeous peacock colour velveteen that we've got here. This is beautiful. Are we getting all of this in a bundle? Are we? I don't know. Oh, my goodness. So this is almost like a bag kit. Yeah, and more so because you've got your multimedia dies. So again, dies that are going to go in your Gemini. So it's not just about quilting and applique then?
No, not at all. There's a huge wealth of different information that you can have in here. We've got quite a few bag dies, but these make a really cool little bag. And that velvet, I say it's like snuggling with a baby hamster. It's so soft. And it doesn't stretch. You know, sometimes with you get like that pile, you have to have it one way or another. Yes. It's multi-directional, so you can use it very easily. Doesn't need a funny iron, or, you know, one of those funny ironing boards you used to get was all like pins, wasn't it, the velvet? So you can just iron on the back of that. But it is fabulous velvet and really easy to work with. But these kits, these dies that we've got here, just make the most beautiful bags.
Absolutely. And you know, sometimes one of the things, because you'll make things, and we'll all get this as sewers, you'll make something, people say, oh, you should make those and sell them. And you're like, I would love to, but do you know how long it's taken me to actually prepare before I even started sewing This is going to cut that time down. So if you do potentially want to start selling your makes, then this is one of the best ways you can do it, because it will save you time with your cutting. $39.99 is going to get your 2 die sets, and I know Becky has got examples of those patterns and those made up. You're going to get your fabric in there, but in addition, you are also going to get your bag hardware. So literally add a bit of thread and a bit of time and you're good to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And they do make really great bags. So this first one is the cube bag. Now, it doesn't have any foam in it, so it's a little bit... I'd say a little bit sort of relaxed, whereas we have other ones with the foam inside them. But it's really wide, so you can fit lots of things in here. You're going to get the hardware, so you get all this beautiful rainbow effect hardware on there. So you've got these like triangular rings here. You've also got, for the other one, which is your raindrop wristlet, you've got the hardware here as well. This is a lovely little bag. This is the whole idea of this is it's kind of an evening bag, so you can pop it onto your wrist. Great, you can still fit your phone, your wallet, your keys, your lipstick, all those other bits and pieces in here. Now, would these not be great, made up obviously in that beautiful velvet, but perhaps you've got your grandchild or your daughter going to be a flower girl at a wedding. You want to make these out of white velvet for the wedding to have all of her little flowers inside. You might want to be giving these to your bridesmaids as little bags for them to be using on that special day. You can, of course, make and sell. So there's loads that you can do in here. And because they're dies, everything's going to be cut out exactly the way you want them to be. And again, it's going to be very, very quick for you to put everything together.
Love it, absolutely love it. And then, of course, introduce your own fabrics with those dyes. And yeah, the whole world is your oyster, really, isn't it, with regards to your design. Brilliant bundle to start with. I mean, it's worth every single penny of that full price that we saw, nearly £81, but bringing it down to $39.99. Phenomenal value for money with your bag hardware in there. You've got full step-by-step instructions. You've got your four sets of dies, your 3 sets of dies there. Keep the packaging though, because when you do have the dies and you're looking at something like that, you might think, well, which one does that relate to? Yeah. So use your die pocket there as storage. You can see you're only using a ½ metre of your outer fabric. Fat quarters, very, very affordable make, I would say, using stuff from your stash. But of course, to get started, you've got that gorgeous velvet fabric included as well. So brilliant value for money at £39.99. So if you like the idea of getting hold of those, please do so. Now, the question come through. Patricia, good morning to you, my lovely. Can I use these quilting rulers with a high shank free motion foot? I have the Pars rulers and foot. Oh gosh, I don't know is the honest answer, because I haven't got the Pars system myself.
I have the Pars foot. It works in the Pars.
It does. There you go. There you go.
Yep.
Yes. Yes. Now, how are we doing with regards to those applique dies? Are they available? Have they gone now? The little... They've gone, they've gone. Now, something I should have mentioned to you at the time with regards to these is when it comes to doing your construction, not only of these, but also your any applique, we have got the sprays back in stock.
Brilliant.
So this is something that is going to be very, very useful. We've got a couple of different combinations, but when it comes to doing applique work, these are so useful to have.
They really are. I didn't, again, one of those things, and before I worked for Crafters Companion, I didn't really think about sprays. And then you get the sprays and you're like, oh, how did I manage before? And my mum, as I was saying, my mum's a costume designer, and my mum didn't know anything about the sprays, and she was like, why did we not have these years ago? It would have made life so much easier. So yeah, you've got one there that's a temporary spray, so you could use it for like a basting spray. And that's the blue one. And then the orange one is a permanent one, so you just need to heat it up. It works like Wonder Web, really.
Oh, okay.
And then it becomes permanent. So those little...
one.
Oh, you need it.
Oh,
so like
okay.
these little applique animals that we've done here, that's how they were put on. They've not been stitched onto here. They have literally been sprayed and then glued. And, you know...
And you can still wash it.
They're not going anywhere.
See, if you're doing your makes to sell, cut them with your dies. It's too late now because they're sold out. But applique, just cut them with your dies, spray and heat, attach them, and that's it.
Yeah.
good to go.
Yeah, and we all like things to be nice and easy and simple, don't we?
$11.99, brilliant value for money. So you've got your repositionable, which is brilliant if you're doing things like adding your wadding to the back of your quilt topper, and you want to. It's almost like pins in a can, really, isn't it? So nice, easy way. And then you've got your permanent there, as Becky explained to us just a few moments ago. Both cans, $11.99, brilliant value for money. One of the things that I love about the range that crafters bring to us is they change the colours of the caps dependent on the actual spray that you've got. Now we've got another bundle with different coloured caps and a fabric stabiliser. So Becky, tell me about this one.
So the paper pattern spray is what you'd expect. So when you've got a paper pattern, you just spray it onto the back, leave it to just to go off for a couple of seconds, and then pop it onto whatever you're cutting. It won't leave any residue, but it's a little bit like using weights for laying out. And I always find it quite difficult. If I'm making a dress or something like that, as you're cutting, you know, your pattern moves, your fabric moves a little bit. You might pin it, but then I think, oh no, it takes a long time. It's just quicker to do this way. That will make sure that you're cutting.
I need that one as well, then,
really,
I didn't know
really
that one existed. I've started using weights a lot more, but what I find is the weights I tend to put to the edge of my fabric.
Yeah.
And then I find that if I'm using a rotary cutter, I can't, my thumb or whatever is bashing against the weight and shifting things. So that is a very clever idea. What have we got next? Grip adhesive.
So that is perfect. If you've got a ruler and you're going to use a rotary cutter, we've all done it. You're going like that, you get up here and your ruler flips.
I did that yesterday.
Oh, it's the most frustrating thing, isn't it?
Absolutely.
You spray that onto the back of your ruler and it gives a little bit of a grip. So it means that it's not going to move quite as much as you'd expect. So it's great for things that are going to be like, we've got some little templates, little acrylic templates. They're very small to use with a 2-inch kind of jelly roll. Again, they work perfectly because they slip around otherwise. So that is really useful. Again, a really useful thing to have in your arsenal. It lasts for a long time. You may need to reapply it over, you know, a number of months, but it just doesn't leave any residue, and it just feels, I don't know what you would say, it feels grippy is what I would say.
There you go. So if you want your grippy spray, that is the one with the paler blue cap on there. So again, I need that one as well. I'm making a little shopping list as we go. So fabric stabiliser. Now this is quite a weighty bottle.
It is. There's a lot in there. So spray starch, effectively. Now, if you've watched any of Sarah's videos on Instagram, she does this. She did one at Halloween, and she got some white fabric and she just sprayed it with all of that, cut it into squares, and then she popped it over balloons and then let it dry, and it became like little ghosts.
Oh, wow.
And came, you know, quite solid. So really useful item to have, because sometimes we just need something to be a little bit stabilised, especially if you've got some really sort of floaty fabric. You just need a little bit of the fabric have a bit more gumption while you're cutting it up. Yeah.
I love it. So there you go. All three of those coming in a fabulous bundle, £19.99. And somebody who loves her sprays is Susan. She's sent us a message in there. Good morning, ladies. The sprays are excellent. The paper pattern spray is fantastic. We need more. I love the idea of that one. So I have to say, I've not seen it before. I'd heard of well, I knew about these two from a previous life, but yes, I need them all. So there you go. If you fancy getting hold of that trio, then the details are on your screen. The others you'll be able to find on the website as well. So there we go. Oh, my shopping list is getting long today.
It is, isn't it?
So what are we doing next then, Rachel? The rotary cutter. Now, obviously dies, we've been chatting a lot about dies in the Gemini 2 with the amazing deal, but we still need to dissect our fabric up when we're actually putting it onto our plates for our die cutting machines. And there will always be a need for rotary cutters. Now, this is a fabulous one. I love this kind of trigger action handle. Feel as if you're in control of it.
You do, don't you?
It comes up with 2 blades fitted, but in addition to that, you are getting 2 additional blades. Now, it's a 60mm rotary cutter. Many of us start off with a 45mm. Why do we need the larger one?
It just cuts everything a bit quicker. Okay. And I think we all like to have multiples. I've got the 45 in here, but I've got the 60 and I've got a tiny one as well, because they're all useful for different things. Now, the great thing about this is if you're left-handed, it doesn't matter, because you can just switch everything around the other way. So all you would do is you take it apart like this, here, flip it over, and then pop the blade over that side. So it means that you don't have to buy a separate one, which is often the case, isn't it? You've got to buy the right handed item. And they're very easy to change the blades. And you'll just find that it's something that you use all the time. You just pull that in and you press that little button, and that will hold that little blade out for you. Sorry,
that's okay. I've got a 60mm rotary cutter at home, and I started off with the 45. I think it's kind of 45 is like the Goldilocks one, isn't it? It's not too big, it's not too small, it's right in the middle, and that's the one where we tend to go. My natural progression from that was I was finding I was wanting to cut more fabric, more layers of fabrics, thicker fabrics sometimes, and that's why the 60mm is one that is always used. Are you okay, Becky? Have you got a drink of water? Oh, bless you. That's all right. We'll take your mic out. You cough away, my lovely. So the 60mm, if this is the first time that you've invested in it, well, it's brilliant because straight away it's going to come with two cutters and two rotary blades, should I say, and then you're going to get your two in your little plastic case. So keep them in a safe place. Do put them in a safe place that's not too difficult to find, because the amount of times I've put them in a safe place, never found them again, and then all of a sudden they turn up, usually just after I've ordered new ones. Do as well keep your old blades as well. Perhaps keep a case, put a permanent marker on there and put old blades on there, so as you know, because they're always useful for cutting paper patterns and things like that. So don't throw them away completely. But $24.99 for both of those is brilliant value for money. Absolutely brilliant. Beautifully packaged as well, I have to say. Nice one to give as a gift, this one, Becky, isn't
Absolutely, yeah. They are, and there's something that we, you don't ever just have one, do you? You always have a number of...
Well, sometimes you'll have them for different types of fabrics, won't you? So, yeah. Love it. And also as well, sometimes if you are cutting things like your wadding, so wadding sometimes can be a little bit, well, not corrosive, but it can blunt your rotary blade as well. So sometimes it's nice to actually have two. Again, put wadding or batting on one of them, so you're keeping one for your fabrics, one for your wadding. And yeah, it's just good advice from somebody who knows. So there you go. If you like the idea of this one, not often we see it, 60mm. Take advantage of it while you've got the opportunity. So UJ2046 if you like the idea of getting hold of that. So I think we've pretty much covered everything now. There are some other little kind of ribbon dies. Shall I show you these as well, just quickly? Because then I've done everything and I can hand over to Becky and she can carry on. So this is a little set of dies. So these are pretty little dies that are going to create all sorts of different effects. So you've got all of these. So you've got kind of like your faux embroidery hoop, if you will, is actually putting holes in there. So you could actually stitch with those if you wanted to. These dies here are endless, so you haven't got a cut edge there, so you can continue to make a fabulous brocade if you wanted a nice ribbon, and that is the same case with your rickrack here as well. So beautiful if you wanted to add embellishments of whatever length you like. So there you go, $29.99, sorry, $29.97 if you like to get hold of these. Oh, hang on a minute, Rachel's got herself all excited now. So what's happened? Why are you so excited, Rachel? Oh, the price is coming down. What's it coming? Oh, $11.99. I can understand why you got excited with that, Rachel. So there you go. All three of those. Brilliant idea. And I think that particular one, is that a two-part? Oh, no, it is one die. I wasn't sure if it's
two.
Separate.
There's an outer part to it.
Oh, OK. Fair enough,
again,
then.
Great if you wanted to cut that out of craft card, for example. Yes. And then stitch on it and give it as a gift, as a card to
that's a nice idea.
And that's a nice option to do.
Love it. There you go. So all three of those, brilliant value for money, $11.99. ZX2048. But of course, when you're investing in dies, you need to have a die cutting machine. And we've got a brilliant deal for you, I have to say. I'm going to let Becky take you through some die cutting, so you've got an idea of what you can do with your Gemini 2 when you get it back. And the details are up on the screen. I'll show you the bundle and everything in a little while, though. So what advice would you give to anybody who's thinking about getting a hold of a Gemini 2?
I mean, it is a considered purchase, isn't it? It's not one of those, but with having the split pay, it does make it really affordable. And I want to reiterate that you can use this for so many different things. It's not just something that's going to cut fabric. You may think, oh, I'm not really into my patchwork. Why would I need it? You will find there's so many different things you can be using this for. And when you get this home, you will get these 2 white plates. These are your outer plates. These are what we call, if you think of, we talk about a sandwich. That's effectively what we're going to put through the machine, a sandwich. So these are like your bread. Now these are white because there's an optical sensor in the machine, and that picks up, that it needs to be white to pick that up. Now this one's being used. You can see you've got marks on here. When you're using paper for paper craft, you tend to cut directly onto this. But when you're using it for fabric, you won't. You'll be cutting it slightly differently. Now you also get other plates in your bundle. This one is an embossing folder. Now you won't use this unless you're going to be doing some paper craft, but don't throw it away, just keep it because at some point you'll probably use it. And then you also get this magnetic shim, which is generally what we use for paper craft as well. So you can just pop those back in the box. The things that you need for fabric are your metal shim and your frosted shim. Now the metal shim is flexible. It's not the same as the fabric plates that you may have seen us using in the past. You can see you've got lots of marks on this. It doesn't matter that you've got marks on these. The reason you've got marks on them is because when we cut fabric, we use multimedia dyes. Now, multimedia dyes are thicker than ordinary papercraft dyes, and they are darker in colour. They're a kind of copper shape. The reason for this is to identify the fact that they are deeper cuts, because the idea being they're going to cut through multiple layers of fabric. So I've got some fabric over here. Let's see. Let's take those pieces of fabric. I've got a small die. So that's 6 layers of fabric I've got there. Now, I want to create my sandwich. I'm going to have my white plate. I'm going to have my metal shim. I'm going to have my fabric with my die in it. And you could generally use a piece of low-tack tape just to secure everything in place. I'm not going to. I'm going to be a bit daring and not do that today. And then I'm going to pop my frosted shim over the top, and then my white plate over the top. And that is, so you've got your bread, the 2 white plates. That is your sandwich you're going to use here. I'm just going to offer that into my machine. It takes no time at all for it to cut through that die. And I've just used a very simple shaped die. I have got some other dies that are more intricate. Now you may find that depending on the fabric that you're using and how intricate your die is, you may need to run it through the machine twice. For example, the lace layering dies, which you're going to be seeing in the later show, have got these kind of intricate pieces. If you're going to cut them out of felt, because felt is so fibrous, just run it through the machine twice. It takes no time at all, so it's not as though you're sitting there waiting a long time. Oh, where have you gone? There you are. Now we've cut through, that one's just caught there, that has cut through 6 layers of fabric, wow. No problem at all. And that works in the same way with using that builder block system. So you'll be able to cut through all those shapes to make that bay leaf, yeah. All those curves. You can make for that little table runner we've got there. Like I said, it would take maybe 5 minutes to cut all the pieces of fabric out. Wow. And they will absolutely work together because all of those curves are going to be exactly the correct. So that's with some ordinary cotton fabric. Now with some felt, I always cut felt at least 2 layers at a time. Okay. Because there's nothing more annoying than cutting 1 layer and then finding you can't find it because it's fallen on the dog. So I always cut multiple layers, and I find it works better. If I'm cutting felt, I'll always use this sandwich. I won't use my fabric plates because I feel it works better. So this is what I tend to do. So I've got 2 layers of felt there. I'll pop that.
I suppose as people use different fabrics from their stash, and you'll find different combinations, I suppose.
Yeah. And different, I'm just going to cut that in half rather than about bouncing up, and different types of fabric. You know, if you're going to be cutting a wool felt, it's thicker, you know, a tweed or something like that. If you're going to be cutting, you know, this is an acrylic felt, it's much thinner, and this particular one is not the same one as we've got on the show, which is a little bit more meatier. It's quite sort of soft and floppy. So you will work out how things cut in your machine. Now, did you hear that little crackling noise? That sometimes makes people a bit nervous. They think, oh my goodness, something's happened to the machine. That's all those fibres in the felt just sort of crackling along. So it makes that noise. It sounds a little bit like electricity. Don't be concerned. Now, if you give your machine too much, it will just not take it.
That's the thing that I love about it. You can't force it through because it just won't take it and it'll pass it back to you. But these shapes that you're cutting at, if I had, because let's think how we would normally do it. We maybe have like a paper template.
Yeah.
And the first thing is you cut out your paper template. First one is pretty much perfect because that's the first one that you cut. But what you have done at the time of cutting it is take a little bit of the paper template off. So when you reapply it to your next fabric, you'll find that it's slightly different shape, and then it changes each different repetition that you're doing. With this, you have got however many you're cutting out, whether you're cutting them in multiple layers or several passes, they're all going to be identical and perfect.
Absolutely. And then I always think if you're cutting a curve, if you're going to cut a circle, there you never quite get that curve right. Do you? Everything, because your scissors are straight, you always get that kind of jaggedy edge. You don't have to worry about that, and that makes a massive difference. I've got a piece of foam here with a shape. So perhaps you wanted to cut out some foam, you want to do some print work yourself. You want to cut some prints out. You can do that here. So I'm just going to put that through. That's only one layer of foam that I'm cutting through, but we can see how that cuts. You can cut tin cans with this machine. So if you've got a drinks can, you can cut that drinks can. I might do it in the next show if I finish my drink in between. And then you can put that through the machine. Now, you can also use embossing folders. Embossing folders that you would find on the other channel for paper craft will work with fabric. So if you've got a piece of leather, and again, if I can get my cupboard open, I'll get some leather. You can cut out a piece of leather with a shape like this, run it through the embossing folder, and then you've got this beautiful embossed piece of leather that you can make into a key ring. There's just so many options. So that's a piece of foam. As I said, we've shown you fabric, felt. It will cut through sandpaper if you happen to want to use sandpaper, glitter fabric. There are so many different types of things that you can be using with this. And it really is a workhorse. It's very, very quick and easy to use. Of course, you've got that media stand up here, so you can be watching Sewing Street, watching a demonstration and crafting at the same time without all those cables all over the place. It is just an absolutely fabulous machine. And if you're on the fence about it, I mean, you can have a look at the comments that you get from people. We use these all day long in the studio. We all have them at home, and we all have multiple different types of Gemini machines. I had another machine which I immediately threw in the bin when well, not literally thrown it in the bin. I donated it to somebody else. But it had nothing on this machine. It really did.
Absolutely. Gives you that confidence. And of course, the deal that we've got for you, not only have you got your confidence in your machine at the price you'd normally be paying for the machine when we bring it to you at a discounted price, but you're getting way more than that. We've got a fabulous bundle that is going to come alongside it. So you're going to get obviously everything that we saw Becky taking you through with all the plates and different elements. In addition to that, you are going to get 2 extra white plates. You're going to get those in there as well. You're also going to get your fabulous builder block die set. And then you are going to get a little thing that you might look at it and think, oh, I don't know what that is. Well, on the bottom of your Gemini 2, you have got little holes where if you want to put the Lazy Susan in place, you can do. Screwdriver screws all included in there, so you can pop it in the bottom. But I've actually taken the packaging off the builder block because I thought, well, what we've got in the box, it's a very fancy box to start with. Love the idea that when you're investing in these sets, you have got all of the dies for whichever kind of block you have chosen. So these are going to be stackable in your sewing room. You've got your little tab there, so when you actually open that up, it will open up the drawer, and then in here you have got all of the components for you to create that fabulous block, that bay leaf block that you've got there. So you've got all of the information that you need there, how to cut out your different pieces, how to make different styles of blocks. So obviously it's called the bay leaf, and that is your bay leaf there, but you could be doing all of these different additional blocks in addition. So you've got things like your raindrops, you've got your looking glass, retro disc, full moon, round harlequin. So that's 6 different ones, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 different blocks from one set of dies, which I think is phenomenal. And of course, you've got your Chewish in there, and you've got your multiple languages in there as well. But not only that, you are able to make them in different sizes. So you've got dies that are in 6, 8, 9, and 12 inches. So when you're actually looking at these, you will have different sizes relating to the different dies. So not only have you got 10, was it 10 that we ended up on? I think it was 10, wasn't it? 10 different blocks, but in 4 different sizes as well.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Lots of combinations. Lots of combinations.
You can make a lovely quilt just by using all of those different designs
in there. Well, this is it.
Let alone adding it to any of the other builder blocks that we've got. I think honestly, I wax lyrical about the builder blocks because I think they have changed the way I quilt, because I would just do squares before because everything else was too complicated.
You'll become a quilt designer because as long as you're following the same size, so for instance, you've got 6-inch blocks there. So as long as you choose 6-inch blocks, whether it's the full moon, whether it's the looking glass, whether it's the round harlequin, you could actually make up a quilt as almost like a sample quilt using the 10 different blocks, couldn't you, very easily? And then if you wanted to, when you start getting really fancy, you could mix them up and have 6-inch blocks coming together alongside a 12-inch block. So this has got so much scope as just one set. That is phenomenal, phenomenal. So I may well have bamboozled you with all of that, but at the end of the day, all you need to do is start off with choose your size of your block, choose your bay leaf, that's it. And you could very happily make hundreds of quilts using that design. Yeah. But as you gain your confidence, then you'll start exploring and playing around with these. So I think that is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. But of course, you're going to need to use it with your Gemini, well, not just your Gemini 2, but the Gemini 2 is part of the bundle that we've got with this particular one. And somebody's asking a question, Cheryl. Good morning, Becky. What's the biggest die I can take?
Depends on, so on this machine, basically it's an A4. These are A4 size. So the largest die, any of the dies in the builder blocks will fit in here. If you happen to have, we had a very long time ago, probably before I even started, we had some bag dies which would only go through the Pro, but they've been out of stock for about 3 or 4 years, so it's unlikely you're going to get those. But any of the builder block dies, any of the bag dies that we've got now will fit on the original, the Gemini 2. If you're going to use a smaller Gemini machine, you would have to check because some of the dies won't fit. For example, all of those big dies in that bay leaf will fit in here, no problem at all.
And think of an A4 plate, so yeah, good size. Yeah. And quite often when you're creating and you're sewing, pieces aren't any bigger than A4, are they? No. You might join them together, but it's going to give you lots of scope. So yeah. Good question though, Becky. Thank you for that one. Brilliant bundle. So the deal on your screen, £199.99. That is often the discounted price just for the machine by itself. You wouldn't have all of those extras that we're bringing to you. But the minute this arrives, you can go straight to your fabric stash. You can follow the instructions to create your different blocks, different sizes as you see in there. So you've got, basically you've got 40 different blocks you can make if you consider the different sizes. 10 different variations, 4 different sizes. So that's with that block set that you've got there. You've got your fabulous little turntable. If you want to attach that, you can do. The holes are already there on the bottom of your Gemini 2. And you're going to get 2 additional white plates. It does come with white plates, but it's always useful to have those extra ones.
Yeah, they are consumable. So over time, they will sort of bend. But if you just keep flipping and rotating them, you might as well have another set while they're a special deal.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, Becky's going to be back here in around an hour's time. So again, we're going to be featuring the Gemini 2. So go and have a little think. Any questions that you want to ask, do come back and join us in an hour's time at 11 o'clock when Becky will be back. But it has been a very popular set and lots of you have been taking advantage of it, or may well have missed out on the deal when we brought it to you previously. So I'm going to leave those details with you. Becky, I'm going to let you go off and finish your can so you can do your demonstration later on.
I think if I have another drink, I might not cough quite so much next
time.
Bless you. I do apologise about that.
These things happen, don't worry about it. And I will see you just the other side of the break with some fabulous deals. We're looking at extra wide fabrics, and I'll join you just after this.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Hello there, good morning and welcome. Welcome to our next hour on Sewing Street. My name is Hayley West and I am very pleased to be taking you through the rest of your morning here, right the way through until 1 o'clock when Hobbymaker pick up the crafting baton. But this hour is all about incredible fabrics, some wonderful tools and the most amazing deal with regards to some gorgeous threads as well. Now, you can jump ahead and have a little look because we've got a lot to go through. So if you're wanting to get ahead and have a look at the fabrics, or look at the tools, then by all means, please do so. But keep in touch. I've gone and left the tablet over there. I'll get that in a few moments. Keep in touch, ask you questions, offer your guidance and because it's nothing like learning stuff from other crafters, other sewers. So do keep in touch, and you can do that via the website, via social media, and of course you can email into the gallery too if you so wish. But can I show you these? These are beautiful. So this is a lovely brand. I'm sure you'll know the name, Aurifil. So many of you craft using Aurifil threads. And this is a brilliant collection. It's put together in a beautiful box. I mean, look at that. It looks amazing to start with. But you wait till you see the colours that you've got in here. These are brilliant because you've got colours that are going to go with everything. Now, of course, they have been put together with paper ink in mind. Lovely Brigitte, should I say, involved in the design of these in the collection. But they're 100% cotton, and you have got really good size spools with these. 80 weight, so a really good size when it comes to doing things like your quilting. And you've got the most incredible colours. Not only your solid colours, but also your variegated colours, as you can see with these as well. So these are beautiful, lovely neutral tones throughout these. Good size spools, as you can see with these as well. And a huge quantity of threads, quality threads that I know that you guys are going to love. Now you've got 12 spools, 1,300 metres, in fact. So there is a lot. Is that on each one? It must be on each one. Where am I? Yes, 1,300 metres. So that's a lot more when you times it by 12, which I can't do in my head. But you're going to get a lot of thread in there. Oh, she's on it. 15,600. That's how many metres you're going to get in there. That's a lot. They've got it in yards, but not in metres there. So price on your screen is not the price you're going to be paying. If you're wanting to take advantage of these in their fabulous storage, thank you, Dan's brought the tablet over for me, then you're paying just £89.99. Works out £7.49 when you consider the quantity that you are getting on that spool. That is brilliant. So if you're into things like your free motion work, maybe you got those templates earlier on that we saw in the Crafters Companion show, things like your variegated threads are going to be perfect for that. Absolutely. I mean, look at that. That is beautiful, isn't it? Gorgeous. Aurifil, always a popular brand. We don't have a bountiful supply of these, though, and I do like the idea that you've got everything together. So, yes, when we're working with these, take them off your machine, pop them back in. But to be honest, you have got that recognisable orange spool that you've got there, so straight away you will know that they come from the box that you're keeping the rest of these in. So, aren't they gorgeous? Brilliant collection, a fabulous array, and it's all designed to go with the paper and ink fabric range, I believe. So if you do like the idea of getting hold of these, then the details are there on your screen. PRA127. Beautiful. Like those a lot. So I'm going to leave those with you. Good solid clip on there as well. So I'm going to pop those to one side for now. So we've got fabrics galore in this hour. So I've no idea where we're starting with these. Where should we start? Jelly jam cotton. Okie dokie. Now this is where it gets interesting, because this is when we've got the description coming through my ear and I've got to match it. So, okay, 116. And oh, I've got it straight away. And you know what? There's no jelly and jam involved at all. There you go, jelly and jam. So there you go. It's funny, isn't it, with your perspective of these. Now, incidentally, the fabrics that we're looking at, certainly in this next section, are all extra wide fabrics. So if you're not familiar with extra wide fabrics, it is what it says on the tin, that you're looking at fabrics that are, as you can see on your screen, 274 centimetres wide. So just shy, quarter of a metre shy of 3 metres in width. Now, why is that important? Well, there's a variety of different reasons you might want your extra wide. To go on the back of a quilt, perhaps. I'm going to hold this up. I've got it folded double, so it's actually double that width. Whoops. Come back. So if you like the idea of backing a quilt without having any joins, then extra wide fabric is the perfect way for you to do so. Now, we sell it in ½ metre increments. So you just decide how long you need that piece of fabric to be, and you increase your quantity to whatever you need. So if you need a full metre, then you put 2 in your basket, check your basket out. You will get sent a metre's worth of fabric because we cut it in our warehouse here, which means that you can have whatever length you like, dependent on the stock that we have available. Now, downside of that is when we have supplies of this, we might have, I don't know, 20 metres. But if people are going for this in 2 metre cuts, then that means we only really have 4 opportunities for you to get hold of it. So that's why you have to be quick. Actually, no, you'd have 5 opportunities, wouldn't you? So you have to be quick. But I also use extra wide fabric sometimes in dressmaking, and I think this fabric would be beautiful for a little summer tea dress maybe. Little fitted bodice and a gorgeous little gathered skirt, because you have got a lovely kind of flow to this fabric if you did want to use it in that capacity. But part of the Moda range, part of that Jelly and Jam collection, and very much liked by you guys at home. Beautiful. So there you go. I'm going to leave that one with you if you like the idea of that one. So 149, which I think is part of the same range, I'm guessing. 149. 149. There we go. So similar sort of fabric with this one. So similar sort of print, but this one's got the red backing to it, so the red backdrop. So again, beautiful. So you've got your strawberry plant almost there, haven't you? Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. So again, extra wide, 274 centimetres, half metre cuts. But again, that'd be lovely, wouldn't it, for dressmaking? Beautiful. Again, a really nice feel to it, really nice weight. I mean, you could almost be forgiven for not knowing which is the front and back with that fabric when you're looking at it like that. I mean, gorgeous, gorgeous quality. Moda, we love our Moda fabrics, don't we? Such a high quality, such beautiful prints, and brilliant value for money when we can do them for £13.99. Half metre pieces, again, increase your quantity dependent on how much you want, and we are cutting these to order, so it could be a metre and a half that you're wanting, 3.5 metres, whatever your go-to cut is, then you can do so. But if you're dressmaking, and you often go for 3.5 metres, I'll often go for a kind of like a 3 metre piece of fabric. Don't forget, this is nearly 3 metres wide. So potentially you could just be going for a metre of this. Depends on the drop of what you're making, because with the fabric, if you wanted this as a dress or a skirt, then whatever length you need it to be, so maybe a metre if you're looking at a skirt from your waist dropping down, that's how much you would go for. You have got way more than you would need width-wise, well, dependent on the style of the skirt, I suppose. But that's the way that I would shop for this, because you don't always have a pattern in mind, do you, when you see fabric? You just look at the fabric and think, I love it, I need it, no idea what I'm going to make. And quite often the pattern finds you. You'll find a pattern, you'll think, I've got the perfect fabric for that. And it potentially could be this one. So there you go. If you like the idea of that one, then Jelly and Jam being the range. But Jelly and Jam collection, there is a variety of different fabrics. So we've seen one with the lighter backdrop. We've got that gorgeous red there. So the next one we've got is pie crust. Now, is this 192? So again, pie crust, not a pie inside. Get me hopes up there. But I suppose is it pastry colour in the backdrop? Maybe that's where the connection is. I don't know. But same print again, so forgive me for not folding that beautifully. But you can see there, those 3 together. If you're looking at doing a quilt, potentially those are going to be the 3 fabrics that you need. And if you go for a half metre of each of those, oh my goodness, you're going to have loads of fabric. Loads of creativity. And it could be something quite simple that you're creating. It doesn't have to be a complex block. Lovely, yeah, I totally agree, Rachel. You could be making that as a tablecloth if you wanted to. So £13.99. Again, if you like the idea of that, increase those quantities and away you go. Now we've got, which is this one? Is this, oh no, that's not. Is that not, that's not part of that one, is it? No. Looks like the sky. Oh, I don't know. 281. Q81. Oh, hold on. Oh no. I've got these. It's not one of these ones, is it? Oh, I've got. Oh, it's Q81 at the end. Sorry. Yeah, it's all right. It was right the way over there. Q81. There it is. Sorry. Oh, nice. Well, this is pretty. Well, it's got a lovely kind of wafty feel to it, hasn't it? Oh, isn't it lovely? It's almost got like a, I don't know, a haziness to it. Oh, I like that. That is lovely. Again. See, all of these, I know extra wide we think of backings for quilts, but every single one of these I'm looking at and I'm thinking dressmaking. Summer outfits. Nice little skirt. I quite like the idea. You know, like when we do those loose dungaree types with the tie tabs. I think those would be nice as well. Little play suits and things like that. Could be literally that you're just getting enough to make the full front and the back of a quilt. Not quilting it in the traditional sense, like the quilt behind me, but just literally like a duvet cover. There's nothing stopping you doing that. If you want something quick and easy and that kind of works with your home decor, then yeah, by all means, go for it. $11.99. Aura Blue. Sounds like a film star, Aura Blue, doesn't it? Very film starry kind of name. So that one is that gorgeous, what are we calling that? Aura Blue. And then Aura Royal. So that is blue, but this is royal. Okay, yeah. See, look at those together. Again, something like a log cabin style block. You could do that very easy with that. Got your light and your dark. So nice and easy. I love that Rachel's going, do you know what a log cabin is? Oh, you do? That's all right. I wasn't sure whether you were just humouring me then. Bless her. I've not worked with Rachel before, and she probably don't want to work with me again. But I'm having a lovely time. She's fabulous. There you go. So there's a royal blue. See now, that's gorgeous, isn't it? What a gorgeous blue. Oh, it's like diving into a swimming pool, isn't it? Oh, gorgeous. Lovely. So there you go. If you like the idea of that one. Now, Aura Dove. You know, Aura Dove lives down at number 23. Right, let me go and get that one because that one's just in the corner. So I'll get the green as well. In fact, I'll grab all three. Oh, damn, bless you. There we go. So Aura Dove, I'm guessing is that one, is it 63? Yeah. So it's going to be the same sort of idea that we saw. Oh, now this one kind of gives me essences of leaves and things. Isn't it funny how you can change the colour and it kind of gives you a different feel? Oh, that's a nice neutral one, that one, isn't it? That's one that I think will be popular if you've not got a specific project in mind, because it's quite a neutral one, so it's going to work with many other... I mean, we've got some other gorgeous fabrics coming up later on. I mean, we've got... But you see, that kind of neutral tone is going to work with lots of other fabrics that I'm sure that you'll have in your stash. And it just makes it a more interesting backing, doesn't it? $11.99, half-metre pieces again. Got reasonable quantities of these, but again, when people are thinking about quilt backs, they might be going for 4 repeats of these. So, yeah, 5 repeats, 6 repeats. So that quantity does diminish very, very quickly, so don't leave it too long. Like the others, 100% cotton, and like the others, 274 centimetres wide. So if you like the idea of that one. Now, the Aura Evergreen, I'm going to hazard a guess at a green for this one, which is that one here. Oh, this is a nice one. Oh, nice one maybe for your winter-style quilts. Now, it's interesting because I've got this in the studio, but on the screen, that green at the back looks almost like it's illuminated. Love it. Lovely design. I love that kind of free movement that you've got within there. But light and dark we've got within there as well, so absolutely beautiful. Oh, quick question, Mary. Are we going to see the Quilt Binding Express? We are, yeah. Shall we do that after this? We'll do that after this. Special request for you, Mary. We'll look at that in a moment. So there we go. That is your evergreen. And the last one that we've got for you is this one. And this one is called Antique Gold. So same idea, same design within there. See, this one I'm kind of almost getting like a flame feel with this. Like a fire. But again, nice if you're working with your autumnal colours. Beautiful. So there you go. So we've got the Aura in all of those. Nearly called it Aurora. Aurora. And you've got variations. It might be that you're shopping for multiples because you want to use them all together. So let me show you the full range that we've just been bringing to you. So you've got your two blues, your antique gold, your evergreen, and then you've got, do we call it Dove, that one? Dove, yeah. So there you go. Blue, royal, evergreen, Dove, and antique gold. So there you go. So those are they. I'm going to move those out of the way, and I'm going to bring in the Quilt Express for our lovely Mary. So here you go, Mary. This is what you're referring to. And this is brilliant. Such a useful tool to have within your stash. And it's something that many people will use for creating their binding strips. So you can see down the side here, you've got your different binding strips, the width of those feature in there, and you've kind of got your channel that runs through with this. Little hanger, so if you're wanting to actually pop that on a hanger in your room, then you can do. Now, I have got some strip roll here. So let's bring out a strip roll. So this is going to be 2.5 inches wide. So the idea is you're going to use this as a little pressing mat, and this is where you're going to be feeding your fabrics through. So this is the way that I do it. Now, I think it does come with an instruction card, and I think it's this way. So forgive me if I've got it the wrong way around, but I think I've got it right. So you're folding this in to the side just to get started, like so. So you're bringing your joins in together, giving it a little bit of a press, and you've almost got like an inbuilt pressing mat with this one. So I've got the little Aliso iron here. So giving that a press. Oh, it's not very hard. Oh, I've not used this one before. Oh, I'll press that button down. Oh, that'll be, oh look, now it's on. We'll give that a minute to heat up, shall we? And now I've learned some. So the idea is that you'll be folding your fabrics in. I'll give it a little press again in a few moments. And then we will feed it through the channel onto the pressing mat. And this will kind of give you the guidance to keep your binding straight. Now, it is a very useful little tool to have. Highly portable because of the size of it. But it's something that's going to be really useful for you to create your binding strips with. So I think we've got a little bit of a heat there. So give that a little bit of a press. Like so, just to start it off. Obviously, when your iron's at home, you'll give it a little bit longer than I just have. But all you can do is you can take your fabric then, you'll feed it through, like so, I believe. Oops. Oops. Fingers and thumbs. There we go, take hold of that. Oops, dropped it. That's the fiddliest bit, isn't it? Pulling it through like so. And then you'll have it lying through the slot, like so. Okay, so the idea is that as you feed it through, don't go at a rate of knots, just take your time, and it will naturally flow through, like so. So you can see how it's kind of folding itself, and then you'll take it onto the little pressing area, and you'll give it a little press as you go, like so. So it's giving you that inbuilt pressing board for you to feed your fabrics through. And then just kind of get them to come through at the centre point. So feed it in from the left. Left? No, the right. That's the right, isn't it, on that side there. Feed it through, like so, and then it will fold over the edges as you go. I believe that is the way that it goes. If anybody is watching and I'm doing it wrong, do let me know, because this is outside of the packaging, so I think that's the way that it works. It's quite a while since I've used this. I have got one at home, I must admit, but it's a long time since I've used it, but I think that's the way that you use it. Feed them through like so. There you go. And then just give it a press as you go. And it means that you're not having to kind of get your fingers up close to where the iron is. And you can see there you're folding in the edges to make your binding strips. So there we go. If you're wanting to get hold of that. Oh, Dan's gone and found one. Oh, you are a little star, bless him. There we go. Oh, there you go. I did get it right. Oh, but it was the other way round, so it was face down. So there. When yours comes to you, it will be beautifully packaged like this one here, and you've got your little image there. So it is actually feeding it down. I had it the upside down, but you feed it down, and then it will press those in. Because I suppose theoretically, it doesn't matter whether those meet in the middle or not. It's the folded edge, isn't it, that you need. So there we go. So thank you, Dan. So there you go. That's that. Hopefully, Mary, that has helped. Now, something that we have got to work alongside this. Let me turn the iron off. There we go. Now I know how. Is this brilliant, it's It's a big one. It's a big one. Now, this is designed for you to create, oops, there we go, your, well, it's called Binding Buddy. So straight away, it's going to cut your strips of fabric at 2.5 inches. But the idea is it's going to be long enough to go whoop, along the width of your fabric. And you've got your mitre edge there as well. So as is the case, quite often when it comes to binding, you need to actually do a mitred corner. So it's got that 45-degree angle there straight away. You can see you've got your increments here as well, at your inches with the darker lines, and then your 1/4 inches. And you've also got a lighter dark line in there to depict the 1/2 inch increments as well. And of course, you've got your measurements down the side there in the discs. And the idea being with this one, it means that you can quickly cut your bias or straight of grain binding strips, and you've got your 2-colour printing, so that way you know your exact kind of measuring with regards to these as well. So yeah, you've got obviously 2.5 inch straight away cuts. The idea being is, now with this one it might be a bit tricky because when it's so long, when you come to cut your strips, you can cut on the bias, which is on the diagonal, if you wanted to. Quite often though, I don't cut my tape on the bias. It's only really if you're doing anything that's got a rounded shape to it that it has to be on the bias. But when you're quilting, if you're doing like a nice rectangular quilt like the one we've got here, then quite often I would just cut it across like so. So I don't cut it on the length, I cut it across like so. And then what you will find is potentially you might have to, because obviously with your fabrics, if you do need to join them, you've got that triangle, not triangle, well, it's a triangle, isn't it? 45-degree angle there. Now, if you're not too sure how to actually create, then you have got a little YouTube tutorial that you can follow there. So you go onto the June Taylor YouTube channel and you'll find tuition on how you can work with this there. So, yeah, brilliant idea if you're wanting to go with that. So, yeah, your straighter grain obviously is going from your selvage edge across. So there you go, cutting it like so. Get your rotary cutter and then away you go. Now it is flexible, the reason being that if it wasn't, I think you potentially would run the risk of it snapping because of the length of it. So good design, only $19.99, and it's something that's got a little hangy hole in there as well, so you can just literally have that on the end of your desk, hanging up in your sewing room, and then each time you need to go to it, you can do. So there you can see it is 30 inches in length in total. There you go. Good rule to have, and perfect with your Quilt Binding Express as well. So there we go. So there you go. Like the idea of that. Right, where we're going next? All the clips, quilt clips. We've got a fabulous deal on these. $2.99, absolute bargain. Absolute bargain. So with these, if you fancy popping them into your basket, then why not? If you've already shopped today, then today is the day for you to actually get your quilt clips. So with this, I don't think I've got them out here. So if you're wanting to get hold of these, unless they're under the bag. No, they're not. Oh, I tell lies. I tell lies. I've just found them. I was looking for your traditional quilt clips, but they're not. They're binding clips, of course. Just read what it says on the screen. So these... The idea being with these is when you come to doing your binding on the edge of your quilts, so imagine this is my quilt top, imagine this is my binding, and I'm popping this on the edge of my quilt, like so. These little clips are designed to literally hold and snap in place to keep everything together. So rather than using your clips that have got a little spring clip on them or using pins, then you're going to be able to put these along the edge like so. I've not seen them like these on the show before. So I think it's a really good price, this, getting hold of these. So there you go. And I know some people might say to themselves, oh, do you know what? They're like hair clips. Yeah, they do look a little bit like hair clips. Do you know what? I don't think you'll get this many hair clips for this price if you were shopping for them. So yeah, and these are a really good size. So you're actually getting, how many are you getting in here? I'm not sure. Oops, 30 of them. There you go, rust proof as well. Don't forget, these are designed to actually work with your quilts as well. So if you have got a project that you're putting away and you're not necessarily stitching it straight away, rust proof is key. Nickel plated, and they hold your quilt binding firmly in place while stitching, and obviously you just move them out of the way as you get to them. So it's just an alternative way, but they sit nice and flat, so yeah. Take advantage of those while you get the chance. I've not seen those before as well, so there you go. Better pop those back in there, because somebody counts up and they think there's 26. What's happened to the last 4? Who had them last? That Hayley. These are flying out. Lots of you taking advantage of those, so you like those. Pop those to the side. We might have another look at those in a little while as well. So, right, we're going to do, bumbleberry cream. Bumbleberry cream. Oh, I can see bumbleberry. Bumbleberry cream. There we go. Sounds like a type of ice cream, doesn't it? Bumbleberry cream. There we go. So this particular one, now these are all extra wides, aren't they? I think that we're sharing with you. So yeah, that's kind of the title of the show. Now, this one I think at one point was a manager special by the look of what's on the screen. Or has that been there all morning? I've only just noticed that in the bottom left-hand corner, manager specials. I didn't notice that before. But it just popped up. I've no idea. But manager special might have been the last time that we saw this. So details on your screen, again, 2 metres, 74 centimetres wide, $11.99. So your bumbleberry, always a popular range, isn't it? Nice, easy one for you to actually use for backing your quilts. And again, that 274 centimetres, very, very good size for backing your quilts as well. Nice neutral, but equally so, neutral with a bit of interest, rather than just a plain. So there we go. That one is your bumbleberry. We're looking at, trailing blossom. Is that one? Oh, look at that. Did I go straight to it? Get me, eh? Hey. Oh, I like this. Oh, this is pretty. Again, another nice one for dressmaking, this one. Oh, John Scott shirt. It's got his name written all over it, hasn't it? You could be making a shirt out of this quite easily. Isn't that pretty? Love it. It's a lovely weight fabric as well. Make a lovely garment. Really nice. $17.99 for a ½ metre. It's Liberty as well. Liberty. So don't forget, when you're making things with your Liberty fabrics, you can sell them as Liberty things that you've made. There you go. $17.99. Brilliant. Which one we go next? Pansy Meadow. We have got a blue version of that one as well, I think. Oh, no, it's not quite the same, I don't think, actually. Yeah, Blossom Blue. We'll show you that one in a second. Oh, this is a nice one. See, I'm thinking now maxi dress. Maxi dress with a nice sheared bodice. Maybe spaghetti straps. Very pretty. Isn't that? Looks. See, that's pansies, but it's very exotic pansies, I have to say. Lovely. $17.99. Again, just to refresh you, if you've only just joined us, this hour we've got lots of extra wide fabric. So this one's been folded over, but just to show you, it is double the width of what I'm holding up on your screen. So again, if you're thinking maxi dress, then yeah, think of how long you need that to be. So I would probably go for maybe 3 repeats of that, because I'm only little. Beautiful Liberty, 100% cotton, and that's going to look gorgeous. Gorgeous in a dress, but that can go on the back of a quilt if you wanted to. Again, just make a duvet cover if you wanted to. The Blossom Blue, it's got quite a retro feel, I think, to this one. So, yeah, that gorgeous cobalt blue, very nice. Nice, fun and funky again, very pretty. If you like your vintage style fabrics, then this is not a bad one to go for, because I think that one does look good, Beautiful, lovely. So there we go. William Morris. Oh, I spy with my little eye. That looks a bit like William Morris to me. See that one? N72. Have I got the right one? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Keep those messages coming through and those little comments. I've had a lovely message come through from Fiona asking if we enjoyed the Bath and West show. You must have been on seen me asking about. we were heading off to Glastonbury and we're stopping at the Bath and West Showground and I was asking questions. So I've not been yet, but I'll let you know when we have been. So thank you. That's pretty. Very traditional, isn't it? Good sized blooms with those as well, beautiful. So there you go, if you like the idea of that one, $14.99 again, nearly 3 metres wide with regards to that one. Dan, when he comes back into the studio, honestly, I've got bits all over the place. He doesn't mind those. Is it this one, the mandala one? This is beautiful. I'm going to bring the blue one in for this as well, because this is gorgeous. Talking about festivals, I mean, this is going to be a lovely one for anything that you're wanting to do festival style. Again, those dungarees we were talking about, this would look good in these, wouldn't they? Kind of got that boho look to it. Nice as well if you're wanting to use the circles, but nice fabric like that one. So again, Vespa collection. $12.99, half metre. And again, 274 centimetres wide. Like it. So that one is the black. It's black and it's kind of got like an olive green, I suppose you could say, with that. So nice combination. But I love this one. Gotta love a bit of blue. Look at this. Oh, that's Mediterranean to me, isn't it? That is beautiful. And again, it could be a sarong, it could be a little sundress you're making with this. Could be your shorts. Be nice as a sarong, yeah. Shorts as well. I mean, you've got good depth with that. Depends how short your shorts need to be. With me, I'd probably go for a 4 metre because I'm a lady of a certain age now. Can't go too short with my shorts. There comes a point, doesn't there, when you get closer to your knees with your shorts. But there's sometimes you come to a point when you just have to, yeah. I know there's lots of people out there saying, just wear what you like. But no, it's not a good look with me in some of those. But I like those, like that. So yeah, $12.99. Again, nice one. You could potentially get away with making something just from a half metre of that, so garment-wise. So yeah, but again, increase your quantities if you so choose. Where we go next? Bandana navy. That sounds like a bandana look to me. Some good names. I don't know who's come up with these names, but yeah, top marks. Now, talk about a cheap quilt. Oh my goodness, you could just lay this up with your wadding, almost just do a bit of a diagonal stitch with that. Almost, if you've got the same colour thread, you could literally just kind of quilt that and you wouldn't even know, would you? Or you could go through the navy bits and quilt those. That is lovely. But yeah, bandanas. This time of year, my Phoebe makes bandanas for the dogs, and that is going to be a brilliant one. Proper little boho look with a bit of paisley in there as well. Gorgeous. So yes, another brilliant value one. Like it a lot. You make me chuckle. My shorts are just past the knees. Did you mean knees there, Caroline, or your needs? I don't know. I think you mean knees. Yeah, I've kind of gone more calf length now. Where they join my ankles, you know, where your calves meet your ankles. They're just the same. Oh, the joys of getting older, eh? The joys. But it still means we can get pretty fabrics and make gorgeous things with them. So there we go. Like that one. Next one we're going for is Poppy. Oh, is it that one? Oh, hang on. Oh, I don't know. That might not be Poppy's. Oh, no, there it is. We've gone into a different column. Oh, nice. This is pretty. Oh, no, this is a clever one because you've actually got a backdrop to this one. I might need to hold this one up so you can see it. Because you've almost got like a collage going on behind the poppies. And I think it's one that you might see more from a distance than you'll see close up. It's only very subtle. But you've kind of got like a backdrop fabric that's got a script on it almost. Like I say, similar to the collage that we were looking at earlier on. And then you've almost got a stenciling on top of the poppies. Lovely colours, pinks and reds. Do like poppies. But sometimes they can be quite strong, can't they? It's a softer version. Again, another nice one. Lots of summer clothing I could imagine with these. Oh, nice scarf, yeah. Little infinity scarf. You wouldn't need any more than that. You can make several infinity scarves actually out of that, 3.5 metre. Like it. So there we go. Pop dots. Now we've got lots of dots going on. I'm going to bring these in. Let me bring all of these in because I've got a feeling we're kind of be going through these. And my little arms. Sorry, I'm just reading notes there. Fiona's just picked up. That's okay, Fiona, don't worry. You'll hear all about Glastonbury when I get back, don't you worry. I've never been before and I can't wait. Right, dots. Is it this one? This one's going to play with your mind. Oh, now. Oh, now, this is what, I don't know if I like this. I think I like it. Yeah, I think I do. I like the rainbow. But yeah. They kind of look like, yeah, maybe less is more. They do look like it's already been quilted, like. But you see, this is the beauty. I haven't got a complete solid to put against this, but let me bring that. That's probably the nearest I've got. Start diluting it down with other fabrics, and then it's not quite as vibrant. And also, as well, it's a nice one when I look at it. How wide is it? It's not far off 2.5 inches wide if you were cutting it. So that would make quite a funky binding, wouldn't it? If you wanted to. So you might not want to use it all in its entirety, but using it as a funky binding on the edge or something, maybe. But yeah, I like the rainbow effect in that one. But yeah, I don't know if I could look at it for too long. But it's a nice one. Dilute it down. That's really my advice with that one. Rainbow sequins. And this is a really clever fabric because it does look like sequins. It almost looks sparkly, but it's not. Look at this. It does look like sequins. And this one, it goes, does it go from green? Let me hold it up. So you kind of got stripes, I suppose you could say, couldn't you? Going from the green, blue, pink, red, orange, and then back round to your greens. Nice. Like that. My head has gone into overdrive now. My shopping list is getting longer. So yeah, nice one. Nice one for simple kind of t-shirt style tops. I know it's not a jersey fabric, but you can kind of do those t-shirt types. A bit like the top of this dress sort of thing. So that would work well with that. Right, what's next? Flower bed. Now, oh my goodness, you can almost smell the flowers in this one because it's loads of them. This is pretty. That is so sweet. Isn't that lovely? Proper vintage feel again to that one, I think. It's got a lovely feel to it as well. It's almost, it feels like a woven, but it's not, it's printed, but beautiful. Oh, that's a happy fabric, isn't it? Really pretty. Like that one. So yeah, all sorts of flowers on there, none of which I could describe. Is that a chrysanthemum? Might be. Daisy, oh, daisy. Bluebells, maybe. Leaf. Yes, I'm not an avid gardener. I like a garden. I like a nice garden, but yeah. I was out in the garden with David at the weekend, and he said, "You can help me in the garden?" Yeah, no problem. Is this a weed? Is this a weed? Sometimes they're really pretty, aren't they? I suppose weeds are nature's flowers, aren't they, I suppose. So, right, where are we going? So, splatter dots. Splatter dots. H91. Is that what that one? Splatter dots. See, the trouble is I'm putting everything back in such a mess. Oh, is it? No. What did you say it was? H91. Oh, it's going to be that one, isn't it? It's that one I picked up right at the beginning and I'd shoved out the way. Oh, nice one. Yeah, that's pretty. Nice one, yeah. Like it. And it's nice because when you step back, sometimes on the camera, you can see how you kind of got areas of colour. But then obviously you've got all the splatters on top of them. So that's a nice one. Nice and easy. Nice one for a backing again. So yeah, all of these are backing fabrics, so they're all the same width, 274 centimetres wide. Really good size width. And I know I keep referencing dressmaking, but they're perfect for that as well. Wonderful. Stained glass, that's got to be that one, hasn't it? Or like this. Oh, this is nice. Look at all these different colours that you've got in here. It really pops, doesn't it? That black separation in there, oh, that's amazing. Love it. Nice and funky. Non-directional as well, so that's going to be a nice, easy one for you to work with. So, yeah. Fun. Like that one. So, there you go. If you like the look of that one. Details are on your screen. Rainbow stripe. Now, I know which one that one is because I've been looking at one and eyeing that one up. This one. Again. Just a fun one. And it's nice because you've kind of got a softness between them. It's almost like the colours have almost bled into each other in a purposeful way. But it stops it being kind of like harsh stripes, whether you've got that kind of flow. And then some of these have almost got a bit of a batik-y look to them because you kind of got peaks and troughs of colour in there. So that's nice. Maybe, again, sarong if you're feeling bold, or a dress. It's a nice one, actually. Nice one as well for you to use, well, in all sorts of different ways. So there we go. Now this is something. Oh, now we've got something because we've got so many different fabrics here as well. Storing fabrics is always a thing, isn't it? Now these fabrics folded up nice and neatly. We've actually got, and I know how popular this bag is. This is something. Now are we going to this now? Should we do it now since I've got it here? So this is, we'll go back to fabrics in just a few moments. This is a zip-around bag, so you've got your clear window at the front there so you can see into it. But what you've actually got is a storage bag. Now, it's designed for fat quarters, and you've kind of got these separators in. But because they're separators you can take out, you can decide whether it's fat quarters you're putting in here or what you're wanting to put. It could be yarn that you're putting in here. It could be your strip rolls, because they'll fit in there. I've got a strip roll here that's kind of been opened and closed, but it would fit in there quite easily. And if it's like a brand new, you can put probably 3 or 4 of them in there, actually. So the idea being, this is where you're going to be putting your fabric. So these fabrics that we've got, because of them being ½ meters, are a little bit big to actually go in here. But you could just, take your designer, it was height-wise more than anything, but you fold it to the way to fit it, to be fair. So I've done that beforehand. So it might be that I fold that again, and then I would take another one and I would fold that again and put that in there. So it's somewhere where you can basically store your fabrics, designed for fat quarters because of that separation. But of course you fold your fabrics to that size that's going to accommodate for them. So I'm just literally picking these up as we had them. And you could put all your fabrics in there. You've got your clear cover there. So it could be that we've got quilt kits coming up a little bit later on. In our final hour from 12 through to 1. And it might be that you've got a collection of fabrics that you're wanting to keep together and keep it as a project together. Well, this is the perfect way for you to do so. You've got little pockets at the side there as well. So if you're wanting to put any threads that match that collection range or any instructions, then you could potentially be popping those in there as well. But everything zips up then. So you can zip it all up like so. Got a double zip. You've got webbing with regards to the handles. And you've just got a nice way of storing your fabrics. Now, obviously, I've only got a couple of fabrics in there, so they've tumbled. But when you actually put them in, you can straight away look at these and think, oh, yeah, this is my Lewis and Irene. This one's my Moda. This one's my Liberty. And you're kind of storing your fabrics together. Or within a collection, it might be that you're making a quilt, like the one that we've got behind me, and you've got, 14 different fabrics, but you don't want to get them jumbled up, you want to keep them all together, then this is the perfect way for you to do so. And, of course, you can stack them up if you're wanting to, so stack them like little suitcases like so. You could even stack them on a shelf if you wanted to, maybe make a little label or put a sticky label on the end there so you know which collection it is and you can pull it off your shelf. But just a really useful little bag, really useful bag. And I know it's always a popular item with you guys, so yeah. But take those fabrics out because we'll wonder where they've gone to at the end of the show. As I say, take those out if you're wanting to. have it as a complete piece. So maybe you were already working on a quilt and you've got your larger piece of fabric. You could put it in there as you're piecing it together. Quilt blocks, you could fit quilt blocks in here quite easily as you've got a project on the go. But just brilliant value for money and very, very sturdy. So there you go. Flying out. Always do. Sometimes it's nice to see things again on Sewing Street, because sometimes we'll see a show and we'll think, oh, I'll get that later, and we never get round to it, do we? So it refreshes your memory sometimes seeing them again, but get them while you can, because they're flying out at the moment. £10.99. Or it might be that you want to add to your collection of these, because you might need, I don't know, 10 of them as time goes on. 10 of them all in one go is a tidy sum. But if you're buying like once a month or something like that, then you've got them all looking beautiful, like those. So there you go, if you like the idea of getting hold of those. Nice denier with them, good width as well in there. Width-wise, how deep is it? Where am I? 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably about 6 inches deep with those. So good size. Very popular. There we go. So there we go. We'll let those, leave those ones with you, should I say. What else do we have a little look at? Oh, now I've got some wadding. I can't quite reach the wadding, so I might have to get Dan to pass that to me. I'm just looking at different fabric. Can I just mention this? Have we looked at this white fabric as well? We've got some plain white, which is I12 and I40. Oh, is that where you're going next? There you go, on the same wavelength. So sometimes you want just a plain backing. And that's exactly what you've got here. So brilliant quality, nice weight to it as well. I'm going to do the hold it up test. Now the hold it up test, I like to do sometimes when I've got a plain fabric, because we've all bought fabric that you can hold up and you can pretty much see straight through it. So I'm going to hold this up and see. Yeah, so it is a good density. Also as well, it's got a tiny, almost like a, I don't know, it's like I want to say snowflake, but it's not a snowflake. Can you see it? I don't know. It's going to be a really, really tricky one. Let me turn that fabric over to see. Can you see it? I'll leave it there. It's almost like a stitch design. You could stitch that if you wanted to on top, couldn't you? Oh, it's called snowflake. That'll be why. First day at Presenter College. Just say what's on the screen. Oops. Dan, thank you. Now, this one's called Lacy. So I wonder if it's Lacy. Oh, sometimes I'm just that distracted, I don't see what's under my nose. There we go. Now, there, look at that. Oh, that's pretty. I've got double layer there as well, so. And it's flat. Isn't that pretty? Very subtle. Very subtle. If you like, you know those magazine show homes where they do like all the white furnishings, that'd be lovely. Touch of white. V lacy all over. Extra wide. There you go. £12.99. Bargain. Absolute bargain for your half-metre pieces. So very pretty. Oh, we've brought some lovely fabrics today, haven't we? Lovely. Now, I think there's only, looking at these, I think there's only one more that I've not showed you yet. And that's the spaghetti one. It's not called spaghetti, but I don't know what it's called. Squiggle. So this is a nice one as well. So again, it's almost like somebody's got a ball of string and just put it all over the place. Almost neon colours in this as well. So again, extra wide, brilliant one for backing, something that's got quite a contemporary look to it. £10.99. Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it. So, oh, we've got another fabric. Oh, which one have I missed? Crazy Power. Oh, that one. See, this is the different perceptions. To me, what are we calling this one? Oh, that's why I didn't recognise it, because it's a gemstone. Right, okay. See, I'm looking at this and I was thinking oil on water. This has kind of got that kind of variance, but right, crazy power. Oh, I wish I knew about gemstones. That's nice. Oh my goodness, we've only got 4 opportunities to get hold of this one. You're liking this one. See, again, that's another one I think it'll transfer well into clothing. So $10.99, that's probably one of the lowest prices that we've got. So that's going to sell her. I'm chuckling to myself. What was it called? Pink Raw. Pink Raw. Pink Raw. Pink Raw. What's Pink Raw? Have you got a number on it, my lovely? Ends 97. I can't see any that we've not done. That's the only one that I can see that we've done. Is that the one? It's ended 97 though. Is it because it's kind of got like tigery? Oh, it's like magic. Oh, okay. That'll be why. And it's almost like a tiger print petal. Oh, very funky. Purples and pinks and oranges. Pretty. Pretty. So there we go. Lovely. So I'm going to fold that one up. Dan is getting at the ready because we've got a quick little burst of wadding to share with you, I believe. So that's all of the fabrics, all of those fabrics extra wide. So 274 centimetres. If you have just joined us, just go back and have a little look on the website because there's loads of choice there. Whether you want something with a small repeat, something that's got more of a bolder look to it. Things for dressmaking, absolutely perfect size cut for your dressmaking. So do go and have a little look at those. But if you are quilting, you're going to need some of the squidgy stuff. So we have got your wadding for you. Oh, this is beautifully soft. Absolutely gorgeous. So this one here, this one is your super soft. Now, wadding that's 228 centimetres wide is something that is very useful. You know, we were talking earlier on about the early bird being your tape to join together. Well, with this, you don't need to. I'm holding this up, and it's actually double this width. I've got it folded over. So 1/2 metre increments again, beautifully soft. Gorgeous soft. It's got a lovely kind of, well, it's a cotton weight, so, but it's just so soft and fluffy. Gorgeous. From So Simple, so we know it's quality, and looking at 100% cotton with that one. It's only $5.99. $5.99 a 1/2 metre. I'm going to be covered in fluff, aren't I? Didn't think about that with a navy dress. So that's that one. Lovely. So this one, now this one. Oh, now this one, is this a man-made one? Oh, no, it's cotton. Oh, it's because it's bleached. The other one was natural finish. So it's just so soft. So soft. And lovely weight. 1/2 metre increments again with this one. $6.99. So brilliant value for money again, 100%. Keep a note of these item numbers because it's something that we always need, isn't it, our wadding? And sometimes save you trawling through the website trying to find your extra wide. So keep a note of the item numbers, but do treat yourself to it when you've got the opportunity. $6.99. I mean, what's not to love about that? Thank you, Dan. Thank you. So the top of the hour, what did we start with? All the thread. So Orifil, right way back at the beginning of the hour, we brought this fabulous bundle to you, dropped the price down, and what you've got here is your 12 spools of Orifil, and you've got those gorgeous colours. These have been put together with this the paper and ink range in mind, so designed to work alongside the neutral fabrics that you would find within the collection, but also adding a little bit of an interest as well. So there's a couple of variegated ones in there, not variegated, variegated. Neutral tones in there as well. Fabulous storage box to keep everything together. And of course, as you know, with Orifil, always an amazing brand to work with when it comes to your threads. 50 weight, so a really nice weight to work with. Yeah, brilliant value for money. When you consider each one of those spools came out at, was it £7.72p? Oh, £7.49. Oh, I didn't quite remember, but I got the £7. I was in the right ballpark. So there you go. If you like the idea of getting hold of those, £89.99. Come in a fabulous box, keeping that collection together, and it's just a nice way to store and everything, isn't it? And brilliant value. So there you go. Hopefully you've enjoyed this hour and you've filled your baskets with lots of beautiful fabrics. Now is the perfect time for you to be checking your baskets out, because we're going to be back after the break with Becky again, and we're going to be talking die cutting and all sorts of wonderful things, building blocks, applique, you name it. So you definitely want to be there. I'll see you the other side of this.
Hello, I'm Emma Bradford from the Swift Quilting Company. I've been a quilter for 25 years. I began sewing and quilting by hand, but now I offer long arm quilting services and I run patchwork and quilting classes. You can see me regularly on Sewing Street demonstrating patchwork techniques. My top tip is there is no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you. There is no such thing as the quilting police. Outside of quilting, I am a qualified botanist and I enjoy riding my motorbike around the country. I hope to see you soon on Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p, with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1p&p throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello there and welcome back. It's our 11 o'clock show, so that means we've got Becky back again joining us for this hour. Hello, my lovely. Pretty in pink. I love that
Thank
colour
you.
on you.
Well, it's the colour of the part of the Gemini, isn't
Absolutely.
it? So, you know, it's quite nice to have a different shade of purpley pink to wear.
I love it. I love it. Now, this hour we're going to be talking about the benefits of having a Gemini too when it comes to sewing, mainly because we've managed to get more of that fabulous deal that we did see. Now, we didn't think we were going to be able to get any more of these, but we have. Not as many as we had before, but so many took advantage of that deal and so many of you missed out. We tried our best and we managed to kind of secure a bit more stock of it, and you have been taking advantage of that deal. Now, the Gemini 2, phenomenal machine. Becky's going to take us through the machine in just a few moments, but the deal that we've got for you is not only the machine, but almost like a starter kit. So the minute it arrives, you can get your fabric out and you can get crafting and you can make a fabulous project. Now, we're also going to be talking about other dies during this hour as well, but let me show you what you're going to get with your Gemini 2. I'm going to let the Gemini.
I am a Gemini, actually.
Let Becky take us through the Gemini. I love that you're a Gemini as well. Well, I show you what you're getting part of your bundle. Now, you're £199.99. When we have the machine on offer, that is what you're going to be paying for your machine. So, brilliant price straight away. But when you have got a bundle alongside it of this incredible stature, then you have got loads of fun to be had. So we'll talk about the plates in a few moments. Becky will tell you about that. You're also going to get a set of builder block dies. So I'll get those out and ready to share with you in a few moments. And you're also going to get this fabulous little Lazy Susie type of effect that you can put on the base of the machine. In fact, I'm going to give that to Becky because Becky can explain that one to you a little better in a few moments. So you are getting all of that for the price of what you would normally pay for the machine, and you've got a three-way split as well. So £66.66 is all you need to invest today to get hold of all of that creative goodness. Now, your builder block, we have got this as a little set that you can see here. Take the cover off, you've got a little drawer, and it's going to allow you to create your bay leaf block. And the bay leaf block is the one that's featuring on this fabulous little table runner that you can see here. But the dies themselves will actually be put together in a variety of different ways. In fact, 10 different blocks depicted in here to give you ideas of how you can work with these. And you've also got them in it says here 3 different sizes, but on the packaging it has got 4 sizes. But you can see there 6, 8 and 12 featuring it in there, and you've got 10 different variations of them and the different sizes for the different size blocks that you're going for. So lots of variation straight away within there, all good to go, and in that fabulous storage box. So as time goes on, you'll add to your builder block collection, and these will be stackable within your craft room. So brilliant bundle to start with, and all working with the Gemini too.
Yeah. Oh, and the existing Gemini, if you've got 2 and you want to, to be able to share it with, or perhaps you're going to give one to a family member, you can absolutely, it doesn't matter, that they'll all work with the other Geminis. But they are really, I mean, the original builder block system is squares, half square triangles and quarter square triangles, which we had on the show before. But it really comes into its own when it's got curves in it, because curves are so difficult to cut accurately. And if they're not cut accurately, you don't get the finish you need. So I think that having this one in that bundle makes it, you really see what it's worth having that Gemini.
Absolutely. And we were talking about cutting circles and curves. Sometimes if you're using a paper pattern, it can be tricky. If you've got to invest in a plastic template or an acrylic template, then that's okay, but quite often you've only got one size there, and it can be quite tricky to do, to get that repetitive sizing to make sure that everything is pristine and works well together. And that is the joy of working with dies to achieve that as well. So that is the bundle that we've got with regards to our Gemini 2. So yeah, that is that. If you fancy getting hold of that, the details just popped off your screen. We'll probably revisit that in a little while as well, and come back to that. But we've got some gorgeous layering dies that we're going to be sharing with you in a few months. Any questions about the Gemini 2, then do make sure you message in. Let's take advantage of Becky and her sewing knowledge while she's here. So just message in or email into the studio. So layering dies. Now, the layering dies, did you say layering dies or the lace dies? The lace dies. Layering. Lace layering. I was suddenly looking for lacy dies and I couldn't see them. But then I realised this is what we are talking about. So this is a bundle where we've got 4 die sets and a heap of felt. Becky, what we got here?
These are really gorgeous dies. Again, these are multimedia dies. They can be used with fabric and they can be used with card as well. And you're going to be able to create a little lace kind of bear, a flower, butterflies, and also the fox. And again, they're quite sizable dies. So you can use these with the felt that we're going to give you in the bundle. But of course, you could use them with ordinary fabric. I would just put some kind of Bonder web or something similar on the back of it just to give it a little bit of structure. But really great for sort of decorating, making sort of home decor items. But making, you know, cushions, that kind of thing, little decorations, things pop on quilts. The list is endless. There's lots and lots of things you can do with these. And they are absolutely gorgeous. So lots of different aspects to these dies. You've got lots of different shapes within them. And look at those colours. They are joyous colours, aren't they?
I didn't really think this through, Becky, when I started, because I thought, oh, I can just fan these out in the time that Becky is talking. And there's a lot of squares in here. So you're going to get all of those. Some of them are tucked away underneath as well. So you've actually got 16 sheets in total there, which lend themselves perfectly to these beautiful dies that we've got. But the price on your screen is not the price you are paying. So if you fancy getting involved and taking advantage of that price, £49.99 for all of these, I think is phenomenal value for me. So if you were to say a tenner each for the dies and a tenner for your felt, that's all that you're paying with regards to these, really, isn't it? So details are on your screen, but what's it going to look like when we've made it, Becky?
I've got a few samples here because they are absolutely gorgeous. Look at him. Oh, beauty. Really cute. So he actually has a little bit of glitter fabric underneath. So it just shows you the different types of things you can do. And these are quite sizable dies. You can see, no, that's my hand span. I've got quite small hands, but there's quite a lot there. This is a butterfly, making those little kind of fairy wand. Great for a kids' party. Easy to make. You're just cutting them out of felt. A little bit of ribbon and some beads on there. It looks absolutely gorgeous. This one I think is my favourite. This is the fox. Oh, wow. And this is the lace layering effect that you've got on the fox here. But on a book cushion or on a t-shirt, there's all sorts of different options. This one shows the flower. Now, if you've watched in the shows before, I had a black cushion and the flower was done out of different colours and it looks amazing. I haven't got it with me today, but you can see this is a really kind of cute design that you can get here. You've got a lot of different dies within each pack because you're going to be layering out these different sections. So for this one, for example, you've got that outer flower, but you've got these individual petals and you've got the lace effect inside the petal and the circle as well. So you can really sort of build it up with all those different fabrics or card or whatever you want to be making out of it. These can cut into leather, just saying.
Wow. But the intricacy of that, I don't know about you guys, but I certainly wouldn't achieve that at home if I was trying to do it in another way. I mean, the only way I can think of is if you were to put something like the Bonder web on the back of your heat and bond back of your fabric and then get a craft knife and cut out. But can you imagine the time?
Yeah.
In the length of the time that it would take to cut this out on the Gemini 2, I probably wouldn't have even found my craft knife, to be fair, let alone start cutting out. But that intricacy that you've got there is phenomenal. Absolutely incredible. The detail is beautiful, and a lovely project there to showcase those gorgeous lacy layers that you've created. And then the little bear, how cute was he? Nice little idea there, maybe on a little reading book bag or something like that. And I love the little idea of the wands with the butterflies. There could be little tiaras that you're making as well. And the little fox as well. How beautiful was his lacy tail? Absolutely gorgeous. All of those coming together with all of that gorgeous felt. So straight away, you've got lots of scope with this. Now, when it comes to cutting felt, is there anything that we need to know when we're putting them through the Gemini 2?
Well, as I mentioned on the earlier show, and I've mentioned before, I always a big advocate for the fabric plates, which we don't have on the show today. But when it comes to cutting felt, I prefer to use the plates that come with the machine.
Okay.
I don't use my fabric plates. I feel it cuts better with the plates that you've got with your machine, and I always cut 2 layers of felt at any one time.
Okay.
Sometimes you just need that extra thickness in there, but I always think that especially, this particular one, this is the flower one, so that's the outer part of the flower, and then you've got these individual petals and the lacy part here. So if I just cut that into a piece of felt, all it would do is create that lacy effect. There wouldn't be an actual outside of a petal. You have to put those two together. But, it's inevitable. You're going to drop one of these, or, you lose it, or whatever it might be. And like I say, I always find them attached to my dog. So I always cut 2 layers at any one time, and I prefer to use the plates that you get with the machine. So you'll use your white plates on either side, you'll use your metal shim and use that frosted plastic shim over the top of that, and then the other white plate on the top of that, and that cuts much better. And I can show you how it cuts in a moment.
Yeah, sounds good.
I'll get that ready.
Sounds good to me. Now, if you're wanting to go for those dies, we have got the dies available. We've got the fabulous felt as part of the bundle. If you like the idea, and I'm just going to very quickly bring these in, but we'll go through them in closer detail in a little while. We've got the most incredible leather effect fabrics that I know that Becky did mention earlier, and I think these would make really nice grown-up versions of those, maybe if you don't want to use the felt. So we've got these in a variety, all 3 of them coming together, I believe, with the details that are on your screen. But if you want to take advantage of a discounted price, and we have got that available for you as well, $24.99. Good size pieces. You're looking at 1.30 m, 25 centimetres wide, and all 3 of those coming together. But I think they would look brilliant actually cut out of those as well, Becky.
I like that idea of being a sort of bit of a grown-up kind of thing. Yeah. Right. So I'm just cutting. I'm now. Often when we see me, people say, you're wasting a lot of space. It's just because I'm trying to do it quickly. If I was working at home, I'd be making sure I'm cutting exactly to make the most of my fabric. But I'm not going to do that today. So I'm going to cut, I've got 2 layers of felt here. I'm going to cut 2 layers of that little shape here. Now this will cut through those 2 layers, no problem at all, in one pass. But because we've got this one here, which is quite intricate, I'm going to run it through the machine twice. I'll pop that inside here. Ideally, I'm just going to see if I've got a little bit of low-tack tape in my bag.
Well, I've got 4 canisters of it, if that's
yeah, if I could, that would be great.
By all means, you can. Take hold of one of these.
Oh, lovely.
I've actually got a set of 4 of these, if you do want to get hold of them as well. And it's where you've got your little kind of tape on the roll in the fabulous little kind of plastic container. So you've got 4. Oh, Dan's got one there for you.
Thank you. I'll give you that one back.
Oh, bless you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you're actually going to get 4 of these. Each one has got 3 of those in there. So, yeah, 1 to use, 2 to lose. That's usually what happens with me. And you're actually going to get 4 of those for your £9.98. Oh, my goodness, that's worth getting hold of.
And the low-tack tape is fantastic. It's really, really useful. We use it with paper craft. We use it with fabric. I am heavy-handed with my tape because I think better to tape things down and make sure they're not going to move than fiddle around. I've done things before and I think, I don't need to tape it. It's going to be fine. And then the 2 dies hit and I end up cutting into the die. So yeah, it's definitely worth having always some low-tack tape.
When you've got 12 spools of it for $9.98, you don't mind using it, do you?
No, exactly. So what I've got here is this is what I prefer to cut my felt with. I've got my white plate, I've got my metal shim, my fabric with my dies facing down, and I tape my fabric and my dies to the plate. You'll notice that I'm the only person from Crafter's Companion that does this. I don't know why. It makes me feel happier. And then I'm going to put the clear plate over the top of that, and then my white plate. I think it's because with paper things don't move quite so much, but with fabric, things just move, and I don't want to do that.
It's kind of that sponginess that you've got of fabric, haven't you? So yeah.
So you can hear that kind of crackling noise again that I mentioned before with felt. Because you've got all those fibres, it makes a kind of electricity type noise. It's not electricity, it's just the noise of all those fibres. And I'm running it through the second time because I'm using that filigree lace effect dye. If it was just those overall shapes, it wouldn't need to go through again. But I want to make sure everything's cut out nicely. Okay. So let's take the tape off. And as always, I always want to keep my tape. I don't want to throw it away. I don't know why, because there's so much of it. So you can see that has cut beautifully. So you've got two of those outer shapes that cut absolutely beautifully. And then this one here. So this is cutting the petal, the outside of the petal, but it's also cutting that filigree lace effect in here. So if I just give that a bit of a flick,
look at that.
you can see how that comes out. Look, that's come out beautifully. And then that goes on here. And just do that one. Get rid of all those little bits. You know, they're not stuck. They're just, you know, they're just
the fibres, isn't it? They just kind of grab on a little bit. Yeah.
You can see
almost like
that looks like that there.
Perfect.
But they are beautiful. They are, and they look how pristine those cuts are. Now, cutting out of any fabric will work well. As I say, card as well. And I'm a great one for if I'm giving someone a gift, I would like to have the card matching the gift. So if I was making something like this pincushion, for example, I'd quite like the idea of creating the card with that flower on the top as well, because I like things to match.
I love it. Now, I've got the perfect way for you to actually fuse those layers together. So you've got your we've got two sprays here. We've also got one that you are able to heat. Oh, it's a permanent one, isn't it, I think?
Yeah, the orange one you heat.
Yes, that's it. I had to remember. Orange for hot. There you go. So we have got these two cans. Now, one of them is repositionable, so perfect if you want like a temporary spray. If you're looking at stitching your pieces together, then that is going to be a good one. But when you've got such lacy detail, it's probably not a bad idea to go for this one because, as I learned from Becky earlier on, give it a spray, get your iron involved, and it'll actually fuse to the fabric, fuse those layers together, and you don't need any stitches. Did I get that right, Becky? Was I listening?
That's right. You were listening. Absolutely. So it's the same product as a 505.
Yes.
Yes, and it is the same product.
It's made by the same people.
It's made by the same people.
Yeah.
So it's the same. It's the same. And it's one of the things I run out of the most because I think it's something we use so much and because it makes everything easier. And the basting spray, the blue one, for when you're doing your quilts and everything, it makes such a difference. I don't pin my quilts together anymore. It's fiddly. That makes life a lot easier.
I love it. So there you go, both of them together. Deal price for you, £11.98. It is one that we struggle to keep in stock with that special price, and it has been flying out today. So please do not miss out on that one at all. It's kind of, you've got to get it. You need it. You need it. So details on your screen for that. Obviously we're talking about those fabulous lace dies. So as you saw, they're cut to perfection every single time when you're popping them through, and the felt is a perfect addition for you to actually do so. And good news, the felt comes alongside them. So yeah, why not go for this one as a deal and take advantage of that price as well. Now we do have them available individually if you're wanting to. So if you like the idea of going for the teddy bear by itself, then the details are on your screen. $15.99. In there, you've actually got 9 die elements there. So you've got your outside edge, you've got things like paws and eyes and things like that, little muzzle, and you've got that lacy detail that's going to sit on top. So that is beautiful. So that one is the teddy bear. If you like the look of that one, then the details are on your screen. Where are we going next? Oh, the little lacy one that we saw just a few moments ago. This is a popular one. We don't have huge quantities of these individually, so if you do want to go for them, you need to be quick sooner rather than later with these. $15.99. You saw how intricate that fabulous petal detail was. There's no way you could achieve that with anything other than a quality die, just like this Multicraft die that we've got here. So if you like the idea of that one, then take advantage of that one. Next, the butterfly, and this is a beautiful one. I love the idea of this one being used at little kind of party treats and a little craft project potentially. So again, you've got your multiple layers there, your innies and your outies, and then your outside area. Don't forget, not just for your fabrics as well, so if you want to use them in your paper crafting, then you can do. And as Becky said, lovely idea to actually have a card and a gift. Gift made out of fabric, card made out of paper to celebrate whatever occasion it is that you're celebrating. And then the last one is our little foxy friend. He's so cute. Beautiful, beautiful in that little hoop that you've got there. So absolutely gorgeous. A lovely one with all that lace detail there as well. And you've got all these different elements. So yeah. Oh, we haven't got the details. Oh, the fox is not available individually now. Oh, okay. Sorry, I got a bit distracted then. I didn't pay attention. So the bundle is the only way you can get hold of the fox. So if you like the idea of getting hold of the bundle with all of your fabulous felt, then £49.99. Our Rachel, who is producing the show, she's just said, oh, I love the fox. That's obviously why it's sold out, because everybody else loves them as well. So, yeah, in the bundle, you can still get him £49.99 if you're wanting to take advantage like that. So, where shall we go next? What should we look at? Should we look at the builder block? The builder block. So, obviously, when you're shopping for your Gemini 2, Gemini 2 comes with that fabulous bay leaf block that you're going to learn how to create. There's actually 10 different variations using the dies. Well, one of the things that we love, and this is really irritating, I'm trying to get the cover off this because somebody's put the cover on upside down.
Would you like mine? Do you want mine?
Have you got yours handy?
Yeah, mine's
here.
here.
Oh, bless you, because I want to show you what you get within here as well.
There you go.
Thank you. So, personalisation, I think, is one of the things that we love to do in all areas of crafting. Now, do you remember me talking about the bay leaf die set coming in a box and that these are all stackable? So there's your box for your bay leaf. The idea is that as time goes on, you will invest in more of these die sets. So they will literally just stack on your shelf and you can instantly see from the indexing which one you want to go to. Now, this one here, the price on your screen is phenomenal. £69.99. You've got your drawer, which when you pull your drawer out, you have got all of your different components in here for your letters. And you've got your guide to how you can put everything together. But it's not just letters in here, Becky.
Letters, numbers, it's got special characters like ampersands, question marks, exclamation marks, but it's also got some other images in there. So we've got little hearts, we've got trees, we've got a bear. There is so much in here. And remember, we're talking about Roman letters, but if you, you wanted to write something in Greek, you could work it out. As long as you've got some graph paper, you'd be able to work it out using
It's a bit like the old knitting patterns or cross stitch, isn't it? As long as you kind of can place them down. So here you have got obviously your guidance, so you've got all your different shapes in there. So they're not individual letters, which is why you've got the scope for creativity. But you've got obviously a little recess. This is a set of Becky, so there's somewhere for every single one of those dies to live. And of course, these are almost like your jigsaw pieces.
Yes, absolutely. And it means that there's such a wealth of different things you can put together. If you're going to be using Chinese characters, Japanese characters, you'll be able to work it out by using these different shapes that you've got in here. It's like Lego.
Yes, it is.
It
is exactly that. It's like any modular system, isn't it, that you're wanting to look at. Love the idea that it shows you how you can do things like your shapes here and your flowers, your trees, little bear home, sweet home that you've got here. But one of the reasons, or the main reason you might be shopping for this one today, and everything else is a bit of a bonus, is that you're going to be able to create your letters. And here I can see different sizes, but it's broken right the way down.
Yeah, it makes it very easy. And once you look at how it's put together, you'll be like, oh yeah, I can easily do that. I can start making my own designs. It's obviously there are only straight lines that you're going to be stitching, but there's so many different things you can do on here. Perhaps you might be making a quilt for a wedding. You want Mr. and Mrs. whoever, or Mr. and Mrs. Whatever you might be doing, or a child's quilt with letters of the alphabet, numbers. There's so much you can do with this.
I love it. Multilingual as well in there. So we know we were just looking at a Spanish page, but there is an English equivalent of that one as well. So £69.99 I think is brilliant value for money. Just as it is at £69.99 because of the scope. But we're going to drop that price down. Now, with this, we believe this is the lowest price that this has ever been bought to you at.
Wow.
That's a phenomenal saving. That is almost like it's a wrong price, but yeah, $19.99. That is a phenomenal saving because you've got everything in there. Little rectangles, little quarter square triangles. You've got the most amazing quilt over there as well.
Yeah,
Becky.
I have. I've got a really cool quilt. So you can actually see here how everything's made up. Because you might initially think, oh yes, it's going to be, there's going to be a letter A, there's going to be a letter B, but they're all made up of those squares, rectangles, half square triangles and quarter square triangles. And you can see how you put that together. So it's now making more sense. It's almost like thinking, you know, when you had an old computer back in the 80s, you know, and everything was like this, wasn't it? It was all pixelated. Yes. And that's effectively what you're going to be doing here. And whilst there's a lot of stitching involved, because these are small squares we're using here, you've got 4 different sizes that you could be making, and you just follow the instructions in there. It'll tell you whether you're going to be using extra large, large, medium or small, and they'll be making the different sizes. All you need to do is make sure that you always stitch with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, and everything will be perfect. Because you're using the Gemini, because it's going through that machine, it's cutting those multiple layers with that die, the cut is going to be perfect, provided your stitch is going to be the same all the way through, and you're using a 1/4 inch seam allowance, everything will match up.
So if you wanted to make up these traditional blocks that are made up of your quarter square and your half square triangles, you could utilise some of these in that way as well.
Yeah, and I think of all of the ones that we have, perhaps with the exception of the original builder block, which is squares, half square triangles and quarter square triangles in different sizes, there is so much you can do with this.
Absolutely.
All you need to do, like I say, you know, if you're going to order, you're going to get this today, get yourself some graph paper, and you can just work out what you're going to be doing based on those shapes.
Brilliant idea, absolutely brilliant. And as you would imagine, $19.99, it is literally flying out. This is the lowest price that we believe that this has ever been brought to you at. So you've got all of your different dies that are featuring in here. You've got your block guide as well. So you've got illustrations there and patterns to follow initially. So whether it's numbers, whether it's the grammatic markers, you're even going to learn about how to actually get your fabrics ready and to lay them down. And then you'll learn how line by line each of those letters come together, simply using the shapes that you've got in here. And it literally tells you exactly what you need, what your recipe is. Full alphabet, as you can see, going right the way through there. But in addition to that, you have got the numbers, if you're wanting numbers as well. So it could be that you're making almost like how you used to see like the cross stitches done for weddings.
Like a sampler kind of thing.
Yeah, you could do it on a fabric quilt. But then you've got the embellishments there of things like the heart, the cross star, the flower star, the forest tree, the lovable bear, home sweet home, postage stamp, corner flower. You will come up with loads more of your own as well. As you can see there, a little bit of graph paper, maybe a few squares laid down, grid paper, and you are going to have loads of fun. The kids could get crafting with these, couldn't they, creating their own design?
And of course, you know, it's a safe machine. You know, there's no scissors or anything, so children can use this. They can't get their feet. Unlikely they're going to get their feet there, but if they put their hands here, it's not going to hurt them because it doesn't work like that. So yeah, this machine is very good to do with kids.
20% of the stock has gone. I have these alphabet and numbers blocks, and they're really easy to use. Amazing price today. I paid much more for mine, but well worth the money. Jane, thank you. Couldn't agree more. I mean, that is a huge drop. You're looking at pretty much a £50 saving on these. So yeah, amazing value for money as well. Sarah's asking a question. Can I use these in my aqua quilt? Put your teeth back
I've
in,
never
Hayley.
used an aqua quilt.
Is that the manual one, I think? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Depends on the sandwich, isn't it? That is the key thing.
Because I don't know is the question. I would ask on Facebook. There's a Sewing with Crafters Companion page. If you join that and you ask a question, somebody might have an AccuQuilt and could tell you. But I don't know because I've never used one. I'm afraid.
Yeah, no, I'm the same. I've not got one, so I don't know. Another question: will the stick and stay fuse to felt? So
it will, but our felt that we've got is an acrylic. So it needs heat to work. So I'd be very careful as to how you heat it. You're obviously going to need to use a cloth. It will work, but just be careful. Just be wise to the fact that it's no, acrylic is plastic,
I
so it
suppose,
will heat up.
Because usually you would hold it in place, and with felt, because being
it might shrivel up. So I would test it first of all, but make sure you've got a cover of some cotton fabric, and don't have your iron too hot. Maybe just sort of spend a little bit of time just moving it around and see if it works. But if you're going to be using a wool felt, it should work fine. But just make sure there's no steam.
That's a good question, because I did reference, didn't I, using that with your felt. Another way you can do it, if you've got something like your fuse and bond or your heat and bond, then I suppose you could apply that to your fabric before you die cut your applique pieces, and then you'll be okay. But I did reference it, so it's a good question, so thank you for that one as well. I love this. I love this. Caring, sharing neighbourhood here. I have the Aqua Quilt, and you can't use those dies with it. I did wonder if they were a little bit too shallow, I must admit, because of it being a manual die cutting machine. So there you go. Donna, and who was asking the question? Donna and Sarah, bringing you together there, so thank you very much for that. So there you go. At least we know the answer to that question for the future. But good question. So nice set of dies with regards to this one. So you've got all the different alphabet dies in there, as you can see. Well, not alphabet dies, should I say. Your ingredients to create your blocks that will become your alphabet letters. So loads of fun with those as well. So like that idea. My mind's gone to overdrive. Yes, again. So, felt. We've actually got felt by itself as well. So if you did want to stock up on your felt, I'll pass those back to you. Then we have got the ability for you to get hold of. Now, is this the same felt that we've got in the lacy bundle? Yes. So if you shopped for these dies as part of the bundle and you like the look of the lace, or the felt, or maybe you don't want the dies, you just want the felt by itself, well, we have got this as a bundle. So you're going to get your pieces here. Now, these are, how big are they? They're 24 centimetres by 22 centimetres. So slightly off square. Only by a couple of centimetres, but you have got all of these gorgeous colours, 16 colours in total. Wonderful for die cutting, brilliant for crafting with as well. Lovely range of colours as well, Becky.
Yeah, and they're a little bit more rigid than some felt that you would have. They've been specifically chosen to go with those lace layering dies, so they hold their shape well. So we've had felt in the past that's really good for flowers. This has got more of a structure to it.
Yes,
I wouldn't say it's thicker; it's just a little bit stiffer.
It feels like it's been starched.
Yes,
something
it does.
like that. Yeah. Okay. Nice array of colours, perfect for your florals. I mean, you can see there those floral colours, absolutely perfect. Foliage colours there as well, animal colours. It's a really nice range. So $15.99. I know we had some applique dies on the show earlier on with lots of little animals in there. So if you did manage to get hold of those, they did sell out, unfortunately. But this is going to be a lovely range of felts to go with those as well. So gorgeous, soft as well. So if you like the idea of that as well. If you like the idea of getting hold of those. Now, I know we had the feet earlier on to work with the templates. I've not got them to hand at the moment. I think Dan's on it though. He's all ears is our Dan. We can't say anything in this studio without him hearing it. So earlier on we've got a lovely range of templates for you to do your free motion work with. So we've got the high shank and the low shank foot that were available. So the high shank foot, I'm just going to bring that in just for the time being. So this will be where you have to go to your manufacturer's guide for your machine. Somewhere in your instructions or your guide, it will let you know if it's a high shank. If it is, then brilliant, this is the foot for you. If not, we have the low shank version. And if you haven't got your guide, if you go to your manufacturer's website with your model number, they should be able to give you the information there. And it's all to do with this piece of metal that's on the left-hand side. So that is your high shank foot. We have the low shank one as well. So if you want the low shank, then the details popping up on your screen. Now these are designed to work with the ruler system that we had earlier on. I don't know if we've got it on the show as well. I know we have got the templates designs, the finished samples with Becky. She's going to take you through those. But this one is $9.99. So if you wanted to get hold of this, details are on your screen. And this again, that kind of hoop shape, that circle shape, will sit within the recess, the templates that we had on the show earlier on. And those templates should still be on the website, and the kind of results that you can get are the kind of results that Becky's got over there.
Yeah, these are just brilliant because it's going to allow your sewing machine, your home sewing machine, look like a sort of long-armed quilter. So you can see these are some of the samples that you can be using. as Hayley said, you need to use that circular darning foot or embroidery foot. If your machine comes with one that's oval shaped, it won't work. It needs to be a circular one, but you obviously seen them there, but your machine might already come with one. But you can see all of these have just been done with an ordinary sewing machine using that foot and going through all of those different patterns. There is absolute wealth of different designs that you can use here. So many different patterns here, and really can elevate your quilting items. I mean, I'm quite lazy when it comes to actually doing any quilting work. I do stitch in the ditch because I think, oh, everything else is a bit complicated. But you look at these, being able to use all of those patterns and create things like this. These are absolutely stunning. Lots of different designs, whether you want something minimalistic or something a little bit more complicated. They will work for sort of modern quilts, traditional quilts. Absolutely huge amount of different designs that you could be making through this. And I'm still going.
I love
Last
it. Loads there.
Yeah, loads. So many.
We've just got the details on the screen for the Gemini, though. We're just going to change the details around because they do relate to the feet and those designs that we've just saw. Thank you, Dan. To these templates that we had earlier on today. So we've got them back. All of them coming together, as you can see, with the details that are on your screen. So you've actually got a set of 5. Is it 5? It was 5, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, it was 5. But there's multi-purpose uses with these. So all of the designs that Becky's just taken you through, the idea being is when you've actually got that foot, it will sit within that channel there. And as you can see, it has to go right the way up to the channel, and the channel will guide it through to create those different shapes that Becky's just shared with you. So you've actually got, I think it's 24 different designs within there. So if you're wanting to get creative with those, then you can do. So the foot doesn't come with it. You just need to make sure that you've got the right foot to work with those. But we're going to go back to the Gemini deal. Now, the Gemini deal is amazing. So we have got a fabulous deal for you. So obviously the die cutting machine, we've seen it in action during this show. The Gemini 2 comes to you as a brilliant bundle to start with. But when it comes to you, you've got everything that you need to cut, but not everything that you need to get creative, which is why we've got a fabulous bundle for you now. So details on your screen are for the Gemini 2, which quite often when we've got an offer, you'll be paying £199.99 for. But in addition to that, we have got a deal where you're going to get some extra goodies. So first thing that you're going to get is you're going to get a builder block set. Now, the builder block set is made up of dies that will allow you to create this fabulous runner that we've got here. Now, this runner is made up using a block called bay leaf. And indeed, that is what you've got here. You've got your bay leaf die set. But to create your bay leaf, you've got a variety of different dies that can be used in more than one way. So there is your bay leaf, but then you've got all of these different dies here to give you loads of variations, Becky.
Yeah, and you wouldn't realise there were so many different patterns you can do. And whilst we say on the box there's up to, I think there's 4 options, 4 sizes. Some of the designs you won't be able to make in every size because of the way that they're structured.
Fair enough.
So you just need, when you work out what you want to do, just be mindful of that you won't be able to make every single block in every single size. But to get all of those different designs just from what effectively is just 2 shapes, really, isn't it? It's incredible.
So you can see here you've got your different variations. That's the original one, the bay leaf that you can see in your finished sample there. Now Becky's got that. Raindrops you could be creating, looking glass, retro disc, full moon, round harlequin, all of these. And if you chose to make them and they're compatible, say all in 6-inch or all in 8-inch, then you could actually make in almost like a sample quilt, utilising those in all the different ways. Or you can take them all and create one project. And you've got all the dies here, so all the dies are going to create that fabulous table runner that you've seen there in a variety of different sizes. So yeah, very, very effective, beautiful design that's going to look gorgeous in anybody's home. And that is your builder block system. Now, your bundle isn't just that. You're going to get the additional plates and you're going to get your little swivelly thing that can go on the bottom of the machine if you're wanting to as well. So there you go. Right, so I'm going to quickly go back to these because I don't think we had the details on the screen for these. Got a bit jumbled up there. So if you're wanting to go for the quilt guys, you know when Becky was taking us through all that free motion work. Well, these are the templates that we use to achieve it. Now, each one has got well, most of them have got 4, well, all of them have got at least 4 different variations. So, for instance, this particular one here, have a look at the different designs you could be creating with that. You wouldn't think that from that shape, would you? But when you actually go off to the Crafters website, the Crafters TV YouTube channel, you will find loads of tuition showing you how to get those results. And that's the case with all of these. So they've all got different variations, 24 different variations in total. I love these ones, Becky.
They're so versatile, aren't they?
Yeah,
there's so many different things in there. And I just think it's one of those options to really utilise your home sewing machine to do all of these different bits and pieces that previously you would have thought, actually, I can't do. Or you'd be drawing them by hand laboriously onto your quilt, and then you've not got that guide, you've not got that sort of structure holding your sewing machine in place and making sure that you don't make a mistake.
I think it's a brilliant idea. Brilliant idea. It's going to give you the confidence with your free motion work. A few tips from Becky in the last hour, which you can go back and look at, which was 9 o'clock this morning, all about relaxing and getting into the flow of moving that fabric with that foot on there, following those channels, giving you the creativity that many of us aspire to have, that can't quite do it without the help of a template. And why
or
not?
A glass of wine. I like that idea.
If it's the right time of day, then yes, a glass of wine might help you just relax that little bit as well. So there you go. If you like the idea of getting hold of those, they are all there and ready to go. I think they are available individually. I think some of the larger ones weren't, unfortunately. But as a bundle, I don't think you'd want to go for them individually because the saving gives such a phenomenal saving when you're going for those all together. So yeah, if you like the idea of those, then please do so. So, we've had a fabulous hour. I hope you have enjoyed it too. Becky, I know you're shooting back up north, aren't you?
I'm going home and then
down and then
go
back
down
up?
and then back up.
Oh,
so,
my goodness.
yes, it's going to be a long day.
And do we know when you're back on our screen?
A couple of weeks' time. I don't know
look
for
out
sure, but yeah, a couple of weeks' time. It's been great. Lovely to see everybody.
Enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it as well. So hopefully you've enjoyed yourself during this hour. Continue to place your orders, check your baskets out, and make sure that you do rejoin me for the last hour and a bit of our morning here on Sewing Street. So I will see you the other side of this.
Hello, my name's Rebecca Harrison. My background is in theatre costume, so I've made costumes for film, TV and theatre. I began to sew when I was at school, in primary school, and I also did a lot of sewing with my mum at home. One of the first things that I ever made was this little mouse, and I hand sewed her at primary school. I think I was 8 or 9 when I did her, and I treasure her. She's I just love her. Her stuffing's gone in her head, so she's a bit wobbly. My favourite things to sew are corsets, probably because of my period background, but I just love them. I've got one here. I love the structure of them, the shape the bones make. I just think they're beautiful, and the fact that through the ages they've changed to make women's shape different, and I find that really fascinating. My claim to fame is because I've obviously doing costumes for film and theatre, I've been lucky enough to meet a lot of famous people. So I've met people like Dame Judi Dench, Kate Winslet, Juliette Binoche, lots and lots of people, lots more than I can probably, I haven't got time to say them all. But yeah, just and all around the building where I used to work in London, you'd see lots of people, Christopher Lee, Sir Richard Attenborough, yeah, just lots and lots of people. So it was really lovely, and yeah, I feel very privileged to do what I do. I love my job, and I'm very lucky that I get to do it every day. And I really enjoy being on Sewing Street and demonstrating how to make things, and hopefully inspire you to get sewing.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your App Store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your App Store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Hello there and welcome back. Now, just before we get into our final hour of the day here on Sewing Street, we've got a fabulous deal to bring to you. Now, we are looking at this beautiful machine. Now, I'll be honest, it's the first time that I've seen this close up, and this could potentially be because this is one of the latest machines that we've seen from Elna, and it is an amazing machine. As you can see, just to look at it, it looks incredible, but it is feature packed. There's a lot of information that is within this particular machine. It's going to help you with your sewing and help you achieve and aspire to get the results that you want to get hold of. Now, not only is it brilliant for your regular sewing, things like your quilting, your dressmaking, your home decor, it's also going to be brilliant when it comes to free motion, because what you've actually got with this is this magic box that comes with the machine, which will allow you to regulate your sewing. In fact, let me show you on the overhead camera, because it's probably a little bit easier if I show you that way. So, very glamorous box to start with. This box itself has got your accurate stitch regulator in here. So what this is going to do is this is going to mean that when you come to do your free motion work, you get that balanced look to your sewing. And that's the thing, sometimes with free motion work, we move the fabric a little bit too quickly. So we get those kind of larger stitches, or we might move it, well, too quickly, we get the smaller stitches. No, hold on, which way around is it? No, it's larger stitches when we move it too quickly, because we're putting too much fabric through as that needle raises up and then goes down to form the next stitch. So what the ASR does is it means that it regulates that stitch, so you get an even stitch as you are moving your fabric. So it's one less thing to think about. There's loads of different elements that you've got within this particular machine. In fact, let me share some of them with you. So you've got, first of all, exclusivity in the UK to us here at Sewing Street. That's something that is very important, something we're very proud of as well. And you've got an exclusive combination of features which makes it, well, pretty much the dream machine for many patchworkers and quilters. So the Excellence 782, we've got a fabulous deal we're going to be sharing with you, which means you will be able to take advantage of the long arm design. You've got a wide throat space with this one as well. You've got the dual feed system, so that's going to be a bit like your inbuilt walking foot with this one. And you've got a professional HP foot and needle plate for precision curves and 1/4 inch top stitching. And of course, the ASR system that I just briefly mentioned to you. It actually comes with 4 presser feet, so it's wonderful if you're wanting to do things like your ruler work as well. So it's feature packed. Looks brilliant as well. I mean, you've got that large area, so that large throat area, which is going to be key when you actually come to working with your quilts. Illuminated, as you can see, beautifully. So you've got lots of light there, LED light, which is going to illuminate the whole area. So you're not going to have to worry about casting shadows on your work as you work as well. It's got an ingenious stitch plate system as well. So it'll actually come within your box of goodies. You get so many goodies with this, it's fabulous. So again, I'll move the machine back out again. So your box of goodies, you'll actually get all the different feet. They've kind of got a bit jumbled in the process here, but you'll neatly sort those out so you've got all your different feet. But it actually comes with 3 stitch plates as well. So we've got one of the stitch plates, which is kind of like your regular sewing one, which has got a little slot in, which means you can do things like your zigzag and your side-to-side stitches taking up to 9mm wide, so very, very creative with those. Then you've got your HP. Now this is the one that we were referred to about that 1/4 inch top stitching and things like your curves. So tricky areas of sewing, you can use that stitch plate. And this one here is perfect if you're wanting to do things like single, I don't know, like the free motion work where you've got your needle just going up and down in one position because you've got your single hole there. Now the beauty of this machine is it will recognise which of those stitch plates you've got in place. So let me just move these to the side just to show you what I mean. So on this particular one, we've got obviously your big screen that you've got here with all of your dials that are going to allow you to change your stitch length, are going to allow you to change your stitch width as well. Simply just by dialing those up, and you'll see at the bottom of the screen that the numbers will change as you start working with them. So for instance, at the moment, I'm going to get it, let me get my stylus out of the top because you've got a little stylus rather than using your fingers and your nails. So you will use this to basically move amongst the different stitches while you've got the kind of universal stitch plate in. So you're literally just pressing this, and as you press it, then it will set itself up with the right length, with the right width for the optimum stitches. But say if I wanted to do a zigzag and I wanted to change that zigzag, well, I can use this dial and I get a little visual on the screen there to show me how wide that is. So it's making it more of a zigzag, as you can see there, or shallower, as you can see there. I can also make it longer. I can make it shorter into more of a satin stitch, but straight away on the screen I can see exactly what it's doing. And I don't know if you heard it, but if I take it, can you hear that? Too wide. I'm now trying to take it over the width, the optimum width that you've got with this machine, because you've got your 7mm swing with regard to that zigzag stitch, and it won't let you go any further. So as you can see, all of these little windows, if you were, or stitch selections are in black. And it means that if I click on any of those, then I will be able to work with these. Now, some of them are where the needle needs to go from side to side, and it is a case of that I've got the right stitch plate in place. But what if I was working with something where I wanted to just use the single hole? And this might be something like a delicate fabric, or where you're stitching quite close to the edge. Well, the first thing I would potentially do is take the stitch plate out that's on the machine. You've got 3 different stitch plates to play around with here. So the way that you access that is you take the accessory box off. So let me just slide that out of the way, like so. Okay. And you've got this little button down at the bottom here. Now that is almost like what I call an ejector seat, you know, like in all the James Bond films. So you press that down and you will see that the stitch plate will lift up. Now the machine will, well, it's best to turn the machine off, to be fair, because anyway, any time that you are going near the needle, you should really turn the machine off. So you will take that out and you'll see that you've got a slot where the needle, if you were doing a zigzag, would move from left to right. Well, when you pop some of the others in, you've got a single hole. So this one is perfect for quilting, where you're going right up to the edge of your fabric. So if I pop this in place, so that's going to go underneath and just slot in place like so. Whoops, there you go. Push it down, firmly in place. I can pop the accessory box on. I'll put it back on in a second, but I turn it on. You will notice that now there are certain stitches I can't stitch out because the machine has recognised that I've changed the stitch plate, so it won't want me to change it to a zigzag stitch. Because if I change it to a zigzag stitch, then straight away I'm going to break my needle on the stitch plate, and it could affect the timing of the machine. It could mean that it invalidates warranties. It could mean that you're having to get it fixed and all sorts of different things going on. So I don't want that to happen. And that means that I can't alter any of these to take advantage of those different ones. So it's only the top ones there that I'm going to be able to use. You've got different icons for the different sections with regards to your types of stitching. Obviously I've got the single hole in there, so it's only allowing me to go into the quilting, but it will show you the different stitches that relate to that area of sewing. I can still alter the length, I can still alter that if I'm wanting to, so I can move that one there. You can see that the stitch is opening up, it's getting tighter, or I can open it up if I want more of a basting type stitch. Again, it will beep when it can't go any further. And then, of course, with this, because of it being a straight stitch, it's not letting me move that's kind of left to right, and you can hear it beeping, so it's telling you you can't do that, and then obviously you can investigate as to why. You've got other menus at the top here which are going to be relating to things like your decorative stitches, but because I've got that stitch plate in place, it won't allow me to do any of those. I need to change it back to the slotted one in order to access that area. So there you go. Very intuitive machine. I've never been close to this machine before, so for me to be able to pick all of that up from just looking at it, I think shows that it's a very logical machine. But when it comes to creativity, the accessories are the key thing, aren't they? So let's show you some of those different accessories that you've got. Now, it will come with a standard foot, because that's the one that you're going to use for the majority of your sewing. It also comes with things like your rolled hem foot. You can see there your overcast foot, your 1/4 inch. They're all there. I'm not going to reel all of those out, because I could be here a full hour telling you all about those, couldn't I? Very, very easily. So you can take the time and trouble, but the beauty is within your actual manual that comes with it, it will explain each one of those stitches to you and how you're going to work with them. So that is the beauty of that. You've also got a variety of different spool holders. If you're wanting to do free motion work, then obviously you can drop the feed dogs. You've got all of the different abilities with regards to when it comes to working with the knee lift that comes with this as well. So if you want kind of hands-free lifting of the foot, then you can do that. You don't have to press a button or anything. And as you can see here, you've got all of the different stitches explained to you in their different menus across the top there. So it really is a comprehensive machine. Now, while you were looking at all the different feet, I've changed the stitch plate back again. So I'm going to grab hold of this, and this is where you choose the different sections of your sewing. So this is where you've got your different headings. So we were looking at kind of your utility stitches at the top there. Next one that we've got for you is, there you go, your choices of menu. Now this is when you can refer back to the kind of menu that you've got at the top. So for instance, your applique, that section there, all of those stitches are going to be under the applique menu, and you've got all of them depicted there. So straight away I know if I like using a little kind of buttonhole foot stitch or a traditional blanket stitch, then I can find that very, very easily just by going through those. So yeah, although you've only got the screen there showing you that amount of information at any one time, the top, you have got all of those stitches that are within here. So it might be that I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, oh, it'd be nice to put, I don't know, that little Greek key that we've got there. Now, the Greek key comes under the decorative stitches. So I would just go into that menu again. I would find my decorative stitches, which are, hold on, oh, I need to go down. Now, that's not difficult to do, is it? Using your arrows to go forward and back. And it's already told me that I've got 3 pages. I'm on page 2 of 3 there. So if I carry on scrolling, that will give me all of those different menus. The decorative one that I want is there. Okay, and then within the Greek key, which one was the Greek key? Number 14. So again, I'm guessing that I use this. And there it is. Without an instruction book, without ever touching this machine before. So it's got a logical system. So that is going to gain your confidence. So brilliant machine. Could literally spend a whole hour going through all the features, I am sure. But let's talk about the deal that we've got for you. So this is a deal that is only good up until midnight tonight. Now, what that means is when midnight comes, the witching hour, the price is going to go back up to the price that you've got on your screen. So here we go. Let's drop that price down. So I don't know, is this the best price that we've ever bought this to you at? I don't know. I've not been here with this machine before. It is. So rather than £3,799, you're paying £3,299. Now, I know that is a considered purchase for anybody, which is why we bring split pay to you. And that means that you have the ability to spread that cost. Now, on this particular one, how many split pays have we got? Oh, I'm not sure. Is that 3 split ways, 4 split ways, 5 split ways? can't do the maths at the moment. So 5-way splits, probably one of the most affordable ways for you to get a hold of your machine. And the beauty is all you need to do is pick up the phone or get onto the website and you're able to take advantage of this. You've got a pedal if you want to control your stitching by the pedal, or you have got the stop button there. You've got your needle up, you've got your needle down, you can cut your threads. You've got all the features that we aspire to have within a sewing machine at a phenomenal deal price. Now, in the UK, this machine is exclusive to us here at Sewing Street, so you won't find that deal anywhere else, and you certainly won't find it at that price. And if you're watching tomorrow, today is Tuesday, tomorrow is Wednesday. So if you're not watching on Tuesday, then the price will have gone up to that higher price of £3,799. So now is the time for you to take advantage of it. WOW, wow indeed, Q29 if you fancy taking advantage of this price. And the details are there on your screen. So yeah, get in touch, place your order. Now, I had a lovely message come through. This is lovely Karen. I treated myself to this machine last month for my birthday and I love it. Karen, thank you. Thank you. And happy birthday. What a birthday treat. And sometimes people as well, this time of year we may be thinking about going on holidays, but a lot of people don't necessarily go away on holiday. It might be that you're having a staycation, I think it's called, and you're spending a little bit of time creating. Maybe you've got the idea that you're going to invest in a sewing machine that's going to fill all your needs. Well, can't go far wrong with this one, can you? And the deal price on this one makes it an even more attractive idea. And don't forget, if you do want to go back and check out all of the kind of things that you're getting with this, the accessories, the feet, all the different features, then you can go onto the website. But it comes with that stitch regulator for free motion work. It comes with a whole array of different needles as well. Not needles, sorry, feature to say, for all your different projects. And you can see there, you've got your system that plugs into the back of your machine and gives you all that stitch regulation to give you your perfect free motion work. Brilliant deal, brilliant deal. Take advantage while you've got the opportunity. Treat yourself. So there you go, all the information that you need with regards to that one. But this hour, we are going to be looking at a few other things. I'm going to turn the machine off and I need to make myself a little bit of space. So we're going to have a little look at the Tula shacket. So the Tula shacket, you may well or may not be aware of, is a pattern that I have brought to Sewing Street. Thank you, Dan. You're all right there, bless him. There he is. Smile, Dan, you're on tele. So there's no way of getting rid of that machine. It's a big one, isn't it? So the Tula shacket, let me tell you about this. So I was last on air, I think it was the 13th of May with this. I have been on air with a Handmade by Hayley show since then, but we didn't focus on the shacket. So this was, it came about because I was wearing a regularly wore a shirt that I've had years and years and years, and people had always said, oh, is that one that you've made? And I love that idea. So that's where the pattern evolved from. So the pattern itself, you've got 3 different variations of shirts or shackets, because it's a cross between a shirt and a jacket. So you've got sizes going from a 6 through to 24, and it is an oversized jacket that it kind of comes up quite loose. So potentially it could stretch a little further. It depends how snug you want the fit, how loose you want the fit. So you can make it all in one fabric if you're wanting to, and you're making it all in this particular style, or you've got different panels that you can change out. So it might be that the top part and the pockets and the button band you're making using denim, for instance, and then other fabrics you might use, it might be, you could be using William Morris fabrics, you could be using Dan Morris fabrics, you could be using your Tula pink, whatever you choose is the second version. And so you've kind of got 2 colour or 2 fabric combinations. Now the last one depicts the shirt that I was getting a lot of comments about, and this is where each panel is made up of a different style of fabric. And it's cleverly put together, kind of inside out, with these strips of fabric covering the seams. So other than the inside sleeve that you've got seams, pretty much everything is covered, which means it's nice if you do need to take it off. Now, You've got loads and loads of information within your booklet that it comes with. There's a QR code, so you can go off to YouTube and watch the video tutorial. And you've kind of got illustrations here showing you how to lay your fabric out to hopefully maximise the fabric that you're working with. Now, this is a bit of an impromptu addition to the show. So this is where I'm calling to you guys, because I know that literally hundreds of you have bought this pattern in the past. And I know you've been busy making your shackets. So if you've got photos, and we haven't got many of these left now, if you've got photos of the shackets that you've been making, and you've been making some cracking ones, you really have, share your photos, get them through to us as quick as you possibly can, and I'll share them with everybody else. So lots of tutorial kind of illustrations showing you everything that you need to do. And if you do go to the Sewing Street YouTube channel and search Tula shacket, you'll also see me doing on-air demonstrations and some of these features in here as well. But you've got all of the different elements there, the cuffs, the collars, the pockets, all of which can be interchanged. Now, when you actually get your pattern is printed on high quality paper, and also there's no tracing. Sometimes with patterns you have to trace off elements because your pattern's been printed on both sides, but not with this one because you've got all of your pieces. And you've also got your pieces in all of the different sizes. So if I open this up, well, you can pretty much see from there. You've got your little illustration here. So you choose the size that you're going to be making, and then you literally follow that cut line. Now, if you do need to alter the size for any reason, then you can do that quite easy. It's a very forgiving pattern. So what I would say is look at each part of your pattern. So for instance, the size here, whatever that measurement is, maybe get a tape measure or just a piece of paper to mark it. If you need to go larger, then draw a line outside of that line, and that becomes your new cut line. And basically do that all the way around the edge. So say if you were taking that, let's call it 1.5 centimetres, and you were doing a little line there 1.5 centimetres away, all the way around that dashed line, do 1.5 centimetres, and then that way you will find yourself cutting it to a larger size, if you will. But it is very forgiving when it actually all comes together. Now, some of the pieces you will come to, which is a little bit unique, is this grid system. Now, this grid system is something that I've introduced in the pattern because if you're wanting to piece your fabrics before you actually cut out your garment piece. So, for instance, the back yoke, that's the bit that sits at the top, where your shoulders are. You might want to make that up out of 2 or 3 different fabrics. So all you need to do is make sure that your fabrics are overlapping by 1 centimetre before you actually cut out your pattern piece, and then you will continue with that and cut out your pattern piece. So again, that's detailed and mentioned as well within the pattern. So everything is covered. And it's had some lovely reviews. I've had some fabulous feedback from people. My first ever dressmaking pattern, I had a little bit of help with the design of the pattern. And yeah, it all comes to you in a fabulous wallet. So when you cut out all your pieces, they can all go back in the little popper wallet and you don't lose anything. But you're down to your last few opportunities. So yeah, and literally hundreds of these have sold. So yeah, if you like the idea of taking advantage, then the details are there on your screen. £19.99p. So there you go. That is your Tula shacket. So let's start quilts. So that is kind of the topic of this hour from this way forward. So which one are we going to look at first? Should we look at this one? All I see is blue because I've got that close to hand. Is that the one that you said then, Hannah? Sorry. Oh, Hannah, Rachel, sorry. Where did I get Hannah from? Oh dear, it's getting late in the day. No idea. So, Rachel, is that the one that you mentioned? Yes, sorry, I didn't quite catch it. That was also... Okay, so all I see is blue. So, I've not seen this one before. Beautiful. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Well, it's got my name all over it, hasn't it, because of the actual blue content in there. So, let's get the cover off. So let's have a little look. Let's flip it over first of all to start with. So this one comes, it's complete, it's got 3 instructions in this one. So the instructions are included. So some of the quilt kits that we've got from Cave today are part of the Timeless Themes range. So you will need the book, but I'll tell you about those when we get to them. This one you've got 14 metres of fabric, 14 fabrics over 8 metres of fabric, and you've got your instructions in there as well. So let's bring in the box. All-important box. Deal price has dropped down already, £129.99 with your 3-way split. So this is a lovely quilt. Put in at a beginner level. And yeah, I can get that because we're looking at squares that are kind of being framed by fabrics. You've got your full instructions here as well, so your reference with regards to your different fabrics that you've got in here and which those fabrics you need and at which point. And also you will have the reference to the fabric, so if you do want to actually go and buy more of that particular style of fabric, you can go to the range and actually get those as well. And there you go, those are all your different blocks that are made up. And then you've got all your beautiful fabrics. Oh, I always get nervous about opening these up, but am I allowed to open it? Oh, I can't just rip it open. It's just too pretty. I don't want to get into trouble. So, now we don't have many of these available. So, if you do like the idea of this one, then can I suggest you get involved as early as you can? Now, the beauty of this is you don't have to make the quilt that is depicted with these if you don't want to. So, what you could do is use all of these gorgeous 14 different types of fabric in whatever combination or style that you want. It's just so neat. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? I mean, so good with his fabrics. I mean, this is the beauty. You've got them all in there. And obviously, you've got your backing or your separation fabrics in here as well. Let's refer back. So the black you're going to be using to frame your different elements in here. That blue is that gorgeous blue that's separated up. The nice thing is as well, when you buy a kit, especially if you're a novice quilter, you can reference the fabrics on here and you will find those fabrics in here. So for instance, that piece there, that is that fabric that is there. If you find that dotty fabric, that is there as well. So all of these are depicted within the actual illustration. So you've got a reference. You're making it to exactly what it shows you on the pattern there. So that's nice. You start using patterns with your own fabrics, sometimes you can get a bit confused. But it's a bit beginner level, so that means as time goes on, then you will find yourself utilising those fabrics or fabrics from your own stash and actually making your own versions of these. Split pay on this one, just £43.33, and you're getting a lot of fabric in this particular one. Was it 8 metres? I think it was, wasn't it? 8 metres of fabric, yeah. 8 metres of fabric. And a pattern for your quilt as well. So I'm going to neatly wrap that one up and we can have a look at one of the others, because we have got others as well. So now, dare I say French General. Now, if you are a fabric lover, oh, is it gone? Shall I show you? You'll know what you've bought, though. This is beautiful. One of my favourite Moda collections, French General. Yeah, absolutely beautiful. Beautiful fabric. Brilliant price. So if you did shop for it, you will have popped it into your basket at that full price. But that is not the price that you've paid. You have paid... Have you got a picture? Shall we show a picture? This is what you could have won. It's one of those situations, isn't it, really? Oh, I don't think I've got it here to show you. Oh, well done. If you managed to get hold of that. Oh, I've got it to the side of me. Oh, that is gorgeous. Oh, well done. Oh, you're going to love that. Oh, what a shame I can't show you any more of those. Isn't that pretty? Right, Blue Suzanne. Now, this Blue Suzanne is the quilt that appears on the front of the Timeless Themes. Now, I will let you know with this particular one, the instructions aren't included. So, in order for you to complete the quilt in this style, then you will need to invest in the book as well, which I'll give you the details of in a few moments. So, in here again, you've got all these gorgeous fabrics that have been put together to make this beautiful quilt. In fact, you have got 11 different fabrics. If you piece them all together, you're looking at 11.5 metres of fabric. And as you can see there, it's detailed within the Timeless Themes book, which is what I've got here as well. So all you would do is you would go to the book, and you might have already invested in the book now, and you will find within here, there it is. That is the quilt that you're going to be able to create. So you've got all of your instructions there, same as we saw previously, but not only have you got the instructions for this one quilt, you've got the instructions for all the others as well. So There you go. So that's the construction of this kit. I'll give you the details of the book in a few moments, but you've got 22 other quilts within that book as well. So this kit has got gorgeous fabrics in it. It might be that you're making it up in, maybe you've invested in another pattern from Cave. I can't get into this one either. I try and slide them off, but sometimes they don't want to come, so I have to tear them. I hate tearing these. There you go, in case I get into trouble. Right, so it might be that you're utilising the fabrics in another pattern, because you can do that. You're allowed to do that. That's not a problem. So there you go. You've got your fabric content. So all of those gorgeous fabrics coming in here. Some nice solids in there. Nice dots, stripes as well, featuring in here as well. So you've got all of those. Then, of course, you've got your beautifully packaged fabric, as is always the case. So open this one up. Even though you're saying rip it open, I just think, am I honestly allowed to? Oh, gosh. Ooh. Oh, nice fabrics. Gosh, that feels so wrong. So wrong. But anyway, there we go. Quite liberating now. So the solid, when you were looking at the sheet earlier on, when we looked at these, some of them you could be forgiven for thinking they're solids, they're plains, but they're not. You can see they're shot cotton. So what that means is you've actually got other colours running through them. So the kind of berry tone that you've got there, which I think is called lupin, has almost got that black tone running through there. And you've kind of got that earthiness feel to this one. Gorgeous, gorgeous fabrics throughout. Got your polka dots in there as well, so in your indigo. Regal Fans, I think that one's called. And then you've got your striped embers in there as well. So all of those feature in there, giving you all of that fabric. So you've got within here, fabric-wise, oh, I've got hiccups, I think. Fabric-wise, we've got, sorry, got hiccups. 11.5 metres worth of fabric. So all coming together. But as I say, if you wanted to make it up as your quilt, following the instructions, you will need to invest in the book. So the book, let's show you the details of the book. So the book itself, beautiful book. Released probably coming up to about a year ago now. I think it was the Festival of Quilts, I think it was launched, if I remember rightly. Crashing the price down to $19.99. So you've got 23 quilts in here. So you've got all the patterns there for the 23 quilts, but then at the front of the book you will learn about Kaif's inspiration, his ideas. Actually got that as a kit as well, the little jars kit if you're wanting that one. You'll learn about his inspiration, his love for colour, and how him and the collective come together with some beautiful fabrics for us to utilise in loads and loads of different ways. And it's just a gorgeous book to thumb through and get inspiration and that feel for colour within there as well. So, and I love the photography because sometimes the quilts are hung in places that you wouldn't necessarily expect them to be hung, and they're just very, very, very effective. So brilliant book, not only for 23 patterns, but also the instructions, the inspiration that you've got there as well. The sunflower quilt, is that what you said? No, the sunflower quilt. We had this one. If you've seen this, I think this was hanging up during the course of the day over in our far set. But sadly, we're getting ready for a hobby maker now, so we've had to take that down. Lovely, Sharon Curtis is getting ready for hobby maker. So this is the quilt that we saw hanging up, and it's a lovely one this one. And this one does come with its instructions. So 13 different fabrics, over 7 metres of fabrics. We don't have many of these left, so these have been selling before we even got to them. And this one here is beautiful. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? So full instructions telling you everything you need to know. So the level of this one, we're saying beginner. So if you've sewn before but maybe not made a quilt before, then potentially this could be your first ever quilt. Can you imagine? I mean, look at that. For a first ever quilt. For me, I'd think of a first ever quilt being like 4 big squares of fabric stitched together. But that, imagine creating that as a beginner. Oh, my goodness. What a sense of achievement. So it will explain to you about your blocks, how you cut your fabric. So, for instance, this is how it will work. You've got your different fabrics here. So fabric A, so over here it says cutting fabric A, cut 8 9.5 inch squares. There you go, that's not complicated, is it? So you follow that instructions, and then it will tell you here, place one of your fabric squares from fabric D on top of your fabric square C. So everything is step by step. You've got your reference guide, and because you're doing it from a kit, all of these fabrics are in the box. So what that means is, when you actually, look, I'm getting more confident now. So what you will find is that when you are working through your fabrics, you have got the different fabrics depicted here. So for instance, that fabric is fabric J. That fabric is fabric G. That fabric is fabric B. So you've got that reference. So as you know that when it tells you to cut your 9.5-inch squares or whatever size it is, you can go straight to that fabric because you've got it in your kit. If you've made up your own kit utilising, where are my 13 different colour fabrics, then you've got to start thinking, well, hang on a minute, the one that I've got pansies on is the same as the letter J, and you've got to make that cross-reference. As a beginner quilt, I would always recommend any novice quilter, any beginner quilter, to go for a kit, because it's one of the easiest ways for you to gain your confidence and to get it right. And this one is not a bad one to go for. I mean, you've got beautiful fabrics in there. But the fabrics, I mean, it's lovely looking at them, but you're going to cut them up. You're going to cut them up and sew them back together. So the main inspiration for this one will be looking at that image of the quilt that you're making. So that's your inspiration. That's what you're going to achieve. As beautiful as they are, those fabrics, it's not about those specific fabrics, it's how they come together. And that's the tricky thing to achieve, especially as a beginner, which is why for £99.99, you can create your first ever quilt, 160 centimetres square, so it's a little over 1.5 metres square, and it's beautiful. You're going to love it. And you are going to be so proud of yourself. When you've achieved it, it's going to look beautiful. And it's a repetitive block, so once you've created the first block, you will go on and create the others, and it will be the similar sort of process. So not as difficult as you first might be forgiven for thinking. So there you go. If you like your My Sunflower, then there you go. That is the kit for you. Beautiful fabrics from Free Spirit, quality fabrics through and through. And you're going to make a beautiful quilt with that one as well. Right, let's go down. Let's move that one to the side there as well. Where are we going next? Sorry, the blue ethereal. Ooh, I've got Art Gallery blue. That one? Oh, it's over here. Sorry, Dan's going, hello. Oh, dear. Do you know what? Because when I think of Jason Yenter, I don't think of this style, because it looks quite a traditional style that we've got with this one. But of course, he's designed the actual fabrics, which, yes. Getting all of these. Oh my goodness, right, let's lay these out. So, some of these are almost like panelled fabrics. Beautiful. It's so soft, this fabric. Gorgeous. So, ethereal trip. Now, it's called ethereal trip squared. We've got two different versions of this, I think. No, we haven't. No, I'm lying. It's a similar. It's fabric that's in a similar style, but it's a different pattern, so a different colourway. So, all of these. I mean, if you're into your blues and your teals and your greens, this has got your name written all over it. Look at that. Beautiful. The quality is so, so soft as well. Now, you've got your pattern that's going to come with this as well. So this one, what size is this quilt? Let's have a quick look. Does it say, oh gosh, over 2 metres square. Wow. Look at that. So it's a nice kind of little pieced one that you're making. It's 90 inches and a half square, 229 centimetres square. So I'm not going to show you all the kind of layout and the instructions, but yeah, oh, there you go. That's what we want to look at. That's what we want to see, isn't it? Must have been another variation at some point. Oh, isn't that beautiful? That's why that gorgeous fabric that we were just looking at, that border, that's what you've got that for. So sometimes we cut the fabrics up and you can't see the pattern, but sometimes they're left whole. That is beautiful. Now, we don't have many of these. We've got 5 opportunities. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. And it's just gorgeous. It's gorgeous. And also looking at the way that this has been put together. Let me have a quick look. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking it's made up of kind of like sections that come together. So, oh yes. I'd say maybe you've got a little bit of experience of quilting for this one. It's a big quilt, so it's going to be a lot of fabric that you're managing. But whether you're making this particular quilt, the trip squared, or whether you are using your own pattern, you've got some gorgeous fabrics. Do we know how much fabric we've got in this one at all? Because there's a lot of fabric there. £219.99 if you are shopping for this one today. And you've also got your split pay. So with this one, you've got your three-way split, meaning that you can take advantage of this one for just that first payment along with your post and packing. No interest on this, no fees, no arrangement fees or anything like that. And it's £73. 13.5 metres, my goodness, that's a lot of fabric. That is a lot of fabric, isn't it? Mind you, I'm not surprised. I mean, it's over 2 metres square. Oh, can you imagine what it's going to look like on your bed? Oh, that is going to look beautiful. Beautiful, timeless. Timeless style. They go in. We only have a couple of those left. You liking that one? I think it's the blues, isn't it? Beautiful blues. So, yeah, fabulous designer. And I do love Jason's fabrics. He always does such beautiful fabrics. I've got a few quilts of his at home, so yeah. So this one, now, this is a similar sort of idea. So let's have a look at the pattern to start with, because again, this is what we're going to be creating. So again, you've got that border, so we're going to find a border fabric in this one. This one's actually a rectangular one. So the long edge there, 86.5 inches, 64 across. But beautiful wide border. Now in this one, you've got 9.5 metres of fabric, and it's featuring that beautiful, look at that. Oh, that is so pretty. Beautiful. And that is going to go around, that is going to frame your quilt. It's got butterflies in there as well, and gorgeous florals like peony flowers, beautiful. But then you've got the centre segments. And the centre segments are made up with these fabrics. So, it's hard to imagine something as beautiful as that could be made up with 3 different styles of fabric. But it can be. I'm just going to look at the instructions. I don't want to spoil it, because I've got a feeling it's done in a certain way. And if it's the way that I think, it blows my mind whenever I see it is, yeah. It blows my mind because it's so, so clever. You've got strips that are cut into triangles, come together and create amazing shapes, amazing effects. But it's pretty simple to do. And that's somebody who I worked with many years ago, fabulous demonstrator. I often say to her, if you were a beginner, which would you suggest people go for? Thinking she'd say, oh, that's the simplest and that's the most complex. And she said, no, go for the one that you like the look of, because the end result is the passion that will get you through that project. So it doesn't matter whether it takes you a month, 6 months, 3 years, it doesn't matter. The length of time doesn't matter, because you will enjoy it and you will create something that's absolutely incredible. And time is one of those things. Sometimes we don't have the opportunity to actually take the time to sew. But again, maybe you're having a staycation. Maybe this is going to be your project for the summer, rather than you going away for a week. Then you could spend a week creating this, and my goodness, wow, what a way to spend a week. It may take you longer, it may take you shorter. It just varies. But what you have got is a fabulous result. Love that. Beautiful fabrics. Gorgeous. So weighty as well. There's a lot of fabric in there. Now, this quilt behind me, if you spied it, it's gorgeous. No, it's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. So this is this quilt here, the Antiquity quilt. Like it. You just look at it and you know William Morris, don't you, straight away? It's those fabrics. So in this one, you got just over 2 metres square. All the different fabrics we've just been looking at. Beautiful. Flip it over, have a look, see what we're getting. 9.5 metres of fabric, complete with your instructions, and 7 different fabrics. So, Oh, price is coming down. Have we got a deal? Oh, that's nice. Now, I will warn you, and we will have another look at this one as well on the set, because it is beautiful. You've got your quilt. Now, this one's classed as an advanced beginner, so maybe you've made a little quilt beforehand. And, yeah, relatively easy. You've got kind of strips of fabric that can frame different elements. The blocks themselves coming together very easily. Squares, adding your triangles on. Nothing over complexed, but if you have got a bit of experience of quilting, nothing too complex that you couldn't cope with, I'm sure, if you take your time. But this is where it's going to look gorgeous. Have a look at this. Oh, look at the fabrics. These are beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Beautiful. And of course, when you take these gorgeous fabrics, it's 9.5 metres worth of fabric, and put it together, this is the result. This is the Antiquity quilt. Designed using William Morris fabrics and creating a beautiful quilt that is a little over 12 metres square. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. This could be your first ever quilt. I'm going to step to the side so you can have a proper good look at this one, because it's absolutely beautiful. Beautiful. So taking those simple squares, putting them on point, turning them on that diagonal, you get an incredible result. And then you've got that kind of checkerboard effect in the middle. Isn't it beautiful? And all done with 9.5 metres worth of fabric and the instructions that all come together for that brilliant price. It's flying out. It is flying out. We've got single figures on this one now. The more and more we look at it, the more and more you're falling in love with it. And I don't blame you at all. Colour-wise as well, I mean, it's going to fit with so many different home decors. And it's a timeless classic, isn't it? I mean, William Morris, we're loving William Morris fabric after all this time, and you will continue to love that. So, yeah. Nice one for a gift, for maybe like a wedding gift or something like that as well. Beautiful. Dan, my glamorous assistant, thank you very much. Love them. Right, where we go next? Lewis and Irene Grandma's quilt. Ooh, Dan's there again. I'm like, Dan, where's Dan? Over there. I think it's this one in the corner. Ooh. Oh, this is cute. That's pretty. Very traditional. I'm getting kind of the essence of kind of American quilts with this one. Yeah, you can see where that's come from, can't you? Again, little hearts featuring in this. So cute, that logo. Little hearts in the fabric, should I say. Sorry, detracting from that, should I say. So all these fabrics again. So with this one, this is a lovely one as a starter quilt. So if budget is something that you shop in, you can still make a quilt for $59.99. Quilt top. So this one, 46-inch square. The blocks themselves are 8.5 inches. And you've kind of got a repetitive nature with those as well. So once you've created, I think it looks like two different types of blocks. But again, if you're learning to quilt, oh, the lovely Sally Outlet's done this one. 7 fabrics, all come together to make that beautiful quilt. Isn't that gorgeous? $59.99, absolute bargain. So you can get your free instructions. Those would normally be a tenner, wouldn't they? $9.99. So then £50 for your 3.5 metres worth of fabric and your 2 fat quarters. But more importantly, you're making a quilt. 46 inches square, brilliant quilt, beautiful traditional style fabrics in that kind of red and blue and ivory themes, which is really, really pretty. Do like that little bumbleberry in there as well. So Lewis and Irene, quality fabrics, beautiful result, and yours for just $59.99. Like that one. I'll pop that one on my done pile. So, oh, the umbrella one. Now, it's not often you will shop for a quilt kit and you'll get an umbrella. Now, I'm not going to put this up completely because I know some people a bit superstitious. So I'm not going to put it up. Oh, no, don't go up completely. Dan, you could have warned me. Just grabbed it quick. Obviously, it's sold out. That didn't open completely. If the universe is watching, that's not going to bring me bad luck. We won't close up now. Oh. It's gone. Well done if you got hold of that one. Oh, that was fun now. Happy cats. Happy cats. Where's happy cats? Oh, happy cats. Happy cats. Cora cats. Is it this one? Oh, no. Oh, this is a different thing. Ah, thank you. I wondered why Dan suddenly shot off quickly. Oh, look at this. Oh, Yvonne. Village Fabrics. Oh, this is so sweet. So what have we got in here? Shall I open this up and show you what you're getting in here? Oh, this is a nice little project. So this is a little wall hanging. So I'm just going to pull this out here. So you're going to get, oh, look at a lovely little panel. And the thing that Yvonne does with her patterns and kits is she just gives you what you need. So rather than you having to buy, I don't know, a fat quarter of that particular fabric in order to cut out a square, she'll give you what you need, which means that she can keep the price down, but you've got all the fabrics that you need. But we've got to have a little look at this little one that we've got here, which is your panel with your happy cats. Oh, they're so sweet. Oh. So that's nearly sold out. I can't open it up. You've got your full instructions in there as well. So, yeah, I'm not quick enough to open it up. But, yeah, that's so cute. Pop that back underneath there, and that can go under there. And I think it went something like that. But Dan will do his magic, and it will look like it's been untouched by human hand. Right. Art Gallery Blue. Oh, nice. Oh, this is a very contemporary style, isn't it? Now, let's have a quick look with this one. Oh, it comes in instructions as well, so we don't have to worry. You've got 15 fabrics, over 5 metres worth of fabric in there, and creating a beautiful contemporary. I love that kind of the cream corners that you've got on that. Isn't that fabulous? I'd like to think of that one being quite a, well, I say contemporary, but quite a young feel, a modern look to a quilt. So maybe you've got a young sewer that isn't into things like the William Morris and that vintage or that antique look, but wants something a bit more punchy, if that's the right phrase. Well, this could well be the one for them. So blue themed, brilliant price again, £99.99. Classed as a beginner quilt and a good size rectangle quilt there, 131 by 164. And beautiful fabrics, all detailed there. And again, you follow the instructions, cutting for fabric A, what you're going to need, 7-inch squares, strips, that kind of thing. It's all detailed in there. And then your instructions will show you, you're going to make your rows, so 10 rows, and half of the rows are plain fabrics. So that's easy enough to do, isn't it? No wonder that as a beginner you can get these kind of results. So, again, your fabrics. Beautiful. Ooh. Nice fabrics. Lovely. All fabrics from Cave's ranges or Cave Collective ranges. So you can always go and find more of these if you want to. Many of them we'll have on our website as well. But, of course, the most economical way for you to create your quilt is to go for a kit. And this one at £99.99 with everything that you need for your quilt top, taken care of and sorted, then there you go. What a way to shop. Don't forget we had the extra wides on earlier on, so you can go back and revisit that show for your backing fabric. And, of course, Wadding as well. I think we've got Wadding on the shows. Don't know if it's on this show, but it's on one of the shows earlier on. Beautiful. So that one is your blue, but we've got a pink version as well. So pop all that in there. Like so. Move that over there. The pink version. Ooh. Oh, now I don't know which one I like more. I mean, could you go for both and make a larger quilt and have pink and blue in there? I suppose you could do if you wanted to. So again, same size. Do we want to open this one up as well? The pink one, should we open it? Oh, you're bad influence, you are. Rachel, you'll get me in trouble. She sounds happy. Happy to get me into trouble. So there we go. Again, that contemporary look, that art quilt. And it does look like an art quilt, doesn't it? It looks like you could hang it up. Beautiful. And again, I mean, this is such a treat. Seeing them packaged like this, I mean, this could be a gift for somebody. Maybe they've had, I don't know, maybe they've achieved something. Maybe they've graduated or going off to college to study textiles or something like that. But I'm sure that they will find case fabrics coming into their studies at some point. But this could be a breakaway project, something they're wanting to do or you want to do in your downtime. Because it's a beginner level quilt, it doesn't mean that you have to be a beginner level of sewer. It might be you're working on something that's quite complex and you want something that kind of just frees up your thoughts for a little while and you want a breakaway project. Well, with this one, because the construction of this one is of a beginner level, then yeah, this is going to be something that's very, very easy for you to create and come back to as and when. So it might be that you do it in one weekend, in a month or 6 months, or it might be that you're kind of doing a little bit of this and then you're going off and doing the complex project and then coming back and doing a bit of this and going away. Because sometimes we want to sew, but we don't necessarily want to kind of focus and concentrate on sewing. Does that make sense? That you want, it's almost like you're doodling. You know how doodling is just like your brain doing whatever with a pen? Then that's the way I see some of these breakaway projects. So that's the pink version of the Art Gallery quilt. There we go. This side is getting a little bit sparse now. So just a couple more things to share with you. Oh gosh, this is a weighty one. What's this one? Oh, it's got instructions in this one as well. So I'll move that out of the way because we don't need the book anymore. So floral maze, isn't that lovely? So I'm seeing lots of half square triangles. Big quilt as well. Look, that's nearly 3 meters long. That is a huge quilt. Those backing fabrics that we had earlier on would be good for these ones as well because they were nearly 3 meters, weren't they? So, yeah, 2 meters 30 wide, 8 fabrics, 11 meters of fabric in there as well. That's a big one, big old quilt, this one. Big old quilt. But it might be maybe you've got a big sofa that... Can you imagine a big sofa and then you get cracking on this one, come winter time, you'll hopefully have that and you'll snuggle underneath it for winter. Confident beginner. So, yeah, you've got your half square triangle, so nothing over complex. And then you've got big pieces of sashing, kind of bringing the pieces together like so. Oh, occasionally there can be a little kind of element in there that you just need to know about when you come to your construction. But here, I love a polka dot. Oh, there's something about a polka dot, isn't it? A modern, clean, fresh look. Beautiful, all coming through. Nice. Oh, you're going to love this one. My goodness, I've just looked at the price. Wow. Considering the size of this quilt, my goodness, that is brilliant. We ought to do like a square inch conversion of how much quilt you're getting for that money. It's a 3-way split, looking at £59.99. Brilliant value for money. And it's proven to be a popular one. Again, the floral maze, just to show you, instructions are included, so you don't need to go off and find a book or any instructions online. It's all there ready for you. Good sized quilt, and it's a combination of your half square triangles and your squares. You've got a square in the centre there, half square, all your piecing is done with half square triangles, and they're basically the same set of 4. So can you see how you've got there? You've kind of got 4 patches. Well, you'll do exactly the same, but kind of rotate it around as you go. So very easy, very effective, very lovely. Oh, we've had some really good kits on this show. Really good kits. I know that they are kind of an investment, shall we say, if anybody's... They are an investment because they're something that is going to last you for years and years to come. So, yeah. But, yeah, dip in and out, even if you're not shopping with us today. So, Living in Loveliness tulip quilt. Oh, I don't know if I've got that here. Here he comes. You hear that? He's like Pingu. He comes into the studio like that. Hear these little feet? And then he appears. Here we go. Fleur applique. More French. Oh, this is pretty. Oh, is that gorgeous? Now let's look at the fabrics. So that's your pattern. Oh, look at these fabrics. These are pretty. Oh, let's turn it around that way. Oh, look at this little hummingbirds on there. Oh, that's pretty. That is really pretty. Blossoms there as well. It's like a hibiscus, isn't it? That's the one that you see when you go on holiday everywhere. Beautiful. And a paler version there, which is nice. Oh, you've even got your fusible in there as well. So when you come to do your little applique pieces, so when you put your tulips in place, because you'll have it in here, I'm guessing, a pattern for, oh, there you go. Explains to you how you do your petals and your leaves. All that is explained within there and how you put it all together. That's how you fuse them and then you stitch them in place. That's a nice one in there. And then you've got your plain in there as well, so very nice. Kerry is very good with regards to her patterns and instructions. Oh, we've got that blown away with that. We forgot to look at the price. £47.99. We've got to drop the price. And that is making a quilt. What sort of size? Do we know what the quilt size is on this one? 51 inches square. That's a good size quilt. And of course, Kerry prides herself on her instructions, so you know that when you're shopping for this, you are going to be able to create a beautiful project. All you need to do is add thread, a bit of time, and have loads of fun. So £47.99 being your price. Now, is this one? I don't know if is that this one? I've just been looking. Oh, has it got a number on it? 1, it is 104. Do you know, all the way through the show, I've been looking across at this box. Because, you know, the French General one sold out earlier on that looked amazing from Oda. I've been looking at the corner of my eye thinking, let's get to it. And this is beautiful. These gorgeous climbing vines going up the 84 inches of your quilt, 84 inches by 68. Moda fabric, so we know it's going to be a real dream to work with. All in that box. Oh, look at this. Oh, that's nice. Isn't it a nice little thank you from Moda there? You've got your instructions there. And you've got a willow layer cake in here as well. So the cutting's already started taking place for you. So this is another way of you kind of learning about quilting, the different pre-cuts that you've got. So layer cakes, you've got your 10-inch squares. So what Moda have done is they've taken all of the fabrics that you need for this and cut them up already. So you haven't got those big pieces of fabric. You know how we were looking at some of the quilts and they're big pieces of fabric that you've got to dissect down. These have been cut into manageable size chunks. And then those manageable size chunks become your blocks and your patches. So with this one, you've got all your different fabrics, 30 different fabrics in there within your layer cake, all coming together to make that beautiful quilt. Your climbing vines quilt. So I like that one a lot. Good size now. Where am I? 2 meters. That's a good size. Hang on a minute. This is a quilt. This is a quilt that is 2 meters long by 1.75 meters across. That's a big quilt. Big quilt for that price. That is brilliant value for money. Brilliant value for money for £199.99, but knock 70 quid off, even better. 3-way split with that one as well, making it a very affordable price. Lots of you taking advantage of it. Now, don't forget, in this hour, we had something rather special to share with you. Have you met Dan? This is Dan. Yeah, here you go. Hello, Dan. Got anything else, Dan? Thank you. Oh, brilliant. Now, don't forget, joking apart, this machine is phenomenal. Now, the first time that I've seen this machine was earlier on today, but it's a logical machine. That is the key thing. I'm not kind of a booklet kind of person. Plug it in just so you see the screen. So yeah, and I am a bit naughty. I don't come to read instructions and things. I just want to get in there. But what you've got is a touch screen with this. So you've got a large screen which you're going to use a stylus, which is stored on the top here. So your stylus is going to show you through the menu. So the menu has got all the different stitches that are featured on the top there in different sections. It's really easy to follow. It comes with 3 different stitch plates. So when you're doing your speciality sewing, things like your quilting right to the edge of your fabric, or you're doing things like your top stitching or your curves where you want that precision, then you've got a variety of different stitch plates that you can interchange. Now the machine will recognise which of those stitch plates are in place, and it will only allow you to do certain stitches because it doesn't want you to break your machine and break your needle, do any damage to your machine. It comes with a stitch regulator as well, so if you are doing free motion work, then you are going to get your stitch regulator, which will plug into the back of your machine, give you perfect precision when you are working with your free motion, and a comprehensive range of feet as well. There's loads of information on the website, so go and check it out if you want to know more details. But the main thing is that price is going to go up at midnight, so it's going to go up to £3,799, so you're saving £500 if you shop today before midnight. Still got all of your split pay and everything, it's all there. So that has been today. Thank you for your company. I've really enjoyed myself. Tomorrow, John is back with you all being well. He is going to be here kicking off at 8 o'clock with the Elnet 680. Then we're looking at Big Cats with Delphine Brooks, or the two of them in the studio. You know you're in for some fun. Then we've got Sewing Room Tools, and then lovely Delphine is going to be back with her Flower Seas quilt, which you are going to love. And then, a little bit of macrame and weaving. What a lovely way to finish the day. The lovely Claire will be back at 12 o'clock. So thank you for your company. Keep checking those baskets out while you've got the opportunity, and don't forget to do it by midnight if you're going for the machine. So thank you again. I will see you soon, I am sure, and I'm over on Hobby Maker tomorrow. So if you fancy a little bit more of Hayley West, then join me tomorrow over on Hobby Maker. I will say goodbye for now then. Bye.